futures trying to hold on to some support levels here as we gap down once again this morning. 2 days in a row to the downside. We did get a bit of a recovery initially. Bless you, Sharif. We did get an initial recovery yesterday as we head back higher here following a Fitch downgrade to U.S. debt, the first of its kind. Unfortunately, we go from AAA to AA plus on this debt downgrade this morning. So we'll talk about that coming up. That's providing some of the negative context as we make our way through the morning here. A number of earnings names, meanwhile, to discuss. AMD, the headliner, decent report. We'll touch on a few details from it and see what we should do this morning as far as, again, negative context for the overall market. A little bit of a positive report there for AMD. Pinterest downside as well. Still some positives in that report. We'll talk about that. JP Morgan cutting their stake in XPeng. They're also Volkswagen is talking to a second company about moving into China. So some pressure here for XPEV this morning. It is Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, we're still seeing some negative movement here as far as the overall market is concerned. We did get a little bit of volatility that came in there at 8:15. We got the ADP employment change number, which was much higher than expected. It was 350,000 versus 175 expected there. So again, the big one coming up Friday morning. We'll get June non-farm payrolls, or July, I should say. What am I talking about? It's August. Non-farm payrolls coming up Friday morning at 8:30. Again, this is all indicating still some underlying strength in the employment market. That JOLTS number yesterday, I mean, more or less in line with expectations, but pointing to the same. I mean, it's going to be an interesting day here. It's going to be an interesting couple of days as we head towards that number Friday. Yeah,
an interesting look there on the ADP numbers. A lot of the jobs coming in the travel and leisure sector. Anybody who's been to an airport can anecdotally tell you that that is the case. I just came back from vacation and the airports are packed and, you know, people are vacationing, so it's a good look there, Ben.
Yeah, and we saw, unfortunately, more negative moves this morning on NCLH to the downside, once again, off that earnings report yesterday. Here's the cues right now. So we get the gap to the downside on this, and we've been kind of grinding back higher ever since. 280 coming into, or 380, I should say, coming into play right now for the cues. But a lot to kind of digest here. This is the first move of its kind as far as U.S. debt is concerned. There's been a lot of people talking over the past weeks and months in the background about, you know, at some point this becomes a problem. And here's Fitch, guys, making a move to the downside this morning for their rating. Anyways, I mean, look, it's going from AAA to AA plus. So a long way still potentially to go if they wanted to.
Tisk, Fitch. Way to spoil the party. We got two bears here because it's hard not to throw the bears up when you were over 1% down on the NASDAQ overnight and we're now pushing 0.8. So yeah, but that's all good. They've got AMD earnings and they were a solid beat. So AMD is going to be up. I do feel as if it could be a bit of a dip buy situation coming. But I got to highlight this on the futures because I almost want to start here. 15, this should be obvious. I mean, I usually only draw obvious lines on my futures chart, and 15.5. 15.5, 15.5, 15.5. If we see that today, I'd be looking for a little bit of a bounce there. That means dip buy plays on some of the big tech names, to be sure. It's hump day. It's interestingly enough, Max, you guys were just talking about, I don't know, travel and vacation. Sean's on vacation. Max doing a great job filling in here. But you said something, which it's not necessarily true for me, but Wednesday is your best trading day of the week, at least the last time you looked into that data.
Yeah.
So we're anticipating a big day out of you, man.
I mean, it's not every Wednesday. It's just on average. So, you know, can't come with any expectations. But obviously, AMD earnings, hopefully if we can get on the right side of one of those trades, then, you know, it could become a big day. These futures definitely not helping that prospect at the moment, but maybe we get some of those dip buy levels, as you say, on some of these large caps today.
The downside, I don't know if it's called the downside to it possibly being a down day is the shorts that I like aren't setting up yet. Like I know I like an Amazon short. We'll probably get to Amazon. They report after the bell tomorrow. But that 131.50, I'm gonna call it the Obi level, even though him and I have been like talking about this one back and forth, how good it has been trading off of 135, the bounces on the 15-minute, the breakdowns, the support. And so you're back underneath that level, which just means short it, probably give it around a 132, and it closed at 131.70, so that's going to be in the range. But it's not there right now, and that sets up that I almost need a pop above 131 to be shorting into that level. And it's the same thing. We'll definitely get into a firm at some point. But once that failed the top, I was sitting in the long for that breakout, and we're gapping back underneath. The upstart goes up, suddenly a firm is a short back into the zone that I was looking for the breakout yesterday. But neither one of those is setting up at the open. I need a pop. If we just drop at the open, it's going to be dip buy central, I do feel. Shout out to all the people in the chat that are just as angry with Fitch for bringing the market to the downside. Wave products. I see Neil poke the cat with Max all week. So far, I'm not poking the cat. It's just what happens is we have all these candid discussions, and Sean and I do it too. And we don't always like we'll be sitting there when we're not on camera, just sort of what was the last thing we talked about. It's like every now and then we're just going to tell you guys. Oh, so we were talking about what day of the week before the show started. What was your best day of the week? Mine are completely skewed because I've been trading like leveraged buyouts for a long time. And so I get really skewed by Mondays because that's when a lot of deals would be announced, and the first day to trade it is usually the highest volume day. So therefore, I have had a lot of big Mondays for like a decade, and then Fridays get skewed by imbalance action and close trading. So I don't even know what my best day of the week is when it comes to momentum trading. Something that's probably worth checking out. I feel like it's not Wednesday because Thursday anecdotally feels like the better day to me, but I could be wrong about that. What's your best day of the week to trade up at the desk, guys?
That's a great question. I mean, I feel like volatility is kind of Tuesday and Wednesday. Mondays, it depends on the week, but Monday can be active, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it kind of trickles off into the weekend. Am I wrong?
I'm sleeping usually a little bit on Monday, so I need like a day to warm up. The market Wednesday, I'd have to agree with you. Yeah.
There's typically numbers and things going on, earnings and stuff like that Tuesday and Wednesday. Anyways, here is the list to start things off this morning, or a list to throw at you. To start things off this morning, AMD, obviously the big one off earnings. We'll talk about that. Starbucks also reported not good for them. EA, Virgin, Tesla, down about 2.5%. No real significant reason outside of the overall market move to the downside. I want to mention Uber, though. We were touching on it yesterday. One note that we missed that I believe came in the actual call, they were talking about AI, of course. So we'll get into AI, and more AI when it comes to AMD today. But Uber even coming out, I saw this morning, saying they're going to introduce a generative chatbot to improve the user experience on the Uber app.
I'm not exactly sure how they plan to implement it, Brendo. I'm definitely interested to see. Are we going to interact with the app to tell us where the nearest driver is? I don't know exactly how they want to use this, because you can already speak to the driver directly vis-a-vis the app. So I'm not exactly sure how they want to use it.
Or maybe it's more, on Uber Eats, you're like, I don't know what I want to eat, but I'm hungry, and it'll, I don't know, tell you what's good. Here's Uber, though. More negativity coming in. 1.76, guys, downside. AI for Uber. What say you guys?
Okay, first thing is I just wrote down Virgin Galactic on my list. I double-checked. 25% short float on Virgin Galactic, down 5%. So it's already making a bit of a bounce. I'm going to look for where I want to try to buy the dip. Obviously, an SSR bounce would be in play for this. If it opens up and can hold down 10%, that's going to be at 373. My rough math tells me that'll be 373. I'll probably draw a line there somewhere. But I kind of like the chance for a bounce play here. It's just it tried to make a bottom all day. Uber tried to make a bottom, and there was one final salvo off 46, but every bounce was like 50 cents. I actually had a couple of decent bounce plays on Uber to be slightly up on the day, but the short was a better play. So you can be green on the stock, but not be happy with your performance on it. I think that's going to be the case when it just drops as heavily as it did. It already broke through 46, so the next line in here, it's around this 44.5. And if you look at the daily chart, that kind of lines up like 44.5 to 45, this last little spot that was resistance to support. So if it breaks this, you're looking at the 50 period at 43. So those are the zones I'm looking for. 44.5 to 45 on Uber, and then down at 43 for it to catch a bounce. When a stock has been trending up like this, even if it has a big reversal candle, which is bearish, generally looking for it to at least attempt to hold the trend. And as a day trader, if it just attempts to hold the trend on a daily chart, that provides you with a good enough bounce as a day trader on that day. So if it drops a little too far down to that 45, I'll probably be looking long again.
That Uber move, I mean, I said I've never been bullish on Uber. I don't like the run up that we had into earnings. They didn't crush it. Why didn't I just buy puts and print on that? Shout out to Emil in the chat. Also, my best day to trade is the weekend, because I have a 100% chance of not losing. Yeah, that's what my trading career was like for a very long time. But if you stick with it, sometimes you can break through.
I love it. But I got one issue with that, though. You could always trade crypto on the weekends, Emil.
That's true.
Right? There's always
Yes.
something out there. And then if you really think about it, you can trade like the Asian markets and the futures late Sunday night.
There's always a way to accelerate the downside and blow up the account faster, but eventually, maybe you get on the right side of it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I also saw there was a really great compliment for you in there, Max. I missed it. I'm trying to scan to find it, but it was along the lines of, as you've come on the show, everyone's sort of seen your quick growth and sort of maturity and curve to the upside. It's been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, that's one of the coolest things about having been on a trading floor for a long time, is seeing a lot of different traders develop with different styles, and seeing how there's not just one way to skin a cat. Like Max has a very unique style of trade, which I find like pretty refreshing. Like aggression in terms of adding, and then looking to only play for those, like not only, but play for those really big wins. You don't see a lot of day traders that gravitate towards that. There's a lot of scalp trading that's usually involved with day trading. So it's pretty cool to see. I'm glad the viewers get to watch it as well. And maybe we'll get a winning trade on Uber today, although I'm looking for the dip buy again. So we'll see what happens. It has to get down to the 45 range for me to do it. But yeah, that was some kind of short if you were into it. And the weird thing about it was I like the short off the 52 level, and I would have had to trade it at 7 a.m., which is pretty much, yeah, like maybe you're in a small amount of shares here but I really doubt it, because once everything dropped, it's like, it was going so fast. You had to have it either there or here. By the open, it was underneath 49. Like, what are you going to give up, $4?
Yeah,
maybe
48.60, I think was the open. Like, I don't think that you can short that, given
even to 50. What are you going to do? You can't hold it $1.50 against you.
No, I don't think anybody predicted a several dollar move on Uber off the open, really, in that way. Yeah, I do like that 45 for the bounce, maybe 44, something like that.
But that's why you said puts, because the only way to actually have played that with a reasonable risk was to just make the actual bet that they were going to drop on earnings and not break out through the 52, which is to make an options play. That way, you know exactly what your downside's going to be. You don't have to worry about the nuances here. But if you were willing to trade it in the pre-market, it was a great short.
All right, Nikola, big mover the past couple of days. This chart is impressive, to say the least. 350, the top up there at the highs yesterday. We're back downside. Trying to test these levels, though, from midday. I mean, some new order information coming through this morning, but I mean, this one's been at the top or near the top of the retail interest list, along with Tupperware. We should talk about that as well. Another move yesterday, obviously, for Tupperware, but good to see for Nikola.
Yeah, no question about it, but actually now being supported by a fundamental move here. 202 vehicles they have on order from 18 customers. They're saying by later this year they should be able to deliver them. In case you guys are wondering, 500 miles is the range on these, what they call hydrogen fuel cell electric trucks, Brendo.
Looked very promising pre-market yesterday, as Max discovered. What do we do today, guys?
Well, I mean, $3 was gold yesterday. We don't really the system used to show our trades, and I think They got rid of it because they were just painting all kinds of triangles on the chart. I don't know. I kind of liked it, but just to give you an idea, it was a $3 breakout. I scalped it to 350 and then held on to the last like 20%, trailed some out here, held on to like 5% for the reload at 3. I ended up stopping out at 3 only to get back in because that actually got to 295 in there. So that stopped me out. I think I got 97s out when it broke 98. And I got back in and then reloaded it here. The play was off 3. The last moves even gave you to 325. We're both holding it at the close, well, close enough to the close. And well, 3's right here again. So if there's a couple of ways to play this because you could either just be long giving it to like 295, that recent bottom. That's one way to play it. Or you can look for a false break at the open on Nikola. Like a false break of 3 at the open has a little bit more velocity if it works, I think. Like you'd get down here, take out 3. You could even take out 295. I mean, just as long as you don't free fall and then you can regain the 3 level, then you just go long 3 on the way back up, maybe even get some underneath 3, give it to whatever the local bottom is. Ideally, it hasn't broken 280 in that case. I think that's a little bit too far. Probably even 290 I wouldn't want to break. But yeah, if it holds up around that level, I think you try it again. I don't know if you get as big of a move as you got yesterday because it's a day 2 and there's 350 resistance. But there was plenty of room to get you 3 to 3/4. And if you're not, as a day trader, if you can't be happy or make money with a $3 to 325 move, that's 8%, where you might be risking 1%. So, or maybe 1.5%. So that's the kind of trade that if it's not profitable, then you got to really check your how it is that your strategy and your execution strategy, because that should be a very profitable trade. I can tell you that day traders love that kind of a thing. So if we get that kind of a bounce off 3, I do like it. I'm not really thinking short unless it's failing 350 on it, or it have to be at like 280 or 275 for a complete breakdown trade. So I'm thinking that 3 level first.
Yeah, I really like that 3 dip potentially, or the fail break, which is how I typically prefer to execute trades. I was just looking at the daily chart to remind myself, and this 350 level from yesterday is not that significant on the daily, I would say. The next significant one is basically $4, $3.95. So if we can get going on Nikola, I mean, it looks like this is going to be a pullback day. Usually after these bigger green days, it seems to pull back for a while. So kind of expecting this maybe a little bull flag on the daily chart for a while, maybe a week of pullback, and then we blast back through that 350 into that $4. However, it's possible that you're taking a 3 hold today off the open and it's trading at $4 before the close. I mean, this stock has been absolutely nuts for a while now. The $1 hold was clearly the play here. If you were swinging from $1, congratulations, that's a great hold, triple up, or 3.5 up, I guess. I am still looking at the 335 level as a potential breakout from yesterday. 326, 327 was kind of holding yesterday, but 325 is where we broke out from in the pre-market and broke back down and could never trade back above. So I think 335 into 350 makes some sense, as AMD is just catching a bid right now, trying to get through 121. So maybe we missed that dip buy already on our friend AMD. We'll see what happens off the open on that one too.
I hope not. I hope we, but no, I'm looking up and I don't want to take a breakout on AMD, not on the earnings play, but we'll go back to the desk. There's a ticker I wanted to mention, but we can do it later.
All right, I want to mention XPeng here, back downside for the now 3rd day in a row after that huge Volkswagen move up through 23. So a couple things to know here today. First off, Volkswagen also apparently in talks with a company called Leap Motor Technology. And this deal, it sounds like, is to specifically take their Jetta brand into China, which seems like a no-brainer, versus teaming up with an XPeng or another company along those lines to create something entirely new and just slap a Volkswagen tag on it. The second thing is JP Morgan. This was, I didn't even know this, but apparently JP Morgan had 6% ownership in China for XPeng, and they've trimmed that back down to it's like 5.8% ownership. So that was through a Hong Kong filing.
Yeah, and their head of autonomous driving also resigning yesterday. Shin-Soo Woo resigning for personal and family reasons. Anecdotally, of course, yesterday I watched a video of XPeng's autonomous driving. I'm not going to say on which platform because I get heat for that, but it looked very similar to Tesla's, Brendo.
I mean, there's so many videos of Tesla's self-driving software on YouTube and TikTok as well, guys.
We know it's TikTok that you were watching, so I don't understand why it's a big deal if you just say it. Everybody knows Sharif and his TikTok fetish. It's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, lots of people are scanning TikTok. I mean, obviously, I tend to think YouTube and YouTube Shorts are better, but and it's not like I'm biased or anything. I've actually seen a bunch of videos where people are saying it's Tesla, and then there was one famous one where I think it was like they were trying to put a fail on a Tesla for the full self-driving, and you could actually see the steering wheel with the XPeng on it. It's like, really? Like you can see XPeng there. Clearly, it's not a Tesla. But yeah, it's not a good day if you're an XPeng shareholder. So that anecdote just added to what was already happening. Maybe I'll go to the 15-minute here, because they sold off pretty heavily, and we all know about the SSR bounce at that $20 level. I was kind of looking for this to break down that channel yesterday. Unfortunately, I guess fortunately if you're a shareholder, but unfortunately there was no chance for this flat bottom breakdown. We're just gapping through everything on XPeng, and we're down 9%, and it's going to go SSR again. So SSR, short sell restricted, is for 2 days, right? So this day, and then it ends up, I don't know if I don't know if it got to down 10%. Again, it did not the second day. So the second day would have been SSR. It has a chance to now go SSR again and do it for today and tomorrow. The problem with that same trade is that'll be at $18 in the middle of nowhere if you look at the chart. Like, the gap fill is underneath 17, so like maybe to here, 1675 into the 17 area, and then all the way down into the 15s. Like, those would be the bounce zones that I like on an SSR bounce, but we've learned that lesson with NCLH yesterday. It doesn't have to be at 10%. It's just once it's SSR, you're looking for an aggressive bounce type play. So I don't mind if it's down at 16 or 17 if these go plunging. I feel as if the short almost needs to get back above 19 to get somewhere into this gap range. It's in the middle of nowhere. I can't trade this in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't usually work. NEO is down on sympathy as well. Kind of looking at the $13 level. The last time it had a really big parabolic move up, it was a great double top at 13 that broke out, then held, and then it got to the 16 bucks. So NEO, if it drops further, I do like the 13 level there for NIO. Not a good looking start for either one of these EV names. Li Auto's holding up a little bit better though.
Yeah, for what it's worth, that 18 level off the open on the first day was a clean breakout that I think everybody on the floor had.
That is true.
So this never looked back. It hasn't touched it since it broke out. Never went back through by a penny. So I don't know, like maybe that is something off the open. I mean, we're kind of close to it right now, so you go down 20 cents on XPEV on the open and then hold it and go back up? That doesn't seem likely to me. But yeah, that 17 level as well was pretty clean. I believe that was a pre-market trade there on 17. So maybe 17 holds. I believe 17 was the key resistance before. If I pull up the daily on this one, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 17 was the key resistance before. So 17 maybe is a hold. We get that SSR play. We all know how good that SSR play was, 90 cents or something off of $20, risking 1 penny or 2 pennies or whatever the breakdown would have been. So yeah, I mean, if XPEV does open up SSR, that's got to be on watch at least a little bit. But I feel like we got to go down further before there's enough edge on that one. And yeah, I mean, going into other EVs, Tesla also down quite a bit today. I don't know if this is not New York, NASDAQ. I don't know if this is sympathy to XPeng or what, but Tesla back down into the low of its range in that 255. So I think, you know, Tesla's kind of trading between 255 and 270, 275, maybe 280, you could say, these days. When it's in the low of its range, I think it's worth looking for longs. It's been a long every day that it's been in the low of this range, near 255. So I'm going to be looking at 255, 254 kind of area on Tesla to potentially get that kind of reversal long back into 260 area. I don't think that we necessarily go further than that today, but if we get like a whole short squeeze on the market because we just buy this dip up and everybody went short on this credit rating decrease, maybe we're seeing 270 on Tesla again.
On days when that happens, where like everyone gets really bearish, and then it's a buy the dip mentality. We don't go down for more than 1 or 2 days in this market, it seems. Then Tesla is one of those names you kind of want to be in whenever that does happen. I found like Tesla's the one that'll run you over on those days. Nvidia will run you over on those days.
Oh yeah.
Those are the two. I feel like AMD because of the earnings it should be, but now that Tesla, that's on my radar all of a sudden. I didn't really have Tesla geared up. I thought it would be if things get crazy, the Chinese ADRs and, but yeah, suddenly Tesla looks pretty good. Thanks, Max. I love
Max walks in with his teal shirt on, starts.
Mr. Teal now.
Come on, man. Are you an oat milk guy?
Oat milk?
Yeah.
No, I don't mind it though. I don't have a
I
problem.
feel like initially I thought it was a fad, and then Tim Hortons started offering oat milk, and anytime it gets to a point where Tim Hortons is offering something, it's
it's mainstream now.
official. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Here's upgrades and downgrades. JP Morgan, not liking Oatly this morning. To the downside. Not a lot of volume here, but a little bit of a move. This one we talked about yesterday, obviously ZI back downside, Norwegian back to the downside this morning. A number of negative notes once again for Norwegian. Boeing, Apple, AMD, and KeyBank all upside.
We're talking about them upgrading somebody, not them on the upgrade side of the board. Boeing. So that was a bit of it was not a missed call, it was just a missed trade on my part when it finally broke that 25 area on the daily, because for the longest time it's like, yeah, this needs to get past 225 on the daily and then it should be a rocket ship. Well, there it goes. And it has been a rocket ship. Now, the key thing here is when it starts to pull back, wick 240, does it hold that previous breakout level? So if we break 230, I'm not saying we break 230 today, but if you do get a big red day, then stocks pull back. And if you get a break of 230, that 225 is where I'd be looking to maybe try a little bit of a dip buy in Boeing. I don't know if we get that today. Maybe that's like a later this week or a next week kind of thing. But I'm on the radar for a pullback into that level and then trying to catch a bounce anywhere out in front of it. It makes sense. I just want to address, it was two things. The stock that I was going to say, and then I'll get to that in a second, but we had a question, not a question, it was an observation made that Smile Direct, they report next week, they have a decent short float, and they were breaking out $1 yesterday, and that's setting up for another one of those squeeze type plays. Now the volume is non-existent today. As I said, they report next week, so maybe that's going to be the catalyst, but anytime you take out the dollar level, it's worth a look. It does have a double tap at 110. Given how low the volume is, to me, it's not a trade in the pre-market, but if we open up and there's volume into this for a 110 break, that's generally a breakout that I would take 10 times out of 10. Just want to see actual volume. 300,000 pre-market without a catalyst. And it's gapping down, which is a good thing too. Like it broke it. If it can now pull back twice and bounce off $1 both in the aftermarket yesterday, and then hopefully at the open today, that would be pretty bullish that it doesn't want to go back under, and then you take a top break, give it a few cents, and see how far it can go. The other one, I was pointing this out to Max. ELF Beauty, ELF. Now, I can't think of a weekly chart that looks that nice that is a company I'm not familiar with. So they just reported earnings and they're gapping up huge. I don't know how liquid this is going to be, ELF, but I don't want to ignore it, because if this starts to fill in the gap, suddenly anywhere it makes a bottom on a bullish report could be really, really spicy. And on top of that, if it just flat out holds the pre-market low, that's always a really good indication of, okay, we're going to hold on to that strength. And it's $3 to the top right now. So if we were to hold on to 135 here, maybe wick that at the open and get above, like there might be like a $1 stop long that you can have into the high of the day. And how many times have we seen one of these earnings runners, it's not a super high volume or liquid name, it can make that big continuation play. First things first, it has to not fill in the gaps. It has to hold 35 at the open. I'd need to see that happen first because there's no volume on this. It's 61,000 in volume. This is a don't touch it until it sets up perfectly. And if you miss it, you miss it. Caterpillar was kind of the same way. If you miss it, you miss it. If you happen to grab the long, it was free money. But I'm not rushing into something like this, but it's going to be on the watch list for sure.
I noticed Apple on the upgrades list going into earnings 235 price target, a little lower than my 265 price target, but you know, I'm a little more bullish on the market than most probably. Gapping down today, obviously, but if we do get that short squeeze kind of scenario this afternoon or late this morning or whenever it happens, off the open, whatever, Apple today is gapping right below that 195, and the pre-market high is basically 195. This has been a key level for quite some time. I think you could potentially take a breakout of this pre-market high at 195, and maybe you're seeing 196, 196 and a half before long. And they're reporting tomorrow after the market on Prad's show, very likely, unless they're really late. I don't think Apple's late, no. I don't think Apple's usually late. So should be covered on Prad's show. Should be a great earnings name, at least. Should be a great run if it does report good earnings. Probably seeing 200. But if we get that kind of short squeeze into earnings like we saw in AMD yesterday, like we've seen in many names, Tesla I think did it, maybe you're seeing 196, 197 today on a 195 break. So if the market starts going, if we dip off the open and then start really rallying, I think Apple could be that one that kind of breaks out and might provide you with a huge short squeeze kind of trade.
I like you.
Let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards 9:30. Sharif, as always, we'll have a look at the futures here.
We're gapping down, guys, on the credit rating. Downgrade from AAA to AA+. But we're at a very interesting level. We got to this level back on the 27th and 28th, this 45.50-ish area. Both times we bounced off it. Happened again this morning at around 4 a.m. We bounced off that 45.50. A bit of a gap yesterday, a bit of a gap right now between the price action right now and yesterday's close. We closed at exactly 46.01, so we actually did close above that 4,600. I don't know if we see it today, though, guys.
Yeah, important levels ahead of the jobs number on Friday to come. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free for you every day. Go to your inbox and check that out. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there as well. Enter your email address, and then, as I mentioned, free for you daily. AMD, top of the list, as it should be this morning, coming off earnings after the close yesterday. 125 was that high from after the close. We're kind of grinding within that range right now from after the close. I mean, decent numbers, beat right across the board for AMD. This was kind of caught my eye as well. This specific AI chip to launch in Q4. They even said November, maybe, for this specific AI chip on the conference call.
Yeah, apparently they have a lot of demand for this chip already because people can't get their hands on the NVIDIA equivalent, whether you're going for the A800 chip or something less than that. So AMD's got a big gap to fill here if they can produce them in number, and that's the question. We know TSMC makes NVIDIA's chips, so we'll have to see if they can ramp up production. Separately, though, gaming suffered, but PC sales seem to be bouncing back again, so not a bad look. Still year-over-year growth. Negative.
Yeah. Volume, I want to mention as well here. If you go out to the daily chart yesterday, obviously earnings report, so volume not even touching some of these prior highs that we saw on the way up here, guys. So a bit of a muted response here overall for AMD earnings.
Yeah, and try to remember too, like you heard some good things out of Intel, and then that couldn't really. I mean, it was up a ton, and they couldn't really make that next breakout, and it ended up selling off because it was trying to fill in that gap a little bit. That's why I'm leaning into a dip buy. It was a good quarter. I also like the fact that they're going to join Intel and NVIDIA in terms of making a chip they'll be able to export to China and fit those regulations. I wanted to throw up the weekly here. Well, if you look at the daily chart, you were kind of getting underneath the 50-period moving average and really rounding out into a potential failure under 115. So that's been averted. That's the first time. Like once that happens, like, okay, you're really thinking back above the 50 period. I'm thinking just long at this point because you've kind of broken that trend and it needs to be back underneath 115 to really give up that notion. So there's a lot of places that you can go dip buy hunting. The first of which, okay, pre-market low is always the first. That's the 119. But then you have this 118 level. We closed at 117.60. So if we were to break 118 downside, that was resistance all afternoon. Bit of a double top there. I think it was a triple top if you're looking in the afternoon. You could break that not get red because 117.6 holds, and then have a bounce back to the upside. That's the ideal, like underneath 18, not breaking that 117.60 or holding the half, staying green, the stock staying green on the day, and then getting the long back through. That is the dip buy that looks like it would be almost like the most lucrative. Even if it went to 116, that's another buy zone that I would look for. This 15 to 16 area down in here, I'd look for the dip. Pre-market bottom, sure. I don't know that I want a 121 breakout. I just don't feel like that's going to be the. It is setting up. Like, look at that 121 level. It's kind of set up. Even in the aftermarket, like all the volume was above it. But I'm still looking for the dip buy. Just given what happened to Intel on their earnings day, that's what I want to lean into. And speaking of Intel, I'm bidding 35 on Intel. I'll show you why here. So the last breakout, when it got to 37, it couldn't punch through that 37 double top, and it was breaking out locally from a 35 level. So 35 was resistance before. That was a great short. Back when it was down here, you had the breakout that same day on the earnings, and then it gave it up off the 37 level twice, and we're back to the 35. So I like the 35 long. If that doesn't hold, I would get out underneath and then look for probably a bottom at that 34.20, which was also pretty solid. So Intel's already down 1.4%. I think there's a decent chance that fill could come at the open.
I'm watching this 122 level on AMD on the daily. We kind of wicked there twice recently. We closed there twice, or wicked there twice, sorry, in the run up. That's where we caught support. We caught resistance over here. So 122 looking like an interesting spot, and you can see after hours as well. That 122, I got to pull up a 15, but oh no, there it is right there. 122 is the price that held after hours. So I think if we get there, that's the over-under level. We fail that level, it's a short. We break that level, we're going to 125. But yeah, I'm looking for the dip on AMD. I'm willing to try pretty much any level. 119 just as, you know, that pre-market level, as Neil was saying. 118 is, I think, the kind of banger level that we were at yesterday that we failed from twice, or I think 4 times we failed from that level, actually, because I was short 3 times. And then, yeah, the 117.50 and finally 116 is where I would try it. If we break 115, that's like real bad news on AMD. I don't know why we would be doing that unless the market's absolutely flushing, and I'm not going to be touching it down there. But I'll try every level. I will get out with tighter risk. Not going to just average all the way down and then try to get the move back up. I want to see it kind of hold a level and then explosively move off of it, and then I can find ways to add, maybe if that's on 120 or 121, that pre-market high, and then probably add on 122, because if 122 fails, I'm going to bail on it anyway. So I think that's how I'm going to be doing this one. Maybe take a few losses before we get the trade, and if AMD just keeps going down, it's probably going to be a bad day for me, and that's totally fine.
Interest on watch here as well, following earnings. I mean, bit of a contradictory look here as far as the stock is concerned. So we had the move to 32 after the close yesterday initially, and then straight back down. We're grinding along that low from after the close. I mean, there's not a lot negative when it comes to this report. I mean, EPS, revenue, both topped estimates, users up 8%. What's the problem here?
I'm not sure. I think it might have something to do with that, the fact that we're just generally down in the market today. But they did well, Brendo. They forecast higher margins. They did better with digital ad sales. They cut costs. Like you said, they grew their monthly active users 8% year over year to 465 million. I don't know, anecdotally though, this site has been known for knockoff products. So I'm not really sure if it's able to kind of get in the mainstream as much as they want.
Are you suggesting it's context logic? No, I'm kidding. Never. The only time I've ever actually been on Pinterest, I was trying to think of that this morning, was we did some renovations on our place, and we were trying to get some ideas for different things, you know, to put in your house. But otherwise, I don't use the app, guys. Do you?
Well, I don't. Well, you know what? I think there was a point during COVID. I'm trying to remember. I know I signed up an account. And I was on there like once or twice. My wife wanted me to look at some stuff, and then I really haven't been on it since. I don't even think I remember. I don't even know my login anymore. I should probably check it out. My wife uses Pinterest a lot, and that was one of the reasons why during the pandemic. This was actually a buy of mine in the pandemic bonds because it made sense to me, and my wife was she's using it all the bloody time. So I did buy it back then, and I got out of it. So I did bag hold some until after the deal fell through. I'm just going to try. I'm trying to get my daily chart to load up here because I was long, and essentially I was actually the 26 long. Oddly enough, this is where it is now. I was long at $26 on this thing, and I was out pretty much everything, and then they had that deal fall through, and I bag held the last 10%. And you should never, just if you have a trade or a swing trade or anything like that, the way to avoid bag holding is a lot of times you'll just sit there and you'll have 10% or 20%, you banked on it, and you're like, you've made money on a play, and you say to yourself, yeah, but it's all house money, I'll give it back to zero. But if you fundamentally believe that it's going to go down, you should not care how much you have left. You should just say, like, I knew it was a bad decision to hold past 50, or even to hold it back into 50. I knew here it was probably a bad decision to hold on to, and I did anyways until I think it was on the 50 break. And it's an extra 15, I don't know, 20, 25%, depending on how you manage to structure it. You should always not care about the amount that you have, and you should just make the best decision. And then if you practice doing that, then all of a sudden when you have to make that decision on a bigger position, you'll make the right one. Pinterest, I think it's because they're not making money that the market's down 5% here because adjusted earnings are adjusted earnings. Maybe the loss wasn't as big as expected, but if things aren't perfect and nobody is seemingly everything is breaking out. I mean, not everything, but a lot of stocks have been breaking out, and this has refused to break out. So that's a big strike against it. Can't break the 30 level. You keep hearing that it could be a takeout target. It never really happens. It just recently failed the 30 break and then put in a lower high at 30. So technically, it's kind of relatively weak compared to all of the other names out there. You throw in the fact that Snapchat just got punished when Meta looks good. There's a lot of reasons why there's nobody on the bid of this right now. All that said, you can kind of see what the 27 level looks like. There's some wicks underneath it, but there might be some support down here to the 50 period. You have a couple of breaks that were false breaks of 27. So I think that's what I would look for today. Like maybe the one trade is a false break of 27 and then trying to look for a bottom there in Pinterest. Otherwise, I stay away. If by some miracle, it gets to $30, I think it's a short up there. And the daily chart's been telling you, like after it rejects it here, it gets back there. I think you just shorted at the 30 level, the previous resistance. That this might be a hands-off unless it plunges to 27. Not very interesting for me on Pinterest.
Yeah, I thought we'd be trading up a bit higher than this. I thought it was an okay earnings report, but I mean, it looked that way on this previous earnings day, and we went all the way down to 20. We've also rallied 50 cents since the last, or 50%, sorry, since the last earnings. So, you know, there's a long way to fall on this one. I was looking at this 29, 30-ish level. This is where we topped out like 3 times and where we topped out prior to the earnings report. So if we did get up there, I'd be willing to short there, but that would be a pretty strong move. I don't think I'm going to be touching Pinterest today, given where we are in the range. We're kind of just right in the middle here. I guess a 26.5 breakdown makes sense, but you know, then we've got to go $1 to get there. How much further is it going to go? We're already down 4%. I don't know. I don't see much. Maybe you're taking the pre-market low at 27.5. That could probably provide something, but that's a bit simplistic. So I think I'm going to stay away from that one. Carvana just popped on some kind of debt deal and is going for the pre-market highs. I didn't just read it. Something about buying back their
See if I can find it.
Bonds or something. What was it? Purchase any and all of companies' outstanding senior notes. So not 100% sure what that means for the company. I didn't know that Carvana had that much cash on hand, but I guess they did do that $1 billion offering or whatever it was. So
they had a big shelf, so.
Yeah, I guess this is good news, and that 50 break may just be coming, which I had kind of written off today.
Yeah, it wasn't. You never know what's going to be the big stock that comes in. Like, remember the other day, it was like XPeng out of nowhere. Once we saw that news, XPeng went from a stock that was maybe marginally on your list to the thing you were trading at the open, and it was the best thing to be trading. So all of a sudden, Carvana, that needs to be on the list, because if it takes out 50, that's wild. I'm going to double check. The short float was what, 48% still on Carvana, right?
Yeah.
my trade. Yeah, 47% short float on Carvana. And come to the daily chart. Did you show the daily?
No.
If 50 break, this is a 50 break here, and the last time we're above 50, it essentially got to the 58 level, 58, 59, before reversing. It's an explosive upside potential through the 50 level on Carvana today. So yeah, this needs to be on our radar. This is why you watch live, because at the end of the day, like, the market doesn't wait for you to talk about something 7 days after it started to go, like maybe some other program did with Tupperware, Brendan.
Yeah, here's that note that you guys were talking about here. The company launching a private exchange offer up to $4.2 billion, $425 million in cash tender offer for consent solicitation relating to senior existing notes. So heads up on CBNA, as the guys were mentioning. Let's talk XPeng. We mentioned early, if you were with us, between 8:30 and 9. So there's a couple of angles here. Obviously, coming off of what happened the past few days, we get to move to the upside initially on this Volkswagen headline. $700 million investment going into XPeng from Volkswagen. This morning, we learned from Chinese media that Volkswagen is apparently also talking to a company called Leap Motors to take the Jetta brand to China as well, which, I mean, to me makes way more sense. But here's also Citigroup maintaining a sell on XPeng, but raising their price target to 15. And this is what you were mentioning, Sharif, the autonomous driving division head going away.
Yeah, it's resigning for personal and family reasons, according to the statement. But it's also interesting to note that this XPeng delivered the least amount of the big three, the big Chinese electric vehicle makers. Li Auto with number 1, NIO number 2, and XPeng coming in a distant third. But yeah, we'll continue to see how we trade on the day, down over 9%.
You would think, I mean, we were talking about it, you would think a company like Volkswagen, if they're going to make an investment of that substance into a company like XPeng, they would do their homework on what is happening. But we were also talking about a TikTok video that may or may not allegedly show Tesla's self-driving software versus XPeng.
Allegedly. That's fine. We went over XPeng. If you're just tuning in earlier, we talked about this one, and I'm maybe warming to the idea of that 18 the more I look at it. Now, there was a big breakout on the daily off of the 17 level, so that's where one dip would make sense. You do go SSR again, down 10% at exactly $18. That's another, because, you know, usually I think fill in the gap for a dip buy, and that's where my head was at. 17 on the daily, and then fill in the gap. This is where you start looking for a dip. But you are $18 SSR, and you could break that, fail the break to the downside, and then be looking at an 18 long. It's not that bad. If there is a short to me on XPeng, it's got to be like an obvious one. If it gets above 1950, I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh, and just to kill two birds with one stone, because 20 failed again on Palantir. If Palantir gets up to 20, I'm playing the short. I just feel like it's way too obvious. Like, how many times was I trying to go long above 20 on Palantir and it just would not follow through? If you took small wins on, I'm just going to go to the chart for a second because we're not going to get a chance to talk about this. If you took small gains on a 20 long, it was fine because it would get to 2010 and 2020. But if you're looking for the home run, it was an abject failure. 20 has been an absolute brick wall for Palantir, and if it gets anywhere near it, I just think it's going to be a short today. First dip zone for me is at 1860 level if we get down there. But yeah, two stocks that if they get to 20, I'm probably short. XPeng, that 18 failed break SSR bounce could be a thing, but that's 4,930 for sure.
Yeah, and just to go back to Carvana for a second, speaking of breaks that never looked back, when we broke down through 50, we never looked back on Carvana, and now we're right back there. So I feel like that 50 break is just pretty crazy on this one. As far as XPeng is concerned, I would try 18 coming back through, given that it'll be SSR. I'd rather see 17. That's just, I don't know. I feel like there's not much more to be said on this one. It's just kind of a technical strategy. I don't think much of, the news and all that necessarily. I think still this Volkswagen investment is super bullish on this one, so I feel like there may be some upside, but 17 was the daily breakout. 18 was kind of the intraday breakout, both of which never looked back. So I think you try both those levels. Anything in between, I'm not really willing to take. I don't want to take it short either. I don't think, I don't know, that's not really my style of trade to kind of just predict where this is going to turn around from. So I will stay away from that. But those two levels looking pretty good for a bounce potentially.
That's fine. All right, let's move on to Uber here. Interesting look coming off of what happened yesterday. We gapped to the downside, already back to 46, however. Before we get to the open even, all of these, you can see there's a ton, probably 10 or more, are mostly positive moves on Uber, even though, just FYI, if you haven't pulled it up yet, it's down 1.6%. So all of these are analyst moves, mostly higher, with the price target mostly higher. So just implying maybe this move initially this morning had something to do with the overall market move. And then if you missed it earlier, we were talking about it a little bit, Uber coming out yesterday on the call, saying that they are working on their own chatbot and generative AI to help the experience for users when they're on the app.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this yesterday, not the AI component, of course, but how they did. We saw that Uber freight was down as goods, the shipping volume decreases as well as shipping costs decrease, consumer spending more in services at the moment. But we saw the fact that they actually turned a profit for the first time, even if they had a one-off benefit. $8 million if you do the assessment after that. So it's an interesting look for Uber here. Let's see how they do the rest of the day.
Typically on a day two type of idea for an Uber, when earnings were yesterday, the overall market sentiment seems to take over a little bit, but just be cautious here because a lot of positive analyst notes here this morning for this one.
So we're just discussing some Carvana strategy. I think we both like that breakout. But Uber here, I like the look. I'm going to go for the dip buy again if it even sets up. Yesterday was kind of the same thing. There were some decent dips, and I did have a dollar winner kind of catching this. Bounced off 46.5, and I grabbed it back through 47. It got to 48. So that was a good trade. Took some out halfway, and then the full held on to a little bit for the dream, and it couldn't hold on. But I stopped that out like for a 5-cent hit. So that was pretty solid. I tried again at the bottom, decent bounce, but it had to wick the bottom first. Today, I just like it 44.5 to 45. That's here to the even $1.45, which is pretty much the current pre-market low. So I'm just looking for a bounce here. In that condition, it would be holding the 50-period moving average on the daily, the simple moving average on the daily. So that's my look for Uber. I don't really have a short setup for Uber that, like, there's a maybe for me at that 48 level. And the reason I say that is, well, that bounce long that I had couldn't get past 48. So therefore, and then if you look at the day before, you had that 48 was the bottom support. So it has to go $2 before I think it's a shorting opportunity on Uber at that 48 level. It's just a lot closer to that support where I would be a buyer.
I think we've gone down too far for Uber to really like provide edge on the short side. So yeah, I think the 45, 44 kind of area makes sense for a potential dip trade. I just feel like there's so many more things today that I probably am not going to have Uber up, honestly. I only have so many charts around here, so I got to be a little more selective. I think maybe, I don't know, I think if it does spike on the open, maybe you can find one of those kind of shorts where you hold it all day and it just trends all the way down to like 44, 43 throughout the day. It's just not something that I'm probably going to be looking at. I think potential bounce at 45, potential bounce 44. Other than that, not a whole lot on Uber today for me.
All right, Starbucks bottom of the list here. We were just discussing how incredibly boring the daily chart looks on Starbucks, stuck in this range from 108 essentially down to 98. I mean, you got to go all the way back to, what is this, May of 22 was the last time, you know, obviously had a move with the overall market before that. But here we are, you know, $100 has to be a magnet for this stock. I mean, clearly a bit of a pivot on the daily chart right now. Earnings kind of ho-hum, not great, not super bad, but not great for Starbucks.
Some conflicting stuff there in the earnings. They expanded in China. However, they had to pay more for labor costs and benefits in the United States. That was offset by expanding margins because the supply chain has improved a little bit, so they were able to get their products quicker and more and cheaper. So it's a bit of an offsetting report, Brendo.
Yeah, the buy anything under 100 came into play or algo, I should say, came into play after the close yesterday. We'll see if it holds here, guys, for support on Starbucks.
I was just saying to Max, if it gets to 96, I think it's pretty obvious what to do. If you pull up the daily chart, I'm not even sure there's chance it can get here today. But on the off chance, everyone should be prepared. This is what it looks like on the daily. You go back to July, great bounce. I mean, great bounce off that level. I mean, when it got back above 96, in the next day it was breaking 100. And then you've got June, and then you've got March you got March as well. Then you have 2022, the end of 2022, it bounced off that level. And it was a bit of a consolidation breakout going all the way back to November of 2022. That is the line in the sand. That's the Alamo. But first things first, you've actually had, you talk about that 100 level, you got down on earnings. Now, first of all, there's same store sales. It was like every single region was a disappointment with the exception of China. They were growing in China. So there was a pretty decent positive there out of that. So it wasn't great numbers, but if you're looking for that positive, it was the fact that Chinese numbers came in so strong. You're reclaiming 100 already. That is usually a bullish sign when you break down support, gap underneath it, and then the market's reaction to that is to gobble it right back up to that support level. It's generally bullish. If 100 holds the open, I could actually see this trending all day. And then maybe you're back at a 103. It's done zero volume I'm just saying that for effect. It's done 77,000, so it's not a lot of volume. But there might be something off of that 100 level. I know 96, that's okay, get down there, you buy it. But that 100, it just feels as if you don't take that out and it gets back above, like 101 is where it goes green, you could just see that one going all the way up to like 103 and sort of trending. We've seen that happen with bad retail earnings before, where they just essentially buy the dip, starting in the pre-market, maybe you get one shot off the open, and then you just keep on running.
Yeah, I'm looking at this 103.90, let's say 103.50 into 104 for a potential turnaround on Starbucks if it does get that kind of bid back up move. You can see this is the low after the last earnings, then we end up breaking down from there. So kind of a spot where we have supported and resisted before several times. So I'm thinking we get into 103.50, you probably can start a short into 104 and then stopping out above 104. I also like the idea of potentially shorting the pre-market high if that fails at 180 cents, or maybe it goes into 101, fail breaks that, and then drops back down. But you know, sometimes the pre-market action shows you exactly what the market wants to do with these dips. And we've rallied $1.50 off the bottom already on Starbucks, so probably going to get bid up today, I feel. But if you're looking for the short, I think the fail at the highs is the only way to do it. I think if you're taking a breakdown short at 100, that's probably going to be kind of a choppy trade, and you're probably going to have to risk it all the way back up to here, which I don't like the idea of doing. So I do have Starbucks on a chart. I would like to see a 101 potential failure off the open, and maybe you get back down into 99. But you know, this uptrend is kind of already showing you that maybe that trade is not the one today.
I think I'm just going to quickly show you guys the imbalance before we head back to the desk for some final thoughts there. NEO is a 1 million sell imbalance here. Palantir, 750,000, so some decent sized numbers on those two. Nothing else really stands out. Maybe you care about Fubo and Tupperware, 400,000 to sell and 360,000 to sell. It's pretty much sell imbalances across the board. I think that's probably expected, just given what we saw. Thank you very much, Fitch. But none of the real big cap names are in there on the NASDAQ right now. It just feels like we're overall sell imbalances. Quote, that's a buyout with a buy imbalance. So there's really nothing of any interest that's going to be a buy imbalance. XPeng's a sell for 300,000 as well. Amazon already starting to head to the downside. It might bounce off that 130. I'm looking to short the pop still into this 130, 150 level. I do have an offer out there. I want to get more shares if it's the back end of the trade, but I'm going to have an order out there just so I can catch that little bit of fill. I don't know if we're going back to the desk before we open things up here. Yeah, back to the desk for a second.
There we go. For anyone that joined late, just remember 8:15, we got that ADP employment change number, comes out way higher than expected. We get this Fitch downgrade on U.S. debt. So we're seeing a little bit of negative context here as we head towards the open.
Yeah, the numbers coming out, the job numbers coming out heavily favoring travel and leisure. They're adding the majority of the jobs. 200,000 jobs were added in that space. Compare that to 21,000 jobs for the goods producing sector. With respect to the downgrade, Brendo, this happened in 2011 when they caught the downgrade. It was later upgraded back again, so we'll see what happens.
Let's see what non-farm payrolls brings Friday at 8:30. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much. And the countdown's going to be on. I don't know who's on the bell, but whoever it is better get there pretty darn quick, because Sharif, out of the blocks, like Usain Bolt in 3, 2, 1, and ring it. I mean, maybe not Usain Bolt, maybe like Andre DeGrasse. Like, it was quick, but it wasn't that quick. Yeah, I took a shot at that's bad. He didn't make the Canadian finals despite being a champion. AMD's already tumbling here. Thank you very much for waiting me to get short. Amazon, that's tumbling as well. But AMD through 119. Remember, we like that 118 to 117.6 level. It's just holding the pre-market low, so the 119 might give that bounce zone as well. There's some size. Ooh, that just broke that size. Now it's back. The size is back. Am I in? Am I in? Okay. Okay, there was size on the bid there of AMD that popped in. Yeah, now it's going to be gone. Now they don't want it. Hold 1850. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Are they going to hold it? Nope, I'm out. That was so fast. There was size on the bid. I don't know if you saw that, Max.
Yeah.
You saw the same thing. Like, it broke 119. Size jumped on the bid right back at 119, so I went in above. They tried to hold that first $0.50, no go, in, out. I'll look for that next level, which we liked a little bit better down at that 118 area. I absolutely hate your guts. Amazon's absolutely plummeting. And this is a stock I like short. You can see it already flushing. I like Affirm, but I want that one to pop to the upside before I can grab that. You got to be kidding me. Nikola is at that $3 level. Alert to Nikola coming right back into 3. I do like the bounce off the 3 level. I like a fail break better, but there's a decent amount of size at the even dollars to try for that 1 or 2 long.
Yeah, I just tried AMD twice at a couple levels. I'm long again. It seems to be holding this 117.50 area, so I want to go more long above 118 and see if we can trend into 119. There was some size on the offer that hasn't been filled. I think it just might have gotten filled. So there was like 200 lots chasing it down that may have just been filled, which could be bullish, but pretty bad move here off the open. Obviously, market kind of flushing down. So going to be stopping out at low of day, that 117.40, or adding through 118 here. Lots of green starting to print, so maybe starting to look good, but we still can't get through that 118, so might have to try this a little lower. Already getting to those lower levels of my potential ads here on AMD. And Upstart, I just missed that 70 on Upstart, which was pretty obvious there. All right, I'm adding to AMD here, looking for this to continue. If this kind of fails, 118, yeah, all right, out again. Wow.
Wow, that was
all right. All
so
right.
Not just that, but I just got to, at the same time, here comes Intel through that 35. So I've got my stop underneath. AMD just gave up that low again, so I didn't even add to the position. Part of the reason I didn't add to it is because I'm not going to double down on it when the 35 came in on Intel. It wicked the bottom, said I was going to test it here at that 35 wick down. There it goes. It got to 96, so I like it if it holds right underneath that 35 even level. I added to it as well. I got 2s the first time. I got 3s on the bounce back up. I couldn't even get 1s on Intel. This feels a little bit right now better than AMD. It just got to 10 already, so at least we can bring the register there. Lo and behold, somehow the name that I thought was going to be the better dip buy, which was AMD, and it's Intel, which set up that over-under. I'm just double-checking. Nikola did not hold on to 3, so it's now at 295. That needs to get back above 3 if we're going to get that trade. Brendo. Wow.
Freshworks. This is a SaaS company that operates in the CRM realm. Anyways, to the upside here, guys, on volume after a beat yesterday for them.
Wow, they're selling off. Look at what happened on Intel, guys. I had 35.02s. I was just getting filled at 10s and then right back underneath. Now that's what you want. To me, that's what you got to do. You've got to take that tight stop. You do not want to be fighting something absolutely forever, but look at it underneath that 35. Now it's just absolutely crumbling. A firm is falling like a rock. This will be frustrating for me because this is a stock that I like to the short side. Amazon was going to be the other one. Nickel is still trying to hold on. I do want to get to yellow. I realized we didn't talk about yellow. Apologies there. Yellow is down. It's SSR, but I mean, it was already down 10%. Watch out for if it gets underneath $3, about this 260 zone. Looks pretty solid. Oh, AMD is now looking a bit stronger here.
Yeah, I'm long again. It just held 117.10 on the bid, so looking for this 117 area to hold. Going to try the same thing, adding through 118, and then hopefully we can get up pretty quickly, but you know, not really looking all that great yet. Tesla did look pretty great off that 254 level that I liked, but I missed that trying this AMD trade. Looks like, I don't know, maybe stopping out of this AMD pretty quick here if we don't get up right away. Not looking that great. No bid yet, but you know, market obviously not helping. If the market does bounce, then we should be okay here, but market really not helping on these AMD trades. So I'm out again, and we are taking out lows. I think 116 is my last kind of shot level on AMD here, but I'm not loving it. Got to say that. Carvana is starting to bid up, so we'll see if Carvana can take out that 50 level, but you know, not going to do anything in between. And Upstart also did that 70 break and then failed it. So Upstart's starting to trend down. Carvana's starting to trend down. I bet if I look up AI, that's also, yeah, going down. AI is getting crushed. Whole market's kind of getting crushed. So where do we?
We're 1-3.
We're right at the kind of overnight lows here at 15.6. So maybe this is where we get the bounce.
The overnight lows is one level. I mean, the bigger level, I thought if you get a little bit further down, I'm going to go to the NASDAQ. I was just looking at Nikola there for you guys, but if you look at the NASDAQ, even if you were to break 15.6, 15.5 is the big support level. Nikola is holding right underneath 290. So it doesn't break 290. I said as long as it doesn't break that, I would be looking for the dip buy around that 3. I'm just not seeing nearly enough strength. The offer is still kind of piled up. Carvana is actually pretty weak. It's not as weak as I think. It's actually pretty strong, I was about to say. This is actually bouncing back upside. So Carvana got to the pre-market low and is making a run at that high. The question I'm asking myself is, do I want the local high break at 49 when this goes green on the day, or just wait till 50? And my gut's telling me take both. Because when the market's this weak, if there's a squeeze name going, then you usually want to play those because the buys can be on the small caps and the squeeze names. Now the 116 level's in play. So once it got underneath, got red on AMD, the only bounce level I had left was 116. We're going to go to Brendo. I'm going to take that bounce and look for the Carvana break as well.
A few people mentioning this one, IDAI, if you missed it. Trust Stamp receiving a patent for a biometric identification verification system. So 250 on huge volume here for IDAI.
Oh, that's pretty good. All right, so back we're into AMD. I'm going to get I don't have my order out yet on Carvana. I do like this one. Just going to get it there. Okay, ready to go on Carvana. 49 break, I think an add if it gets through 50 is going to make some sense to me. AMD, the other thing about AMD is you're at that level in the futures, but tried the 19, didn't go. Tried 17, not holding and averaging in, just taking your shots at the levels that you like. So if 16 can now hold, it got underneath it, went to 15.75. That's going to be the last. I mean, 15 is a decent level, but this was kind of the other one as well. 15, I don't know how much I like that 15. If 15 breaks, it gets really nasty. So it just it did not take out the low. It just went to 80s, and the low is 75. Okay. Sometimes if you have, I think that was probably me keystroking. I should have had that underneath the low of the day as I was putting the Carvana order in. But I'm just going to jump right back in. 115.75 is the actual low of the day. Carvana has not broken yet. Nikola's about to take out 290, so that long looks like it's not going to be in play. Affirm is trying to go to the upside. I want to short a pop on Affirm, but it's not even close to the level I want to get in. Jai Sond just said Palantir's going ham. I'm going to look for a place to add because I want more if this is the bottom on AMD, but I need to see bidders above 116 before I do that. So until I see that, I'm going over to Palantir to see what's up. Because if it's going ham, then it might get to 20 bucks. And if it gets to $20, I know what I'm doing at 20. I'm shorting this thing into the $20 level. Palantir at 1950, pretty strong move, but to me, 20 is a short.
Yeah, that AMD kind of double bottom action looks pretty good here. There's a lot of buying over the 116 level, but this needs to get back up to 117 pretty quick here. This is kind of sketchy buying the lows here. Looking good now, 60 cents in the money. I think adding over 117 makes sense to me, and then see if we can get into 118. But you know, still pretty weak here on AMD. Market catching a bounce off the lows. That looks good. I got the order to go long Carvana at 50. Maybe should try 49, but I'll just stick with the 50, and that's it. And yeah, just kind of watching AMD really closely here. This has to kind of get up to 117 really fast here for me. Otherwise, I'm just going to punch out of it. Not loving the action here on AMD quite yet. There is lots of buying right now, but this 50 level is providing a problem. You know, sometimes you have to go down really far before you can make the move up. The problem is, like, do I see the move through 120 today now after this? I don't know. I think not so much. So let's see what happens here on, I don't know, do I just get out of this?
Of course, Uber's going.
I don't know. I got the stop hit on AMD at 116, so we'll just wait, see what happens. I don't think I even want to add at 117 now. Like, this is not the kind of bounce that I was expecting out of this name. I was expecting a very, very aggressive bounce off of the lows, and it's kind of muted, but we'll see if this can hold. We'll see if 116 can hold right now, but I mean, got a good price, so.
I covered some in front of 117. Again, that's going to be my style. I had that. That's a bad stop out because it never broke the 75 low, but I jumped back in and I got the same price. I was able to add on the back end for the back end when it held 116 even and scalp some out. If it can now break 117, I want to take some out in front of previous close, right? Because I think you could have some trouble going red to green on that move, which means if it 117.60 is where it would go green, I want to take profit there. You can't make money if you don't take profit, and if it's that weak, then I should take some on that reload. Carvana hasn't broken yet, but Uber. This was the one that I was bullish on Uber for a dip buy. I just maybe should have examined the idea of a long break. It wasn't really the idea. 48, watch out for the 48 level here. On Uber's dip, like it was a good dip buy, kind of what we hope happens with AMD here. It was a good dip buy, but could not get past 48 yesterday. So I think that could be the level for a reversal on Uber, which is absolutely flying right now. Affirm just failed again. All right, this is... Tried to get through 19. I'm like, yeah, get through 19 because I want to short it above 19 even, and it can't even get there. Weak name. I could see myself joining into this and giving it to 19. Just go for that. It couldn't break the high, so then let's see what happens. Next push into 19. I try the 19 short, but I'm keeping my eyes on Upstart. I don't want Upstart breaking out, and then I'm trying to short Affirm.
Yeah, the Upstart actually got back above. So I think 72.50 yesterday's high makes sense on Upstart for a breakout if we get there. AMD is holding well above, not well above, but it's holding the teens right now pretty well. It's just there's a lot of reserves on the offer here in the 30s. So I don't know. I think I'm about to get stopped out. Yeah, stopped out again on this one. So I think maybe AMD has to go test that 115. And if it gets down there, I really don't like it. So I think AMD's kind of written off. Tesla got to my level. I missed it in all of this. So that 254 holds, 255 then holds for you. Now we're testing the top. I don't really see a breakout at 257 necessarily. But I would like to be long this name given how far we've kind of fallen from yesterday's action. I mean, I think we were holding 260 yesterday and now we're trading 257. So there's definitely room to go up on Tesla. And it is definitely strong. Yeah, Meta at that 315 level, which I did like, but already $1 back up on Meta there.
I just got stopped. 15.75 was the last out on AMD. Again, adding it at 16 even, and it just does not seem to want to hold on to it. Meta has been 315 and 326 are the levels on Meta. That's not that hard to see. That's 315. That's 326. I doubt we get to 326 today. But once you show me that 15.6 on the NASDAQ, if that's going to be the support, it's look for the dip buys. A firm's getting pretty close to a short. But get the dip buy in here, wicks underneath, get it back 316. I do want to be covering between 17 and 17.5 as we go to the desk with Brendo.
Just watching this Agilent, 3.25% upside when the market's straight downside. I'm not seeing much on this. There was a downgrade going back to Monday on A, but A today, guys, very strong.
I don't know. You guys know what's up there. That's the Fonz. Not Fonzie, but the actual Fonz. I'm not old enough for that show, but it doesn't matter. It's Happy Days was a great show. Ron Howard, shout out to you. 48 incoming on Uber. This was where I thought resistance should be, just given where it was yesterday when I was in the long. So once we get past 47.50, I think that's where I'm going to be looking for the rejection. It's not there yet. Affirm's not there yet. Oh, here comes Carvana. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Carvana just broke the 49. I think this feels like an ad through 50. So you guys kind of know the drill here. Like if it makes that push to 50, I'm generally going to scalp into it. I want to have something still on board, but if it gets to 50, I want to have something into that resistance that I've taken profit on, and then look to add on the breakout, just so that if it plays this range, reject 50, come back in, and then there's dip buys, I can win both ways, or at least open up that I don't have to be perfect on it for it to be good. So it just got up to 49.5, and I didn't get the fill. That's annoying.
It's going. I'm on Carvana at that 49 break as well. Looking for that 50 test. I think that should be no problem to get to 50 today. What was yesterday's high was 49.50, I believe, right? Yeah. Oh, 49.90 was yesterday's high. So I think no problem to get there. I think that 50 break is pretty money. And here we go. Okay, really accelerating on Carvana. This is looking very good. I'm adding on 50. We can see quite the move here on this name above 50. Starting to really pump here. Come on, Carvana. Do the move for us. Here we go. Finally in a winner today. Why did I trade AMD at all? Carvana's the baby. Let's go. All right, above 50. Come on, squeeze.
Get going.
Squeeze, Carvana. We've never seen a halt on this one, have we? I don't think we've seen a halt on Carvana yet. What if we see it today? $5 move here. That would be nice. Come on, let's go. Take out that high. 50.20 now the high. Kind of trading around 50. Not too nervous given that we have that 49 fill. Should have probably taken more on 49. New high again, 50.25, 50.30, 50.50 incoming here. Let's go, Carvana. Should I take profit here? No, I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. Going to take a little bit of profit there, but trying to hold a lot of this for the dream. We got reserves on the bid at 50 now, so looking pretty solid on this trade. Get back above. Come on. Bid back above. I think, what was that high there? Yeah, 49.40 would be the stop on this one. I think we can get really going on Carvana.
Oh, boo.
Yeah.
So I had the same thing. I covered in front of that 50 level. I then added above 50, and that just trailed me out. That's frustrating. I thought that was going to be the hammer through that 50 level, and I didn't take any profit on the 50. That's always going to be frustrating, a shot like that. But profit into 50. The 50 break does not work out. It could still be a dip buy at that 49 still. Let's go, Brendo.
Meta testing pre-market lows as we speak here, guys, as the NASDAQ continues to slide a little bit. They introduced this right at the open. AudioCraft, a new generative AI tool for musicians.
Home run. That was so frustrating. I like the ad above 50. I think it was worth it. I just missed 317 on Meta. If it can bounce off that low, I think it's worth a retest. Still haven't gotten that. I haven't gotten Palantir short. I have not gotten a firm short. Where is a firm? 1860. It never broke 1885. It doesn't want to give me short at 19 on a firm. So right there, the only position I'm going to be in is Meta here off of that low. I got one entry at 316. I'm looking for a higher low to get some confidence to be able to add to it. Carvana just held. I don't think this is necessarily done. Right, like it made the local high break, and it just made a higher low.
So I'm not sure on the bid as well.
Yeah, there's some strength here on Carvana. I want to be long in front of 49 until 49 breaks. So this could be a place to wet the proverbial beak, maybe. Wet the beak just means I don't want to be all in here, but if we're bouncing off 40, I want to get a bit in and then look for a place to add, maybe a fail breakdown at 49, maybe a retake of 49.5, because if this is the squeeze name, then I want to be involved in the name that has a chance to go squeezing. Where are you? Upstart, I want to check Upstart, but I wanted to mention AMD. Whoops, that's not a New Zealand stock. There we go. AMD is just broke down again. So we did not go back over to AMD and try and reload it. It is now all to the red. If the aftermarket bottom is a real bottom, that's the 115 level right there on AMD. So it's wicked underneath that. That's almost like that Alamo level. But Carvana just feels like it's stronger, so I'm not going to fight AMD at this particular point. AI is making a bit of a move. That could be pretty spicy. Where the heck is Palantir? I thought for sure Palantir. Okay, 1950 on Palantir. So you're getting up there on Palantir. I want to see this, maybe one more push, may break the high of the day, and you can get something going into that 20 level. It's kind of strong, but not super strong just yet. Carvana feels like it's going to be the one. Get back above 50. I want to see it happen. You're now holding 40.50. I think it should be an add here. I still want that above 50. The reason why we like above 50 is if you look at it from the 15-minute chart, like look at this thing above the 50 level, and then on the daily, the room up here to like 58. So it's almost like you want buying above the 50 level to get your home run trade. Otherwise, you're scalping 50 cents on Carvana here.
Yeah, I think I like what's happening here on Carvana, holding that 49.
Nope, not anymore.
Oh, maybe not. Has to rebid off VWAP here. If we can hold that $49 level, then we should be okay here. But if not, that's going to be a pretty bad fill there on that Carvana trade. I don't know. I guess rejecting 50 makes some sense here, but yeah, not loving it right now. Let's see if this can get back up. If not, we got to punch out of this one. AMD went all the way, broke 115. Now kind of holding that 115 level. I don't know. I feel like it gave it up. Now it's kind of over on AMD, giving up that 115. Too bad on that one. I really thought that we could have a good day on AMD today. Not what we wanted to see out of this one. I mean, I thought we'd be trading at 122, 123 before long. Carvana's holding VWAP, but this trade's not looking so good. We are going to have to bail eventually. If we get back above 50 after this dip, then that would be very, very bullish. But it's looking like it does not want to do that. Has to hold this kind of wick bottom here, or else we got to bail out of this one.
Remember, 115 is the 50 period on the daily on AMD. Like, that's a pretty big level. I'm just looking at Tupperware here because I was going through the small cap or the runner or the squeeze names that we haven't been over. I mean, Meta's holding here. It's just not. It hasn't given me a reason to add to it. Maybe I just got one above 316 again. But the problem with that is I'm holding off on adding to Meta. If we're going to challenge, if we're not bouncing off that low, I don't want to add to a long even if it's held support. That's kind of the problem. If you hold on to the long, if NASDAQ holds on, then I like Meta better. Tupperware is down that 18%. It's SSR, obviously, but it's managed to double bottom here. This squeeze name, it put a wick on volume at the open, bounced off 420. So if it can hold 420 a second time, Tupperware could be a squeeze play to go. Carvana, I don't want to give up on it completely because it's putting in higher lows, but we'll have to sniff out a better entry point into that. And Virgin Galactic had earnings and has been taking flights all morning long. What do you want? I had to use that pun at some point. If the space is going to go up, I'm going to use that pun. So 430, a bit of a double top the last 2 days. 25% short float here for Virgin Galactic. If it can break out this high, it could go squeezing. So that's let me just get it exactly. 432 or 33. 433 should be that breakout here on Virgin Galactic. If it can't get through there, might be in for reversal, Brendo.
Yeah, another one looking similar here. CVS Health Q2 profit beating estimates, but we were downside significantly. Held 72 straight to the upside, guys, since the open for CVS.
Yeah. Something else I wanted to get to, Fluff Nugget. You just mentioned it. That's the second time I forgot to say this stock. Elf. No, Fluff Nugget is the name in the chat. So I'm just going to read off. If you're, it is what it is. If you have a really cool name, it's probably going to get easily noticed. But I did want to get to this ELF, which is, I mean, a gorgeous looking daily chart, obviously. But ELF, it did that wick underneath the pre-market low, held pretty much to a T the aftermarket bottom here. So this is an earnings flyer. It holds the bottom and is now running. I had this weird feeling that this would be, it would give you this kind of a trade. Just watch out. It's got a bit of a spread, like 30 to 40 cent spread. This is the kind of name that if it breaks out the high, it could go absolutely flying. But I feel like maybe that's come and gone. I don't know if you can get that 133 again. And the other name, which was very similar for the play. What do we say about Starbucks again? If it can hold on to 100, it might just fly for the rest of the day. Wicks under 100, reclaims 100, and it just went flying. So we're up at 102.5. Starbucks, if you look at the resistance on the 15-minute, can you get in on a break? Maybe 103 can be a break to 04. Otherwise, I think you want to buy some dips on it. That's frustrating. Both those plays on earnings look pretty good, and it's hard on AMD. Like I'm gonna lose on AMD on looking for that dip buy. I'll take that swing and miss, and Carvana's worth it as well. But those two earnings plays set up exactly how we were kind of drawing it up, and then neither one of them got played. So I did get the 317 on Meta. I never added to the position, and the futures still haven't really bounced. I think it's good to have taken some profit and really register on this because the futures aren't really bouncing. So the fact that Meta did, let's be happy with it because everything else is still pretty weak, Brendo.
Soundhound, guys, reading this interesting note on White Castle. So Soundhound and White Castle teaming up. They've essentially replaced drive-through attendance at restaurants with AI. So if you're trying to grab lunch or something through a drive-through, get ready to talk to AI instead of an actual human.
AHI halted to the upside. Oh, you in it? Oh, sorry. I know Sharif was all over this one in the pre-markets. I had to look over to see if he was in it, but he's not in position. 440 is the current theoretical auction price. It halted at 434. The good news on this would be that it never took out the pre-market high up here, just above 450. So it could open up, break the top, and then give the halt price, which is here at 34, as your potential out. I like that setup because if the halt price is down here, that's way too much room. And I like the halt price for support and resistance. You'll see it happen time and time again. So a break of the high on a reopen with a stop underneath the halt price is a decent size setup. It's a decent setup. Oh, I hate you, Affirm. Where can I get into this short? It never broke up to 19 to get the short. Affirm is just dying here. What is Upstart doing? Upstart's failing big time as well. Affirm was the one. Affirm was the one for the short. Meta's the only thing I see with some strength. So that's pretty good. But
Meta,
that's in
Tesla.
Tesla showing strength
Starbucks.
too. Starbucks is showing strength. That was a bit of a miss. The Affirm short was definitely a miss for me. Carvana's holding 48, but I need to see more signs of strength to get into that. One more to get you guys to just very, very quickly here. I wanted to mention another earnings play, which was Pins. This is oddly enough, hit enter one more time for you guys, actually finding a bit of accumulation off the pre-market low. So maybe this is a case of they sold it enough, but if you look at where this is finding support, aftermarket support, pre-market support, open support, all at 27.50 on Pins. That's something I wanted to keep monitoring. Renata mentioning that NEO is strong. You're absolutely right about that. XPeng is very strong as well. I thought if we get to 1950, anywhere into the 20 level, is a short on XPeng, but this is absolutely flying now on XPeng. I haven't checked NEO because I thought XPeng was going to be the more likely trade. NEO's maybe even stronger. Holy crap, NEO is absolutely flying. Meta's now at 318. I think you could run into trouble at 319, but the market's showing signs of bouncing here. Not the time to give up on the long in Meta, I don't think.
Yeah. Maybe not the time to short Tesla either, but I got this 259 failure on Tesla, looking for it to come back into that 258, but we take out 259.30. I will be out of that position very, very quick. Just looking for a quick kind of failure on this one, given how strong Tesla's been today since the open. Out of that one there, and Tesla keeps going. I think 260 makes sense to try to get like a failure on Tesla, but obviously extremely strong today. That 260 is where we've been kind of consolidating recently, but we did talk about how this is at the bottom of its range and the top of the range is like 270 to 275 kind of area. So Tesla has a long way that it could potentially go. AMD just keeps going down, so now it's down 3.5% on AMD at 113.50. I mean,
113.
we said if it gives up 115, it's probably dead. So why am I not short right now?
It's a fantastic question.
You know, like it's giving it up. It's showing you that it wants to fail. Where's the bottom for AMD? I have no idea. I mean, maybe this 112 area, but really like the bottoms of this recent consolidation are this 108 to 109 level. If we get all the way to 109, I think a 109 to 110 hold makes sense. But yeah, clearly not the earnings move that people were expecting today, as the market is absolutely failing as well. But we are catching a bit of a bounce. Very muted off of this 15.6 level. So let's see if that can hold.
It's pretty muted though.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we're really going to reject here. This is feeling like a 2% plus down day on NASDAQ to me, as Starbucks just keeps making new highs now at that 103 level.
It's always those earnings plays, man.
I wanted the short on Starbucks at 103.50, but I don't know.
Ooh.
If the market bounces, this could go to 105.
Well, my pessimism on the market might have picked the worst time to get trailed out of Meta, but so it got to the pre-market lows. I remember there's that 317.5, 318. That was a big level. So I guess got trailed out. It rejected 318, and I trailed it out underneath what I have is a support line turning into a resistance line. So, you know, technically, a winner's a winner. But this market, if it were to bounce here, I'll probably regret that. But you got to stick to the rules, right? So that's one of my rules. Like if you get to the top of the zone and fail it, then I'm just going to get out. If it holds above, I can find a place to add. So that's going to be pretty simple for me. I'm going to get to Smile Direct. We got to go to the desk. It's 10 o'clock.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off.
This morning, here is one negative catalyst anyways. We get this ADP payroll number that came out at 8:15 before we came on. 324,000 payroll jobs added in June versus 175,000 expected there, so a huge beat to the upside on that number. That comes ahead of the July non-farms payroll. July, I should have said, not June, therefore. That ADP number this morning. Again, NFP, July, Friday, 8:30. Make sure you're with us. SPY downside here as we continue to slide. If you're with us pre-market as well, the first hour we touched on AMD coming off a beat for their Q2, pointing to higher AI demand. Uber as well, back on watch, some AI headlines for them. XPeng, yeah, JP Morgan cutting their stake over in Hong Kong in XPeng, while VW is also in talks with Leap Motors to enter the Chinese market. XPeng back to the upside in a big way. So is NIO trying to go green, guys.
For NIO. AHI, I mean, that was gold. It reopened. At the time, I was on Meta. I reopened, it took out that high, never really looked back until it got to $5. That's $4.98. There's room, past 5.25, you've got like 670 post split is that high. I would prefer a dip buy in here to 460. I didn't get the break. As I said, I was on a different level too, but congratulations if you took it. I do like a dip buy here if it can hold that whole price. But a 5 break is pretty much imminent here. I think it's going to break 5 any second now. So it'll always be a tight stop on an even dollar break. I'd prefer the dip, but if 5 goes, I do want to have it. AMD's trying to hold the bottom, but there was like one checkup. I don't want to get off the stock. It was going to happen. There you go. I didn't want to get off the level 2 because the last thing you want to do is have like that whole Hwadunk action. Hold 480, can't hold 480, I'm out.
Yep.
Yeah,
I took the same trade there.
I like that dip a heck of a lot better, but I'm going to take that break 8 times out of 10, unless I see something really, really wrong with it, because if it gets through 5.25, I'm going to show you the chart now. I'll get to AMD in a second. I'll go to the daily chart. If it gets above the 5.25, I think it's like an add into this zone for it to really start to go flying. I think AHI is going to be worth multiple shots here, but what I was trying to get to with AMD, this is a 3-minute chart of AMD. 116 is the only green candle on it. Like, that was pretty much it. Like, that was like your Alamo, and we're absolutely now flushing on AMD. Down 4%. The market is starting to give it up. I mean, you got to go out to the 15 in the daily. If you cannot hold that 115 level, it's just absolute nonsense on AMD. This is probably going to be what holds the market down. If this can't bounce, the other chip names might come with it. Back under the 50 period. 10. I have this like crazy line that I left in here for a while, down underneath 110. If you're bottom picking, it's either right here or it's 110. 113 or 110, and we're at 113 and still falling, showing no signs of strength. Going back over to Palantir, still not at the level. AHI might still be the one. I think there's a chance for it to go again. I did like the dip buy into the halt price, but it has to get down there to give something around that 450. I'm referencing now that 433 halt price as potential support, Brendo.
Just seeing some Ford July sales numbers, guys. 173,639 cars in July, up about 6% year over year. EVs, however, 6.3 thousand or 6,300. That was down 18% in July.
And partial fill. Okay, so I see you guys. Everyone's talking about Nikola back at that $3 level. This was the only price that we traded yesterday on Nikola. We didn't add anything higher. It ends up holding around that 290 level, but it just did a couple of refreshes at 3. So once I saw that, I got it. I don't think I want to add to it unless it's holding above VWAP and above $3. I want to see this holding above 3. Then you can add. There's room to 325, but you should be thinking scalp trade into 325. And then if it breaks 325, you can worry about the rest later. Am I going to get an add? Like sitting here passively trying to catch a fill. Let's see if I can get it. I'm on the bid, just got it there. So wanted to see some strength above VWAP. I've now added. I have 1/2 as my price. That rounds up to 2. Now I can give it to just underneath that $3 level. AHI did pull back in pretty heavily, so my stop's in on Nikola. I'm going to get some orders out and then go to AHI. I want to make sure we get something on both ends of that 10 level, and then I want to have offers out in front of 320. So that's always going to be the game plan for me. But AHI is now into that dip zone. You never want to hold on to the breakout forever. That's a good way to go broke. But you take the shot on it. I probably would have added if it had gone clean through 525. But if you can now bounce, which it's trying to do off that pre-market low, not pre-market low, that halt price 434, then I want to try this long. Show me some strength. There's some buyers stepping in now. No bids above 445, so it's still falling. I want to see buyers above 445, kind of that 10-cent area above that halt price. Once I see that, I'm going to try and get in. There's a seller at 46 here as well. Once it clears through that, I want to go long, stop underneath that 433.
Yeah, that I think retaking that 5 break makes sense later on too. If that happens, Nikola, I got long on that 3 break, added a little bit as well at 302. So we'll see if this one can keep going. Probably going to stop out right about now if we give up 299. Meta coming back into 315, so maybe Meta is a, I don't know. I mean, feels like the market just wants to give it up and go all the way to 15.5 or potentially lower right now. So maybe Meta on the dip doesn't make any sense. Possible breakdown at 315 instead, but I think it's worth possibly trying, see if we do get a market bounce here. If not, you try to take the short probably through 315 and try to get into that 310 area that I was looking at yesterday. Starbucks did actually turn around off of that, off of 103, so it didn't get above 103, which is where I would have wanted to short it. It's still holding though, so holding that 101, 102 kind of area. I feel like this might have another move in it. Obviously the market is not helping and this is still super strong. So once a potential market bounce does come in on Starbucks, I mean, I feel like this could really start going through that like 103, 104.
You seen NVIDIA?
NVIDIA, yeah,
NVIDIA's
right at
at
451.
Yeah, it's at 451. I don't know if I still have my 450 line drawn there, but it's an obvious level. I don't have to tell you 450 is kind of a psychological level. I just wanted to pull it up so you could see the last time we were down here, it did hold support, but it got all the way down to 446, then a higher low at 448. So I don't know that you want to trust a level like that for a long trade, but if it gives it up, there's actually room from 50 to a local bottom there, and then 440 is a better support level. So AHI doesn't want to go. I was just getting profit on AHI. So it held at 450. I was starting to get out there. It filled up there in front of 70s and then breaks back down underneath. Nothing really following through. You try to take the scalp trade win and start working out of it, and then it just goes right back into the downside. But I'm always stopping out under that halt price. I want to go back to NVIDIA if I can. Finish that thought. 450 breaks. This could be a 446, like I said, is that support level. So you could have a nice little breakdown trade there. You don't even want to know what's going on. AMD is still absolutely falling. Meta, it looks like it was a good out. So I felt like if the market was going to continue upside, I'd look back and hate myself, but I followed my own rule, trailed out of Meta. If it double bottoms, this is one of the only things which is not breaking the low right now. Everything else falling like an absolute rock. Carvana, not to get away from Carvana, I'm not in HI anymore. I'm not sure that's still there. You guys saw me stop out underneath the halt price. I'm not in that position. Carvana just held a pre-market low. But yet another name which was on the breakout trail that could not hold up. Need to see this back above VWAP before I think about getting into it again.
I'm watching Tesla just below VWAP here. Market obviously has to bounce for this to work, but potentially back through that 257 VWAP area makes sense. But we're getting a little bit far away now. I was liking it when it was at 256.5. Now that we're at 256, I don't know if that makes any sense anymore. So maybe wait for a potential 255 test. That wick is not real all the way to 255. That was just a 256, 255.90 kind of area. 255 makes sense for a bounce. Obviously, you know, this market is heading down very, very quickly here. 15.5 bounce spot potentially. We should be there before long. So if Tesla is testing 255 while the market's testing 15.5, I think that's a good play for a potential bounce. NVIDIA at 450 sounds like a good spot for a bounce, but like, you really gonna get in the way of some of these moves that are happening right now? I don't know, it seems kind of crazy to me. I think just wait for actual confirmation. I think shorting all the way down here on a lot of these names doesn't make any sense because we've made this move back down. Yeah, of course. You could tight stop it and find a way to do that.
Tight stop would be like, I just took the break and my stop is like 20 cents above. So like what I'm looking for there is, you don't want to get trapped at the bottom, but I'm going to take a 450 break thinking there's $4 till 46, but I'm risking like 30, 40 cents on it and just going in and out. And if it continues to flush, I think you've got a really big wide zone to that 446. I didn't trust the initial bounce off 450 just yet. Somehow Nikola doesn't want to break that 3, which is weird because they feel like it should be going. Yeah, it's about to go. I was going to say, like, Nikola, now it looks like it wants to get under. My stop is 1 tick away. It really hasn't broken just yet. You had this local high at like 96, so one more tick, and I'm out of Nikola. But everything is flushing. Smile. I meant to get to this one. 450 happened on Nikola. Smile Direct couldn't hold that dollar level. There wasn't a lot of volume pre-market, and I wanted to see it either breaking 110 or show me volume back into 1 even. I'm still looking at it. If it can get back above $1 and show decent volume, I might still take it. But that one's off the board. My break long is now canceled on this stock. I don't really want it. I wanted to see strength above $1 on Smile Direct. That was a good idea that we were talking about in the afternoon show, but it doesn't always mean that you're going to see the volume to be able to get it. So I'm now out of Nikola. We had the long. I added to it, had a 301 half, just gave it into 97. Never really found that continuation on Nikola. AMD's now 111. 111 AMD.
Down
be careful
5%.
what you wish. Be careful what you wish for, because on my 15-minute, this was the line in the sand I had drawn when I came back from camping, and that was underneath 110. 109.30 or 40, I think I had that level set at. 109.50, sorry, is that level. So if it gets to 110, sign me up. But probably not till then.
Yeah, I won't be touching anything until 110, and then 109 I think is the kind of last stop before I don't know, Armageddon on AMD. I'm watching NVIDIA, which did break 450, but hasn't been able to get through 449 yet. So if we go straight back through 450, that could be a decent trade back to the long side to try to get into like 452. People would have been shorting that key kind of even $10 level, and if that can't continue through the 449, then it makes sense that we go back up a little bit of like a micro short squeeze through that 450 price, and potentially into 452 would be the target on that. Not looking for a full reversal of this move. That is for sure, given what's happening in the market at the moment.
Got a halt here on MEDS. That's interesting. This looked like it was giving it up off the open. So big mover, obviously a big gap up here. The halted at 1165, 1171 is the current tap. So halted here, and it looks like it's tapping not even through the pre-market, not even through the high. That's actually a decent setup because the high is 11.95, so call that $12 MEDS. So this is a typical setup these days. The stock reverse splits, does what you think is going to happen. It falls, holds on to a support level, and then breaks back out. $14.5 to $15, definitely a level there, and then $12.5. So there's room above 12, especially if you can get past 12.5. If it opens and breaks 12, you kind of know this is what I was looking for in HI. I missed that play on HI where you just go long on the next break and give it to the stop, give it to the whole price. That would have worked. I didn't have it till after. This one I want to be looking at it when it opens up. I'm going to actually move a level 2 so I don't miss this, because that's setting up to maybe give you a 12 break with an out at 65. With the amount of room it has to go, that's 35 cents worth of risk off a whole play. Do like that. Amazon is flushing. We can just cancel that order. Underneath that 131.50, underneath that price, Amazon has been a gold level short. I just wanted to short the pop on it. And the other name that we're like, yeah, it's a short today. Affirm's a short today, Neil. Affirm's a short today. Yeah, there you go. We see all those shorts I have down there. I was short here. No, was not. Firm could go SSR. You always got to think about what the next trade is, right? I'm not going to dwell on the fact that the two stocks I wanted short, I didn't get either one of them. But if this goes short sell restricted, it's going to be at just about 17.5 where it broke out from. So this could be pretty interesting if it goes SSR and tries to make a bounce play off 17.5 on a firm. You got to make the next play. You can't dwell on the fact that it never gave me the entry to the short. So an SSR bounce on a firm is about 17.5. I would check out to see what Upstart is doing. A lot of times it happens to just follow along with what Upstart is doing in sympathy. So I'm tracking AMD, but I do not want to miss this reopen on meds. 336K float. Yeah, short that one at your own risk. What are you even... Now, the only reason the float's that small is because of the reverse split, right? Like, that's one of the reasons these stocks have been doing these squeeze plays. They reverse split, so when they start going, the float's non-existent, it gets soaked up, and the stock goes up.
Yeah, that... those under $1 million float, I typically try not to play with just because either side. I mean, short side, you're really asking for it. But even to the long, like, you know, you could be way in the money on something and then they just rug pull it because somebody owns the whole float. They got to, you know, get
35-cent stop is what I'm going to have on this trade.
35-cent stop, yeah.
This is the only reason that I'm even trading this is the way it sets up if it breaks 12, because it's halted at 65 and it could take out a 12 even. So the second I'm long, I'm hitting enter. I have two level 2s up. One of them is the stop order to go long. Hit enter when it opens. The other one is a stop order. The second I'm in position, hit enter underneath the whole price. Brendo.
Just watching Boeing here. Bloomberg reporting, guys, American Airlines in talks for a 100 jet order with Boeing.
I get my stop order ready to go. Boeing's a strong one, but wow, AMD's right down at that 110. It's like, be careful what you wish for. This could be it. I do not want to get off this level 2, so I don't know if you can cover Boeing if you're looking at it right now, but this could open up in any second now on meds.
Yeah, Boeing, not a whole lot today, no volume really, so I guess this might have been the volume spike on potential news, but yeah, nothing really on Boeing today. Still down 2%, but I guess that's you know, stronger than a lot of things today. I was looking at Tesla at that 255 level. Did we hold it? We did hold that 255. So this could help for a bounce on the market. I wouldn't mind kind of think I can get a small position in here, risk the 50 cents, and then if we get back through 256, you could add to it, and then try to get it back up into 257 if the market wants to bounce. We are putting in a bit of a green candle on the 5-minute right now on NQ, but we didn't get all the way to that 15.5. That could, if we don't ever get all the way to 15.5, that would be great because people would be shorting thinking that you're going to get 15.5, but I don't know. I think we are going to get into there pretty quick.
NVIDIA back above 450. Meds, it looks like a 10-minute halt on that. So if a volatility halt's not 5 minutes, it's 10 minutes. So I was geared for it to go, and then it's 6 minutes away. So it's obviously 4 minutes we get to reopen. NVIDIA's back above that 450 level. If you just hold on to that short, which I wasn't going to get trapped at the bottom, tight stop, it gets to 448. If it can show a bit above 450, that looks like a pretty good bounce spot. I want to go to Intel for a second as well because a lot of the chip names have made bottoms. Intel did not get to 3450. This is in that zone. Underneath that 35 into 3420, it's kind of in that dip buy zone. This is another one setting up for a bit of a bounce. I just feel like NVIDIA off 450 could be the better play. I keep checking over on meds. I do not want to miss hitting enter on that. Hold 450. I want to see some buyers above the 450 level. The futures are going to bounce here. This would be a good zone to play it to VWAP on NVIDIA. Put a stop just underneath that 450 level. If you can hold on, again, tight stops abound when you're trading these. The local bottom is 449.40 if you look at it here for support on NVIDIA. So I'm into that. Carvana's still making a bit of a bounce. Not enough to convince me to get back into it just yet, but I do have my eyes on some Carvana in case it can get back above that 48.
That AHI is back above VWAP now, back above that halt price of 430. What's the price where this, I guess you just got to be taking the 5 break. I don't really see anything else on this that you could really, I don't know, where people are really going to get squeezed out of it. The Tesla long, trying to get into that 457, not working yet, but we need to just break this 256, sorry, not 457, 256, 10 kind of area for that potential 256.50, take profit into there, into VWAP. Not expecting to get to the high again today, but it is possible as we head over to Brendan.
Watching a few things moving around here, guys. AHI, one of them, just popped back up above this 440 on decent volume. Failed at $5 on the initial push to the upside. There's a new licensing agreement that'll see them move back into the Chinese market for that one. AHI, worth a note this morning. This one, the Uber of, it's ROVR, Rover, there it is. The Uber of pet daycare, their app. Doing quite well, apparently better than expected Q2 results for Rover. One to have a look at as well. And then this one, IDAI, huge mover on this note this morning. Biometric identification verification patent for IDAI. Trying to get going right here, right now, guys, for that one. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time, and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
There we go. Thank you very much there, Brendo. And I use Benzinga as well. I actually have a pretty good news service. You always want to make sure you have your ear to the ground. Like the other day, like if you happen to be trading Man U, you want to know when the deal potentially falls through, like little things like that. Sometimes day trading gets really technical, you're making technical trades, but if something happens news-based, you need to adjust your trade, always. Like to me, all levels get thrown out the window when you have flash news. So NVIDIA held at 450.50, so I added to it at that 50 level to bring my price to 450.40, and now I'm just gonna trail it to that 450 even, so I'm adjusting my trailing stop. I don't even want it getting underneath 50. I think this is a play to VWAP. If it's a play to VWAP, then over 451 can be some resistance at the previous low, so I wanna cover some here, cover some 52, and then at 53, I'm probably thinking about a trailing stop at that level. If it gets there, really don't give me a fill. It's so weird. Like you have an offer out there, you cancel offer, it comes back up, and then you just kind of hit the bid when it gets to that price. So anyways, we get NVIDIA off that bottom. There's the open. No chance on meds. No chance, because that's what you've got, Neil. It ends up opening up. It does retest that 12 even, but it never really gives you an opportunity to get that long. Unless you took the market on open print. I thought we were going to open and break out 12. It just opened up here and immediately was testing 1250. So there was no entry for me that I could play to that hull price of 1165. Maybe there's a play off the 12 level itself. I'm just kind of playing here. Do I want to go long off 12? Because I think you only go with tight stops on meds. 366,000 float. There's got to be an out where I expect there to be liquidity or I don't want to take it. So tight to 12 even is not that bad, but I don't want it breaking 12 even again. So I'm going to baby in here and then see if I can get something in front of 12 even. Maybe not the ideal trade, so we'll go with half the amount of shares. Let's see what happens. I wanted this one breaking out at 12 so you get the momentum of the break. Get 13s, get 13s, get 13, get to 13. Gimme, always gets. I'm on the... I hate you. It's so frustrating. You put the offer out there right at that. It was about to break 13. I'm like, we'll take that if we can get it, and then hold through the local high break, miss the fill, and it's going to come right back into that 12 even. That's the nature of the game here. You want to shoot for the big winner, but you still have to catch the fill. It can't hold it. Like, look how quickly that is. And that's why you want to have a stop order. So my stop gets me out automatically. That was just easily like 60, 70 cents in the money. Couldn't get the fill to get out. And then immediately you're trying to get back out there. So meds had a chance to go. It's probably going to halt down. This is why you always trade these with stops. Always. Try to have, if you can ideally have a bracket order that you set out there so you get the long, I think in hindsight, you get the long and both the stop and the take profit go out at the same time. That way when it goes up, you're automatically getting out, not having to put a manual order because you just saw me miss that top there at 13 even. But that is absolutely nuts. NVIDIA's still holding up. That's not bad. We'll go back over here. I need to see now 152. And if we get 152, I'm going to get another leg out. I did ring the register because if you've been able to find a long win today anywhere, you better be taking it and pat yourself on the back because there haven't been many. And fighting it is not the way to go. It's weird. Like, we both had the same idea. That only look for bounces. Pre-market on an AMD. The previous close, looked for it there. I like the 116 level, was my favorite. It could not hold on to 116. It was the only bounce that gave you any profit. But why not be shorting it at the Alamo? Weird. I didn't do it either, so you always have to look back. And that's for the train ride home. I can dwell on that one later. The market is bouncing, but you're going to tell me NVIDIA is a 448 bottom, now getting to 452, and AMD's $1 off the low.
Yeah, I've been watching AMD. The selling going into this 112 level has been pretty crazy. They just reserves everywhere on the offer. All of the buying just being absorbed. Somebody is unloading, or many people unloading. Many people potentially, I guess, offside on this one.
Looks like it.
I don't have any ideas on AMD anymore. I mean, I think we've just come down so far. I don't know. I could not have expected that we'd be at 112 today. Carvana kind of buying up the dip here off that 46.5.
So you're saying
trying to get through VWAP again?
It's a question. So you're saying on AMD, you've come so far to lose it all? But in the end, it doesn't even matter, right?
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad.
That's a solid 7 out of 10, I thought. It's not just rap lyrics. I can give you other ones, too. It's not a 1 out of 10, Pred. Oh, 11. Oh, thank you. No, Prad said it's an 11. 11 out of 10. I thought you said 1 out of 10. That was not, I thought it was pretty good. By the way, meds with that halt down. I'm trying to get back into Nikola. We had one long today off the 3 level, and we longed it like 5 times off the 3 level. It's back above 3, so I'm going to go for it again here. It's the only place I want to trade this stock that isn't it maybe breaking $4. So I'm on the bid at 2s. This was a long 3. It was absolute gold. I want to give it a few shekels and a few opportunities to hold this level. I'm trying to get a passive fill at 2. I don't want to have to punch 3s here. I wanted it back above. I don't want to punch 3s. Don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. Don't make me punch 3s. I'm going to punch 3s. I know. Yeah. I'm just going to punch 3. I want to get something in here, and there's like, a refresher at 3 so you can get the fill. Maybe sit back at 01s and give it basically the same thing we did before. So I do like this one. Still showing some signs of strength. Anything above that 3, maybe it's not an add till it breaks out at 5. So I'm not going to bid here. Let's see it get above 5 and show me a little bit more strength before I add to that position. NVIDIA, good place to get out that 42 or 52, I should say. That actually held pretty nicely. It got to VWAP. I didn't take any more out. Let's see if it can break through VWAP. A bounce off 450 could just be an opportunity to add here back in. Because if the market's made a bottom, NVIDIA is showing me some more signs of strength relative to the debacle that is AMD right now. Is AAPL fire, Dan? Okay, you had me biting. The stock never moves. There's no chance it's actually going anywhere. Is it today? No, it's not. Is AMC doing anything? Don't tell me AAPL fire and get me excited about a possible squeeze. And then neither one of these two stocks is doing anything. But I'll look when it's AMC or AAPL. Because the opportunity, if you miss the opportunity and they are moving, I'm slapping the fail on that. You got me. I read the chat. I saw a name that would be interesting if it was going and it wasn't doing anything. So you got me to call it up and now mention both AMC and AAPL.
One of the names that is going is this AHI, which put in a 450 top and is now going for that level again. I'm wondering if that's a breakout, but we do see, a decent amount of size on the offer above that. I mean, it's really nothing for a $4 stock. Maybe just take a starter size if this does break 450 and then see if we can get back up. This is definitely quadrunc territory, so let's see if this can go. If not, just bail right away because this could go right back into $4 very fast on a name like this. Don't want to be on the wrong side of one of these crazy squeeze names. This was this is the reverse split one, right? That Sharif was trading.
Yes.
The AHI. I almost want to get out of it right away. It doesn't look like it wants to go. Yeah, just bail right away on that. That had to be like a kind of snap long into the high of day situation versus a trying to hold this and give it an actual stop. Just trying to get that like crazy move into a halt. Not looking for anything else. CEI just broke $1. Camber Energy.
Yes.
Volume super light though.
Well, that's the problem. Well, the last time it broke $1, it was okay, but it could have been way better on CEI. The last time it was I remember 110 was the better break than $1. That's what memory serves because I had them both. So it's easy for me to be able to say that because I just did better on the 110 break than I did on the 1 break. I guess they were both okay. But what's 110 here? Maybe not as big of a level today. Let's see some more volume holding above $1. I always want to see a dollar breakout trade. I like those. I think it'd be fantastic. But the volume's kind of like Smile Direct. It's just not there. It almost favors a fail break when the volume's this slight. Let's go to the desk. We got crypto coming up. We haven't even talked about that just once. I'm sure I'm going to listen to Brendan, call up Coinbase, and wish I was short 103.
Hey guys, back to the downside ever so slightly initially this morning for some crypto coins individually. Interesting note I was just reading through here. Jack Dorsey extending his hand to Coinbase, saying he's happy to partner for more focus on Bitcoin Lightning Network. So Coin was strong initially up to 95. Back to the downside we go though. Right now into the range. That's Bitcoin. Bit of a reversal to say the least on the daily chart. Got up to almost 30,100 again. Here we are back below that 30,000 mark. Overall, 29.3, 1.5 on the 24-hour time frame. However, for BTC, about 0.5% down here. For ETH, 1843 coming into play. Bit of a mixed story so far, guys, for crypto.
I just looked at I knew this was going to happen. Like Brendan talks about crypto. It's a down day. I look at Coinbase and see that the most obvious short would have been in there, but that wasn't what I was looking for. I wanted the two stocks that I thought were sells. Off the open, neither one of them set me up, and that was a firm, and that was, you go rewind. It was an Amazon and a firm, and I didn't get either one of them short. So that's going to be my day because Carvana didn't follow through. AMD, we tried the dip buys, limited the damage on AMD because we were at least getting out, but Carvana was a huge missed opportunity to just take the profit and run on that 49 break. Went 49 to 50, 40, but I was adding at 50. Instead of just taking the dollar whatever winner. But Coin, look at the wick top at 95. Double top, wick top. It's holding on to a bid, so I don't want to do anything down here. I think that's a little bit crazy. a little bit crazy. So I'm going to hang. I'm not going to back off. I don't want to be shorting something like this at the off the lows. I still like what's happening with NVIDIA. You could put in a second green candle on the NASDAQ on the 15-minute here. Just zoom out so you guys can see. Remember, this is at 15.5 level we thought could be support. Well, you didn't even get there. So last time we were here, we didn't get there. Today, we didn't get there, and you're attempting a bit of a bounce. The only thing holding up that I liked alongside was that NVIDIA through that 450, and it's still looking pretty good. A little bit late for a coffee for me, but thanks a lot, Randy, just offering. I don't like to have coffee too late in the day after the morning rush. He's telling me I should. I find it's not good for me. Like every now and then I do want like that afternoon coffee, but I usually make that decision after lunchtime. So if NVIDIA can make this higher low, this were to be a bottom on VWAP, on the futures, I feel like this could be an add somewhere, and then you play it into the break, give it to 455. Need to see another bounce off the low before I add into this position. You don't want to be averaging into or adding into longs too aggressively into a falling market. Starbucks, oh, please don't say.
Yeah.
Starbucks and that ELF. Starbucks, and well, ELF's back at the bottom. So, I mean, ELF was probably only, it gave you one bounce into 136. Now it's coming back down. But SBUcks, what do we say? If it holds on to 100, it's probably just going to trend long all day. Rewind the tape, but it doesn't matter. You can make all the calls in the world, but you've got to actually take the trades. This is a problem at 104. Look at the daily chart on Starbucks. 104 is an obvious level. It's in a zone that if it fails this high, and that is 103.76 on the 15-minute chart, if it fails a breakout there, that could be your lunchtime mean reversion style trade where you're just looking for the pullback into VWAP. I don't think you want to necessarily fight the trend, but VWAP's at 102. So if you did get a short, breaking 75 and not getting through 4, or just to fail a break up there, there is a lot of room for you to come back in without it being a home run. You don't always have to hit a home run. You can just get a tight little mean reversion. I have not added to Nikola because look at what's going on in Nikola. I think it's the right call. It needs to get above 305, and then I can add there and stop out underneath 3. If it breaks 310, the play is into 325 where you had that double top. So if the market is weak, you're very patient adding into a long. I did basically the same thing, but added into some strength on the way up. It did not hold up. Getting right back into it, so tight stops as always. That's going to be the way I like to play it. AMD, I just want to double check on AMD. 111 is the bounce instead of 110. But it just feels like NVIDIA might be the better play anyways. You know, if AMD starts bouncing, NVIDIA is probably going to go as well. So yeah. I'm not going to rush into trying to grab AMD off of those lows.
I think just like with how weak AMD's been, I don't know. I feel like the bounce may not be, maybe it puts in a good bounce this afternoon as possible. I was looking at AI, which is down almost 10% today, bouncing off that 40 level like 5 times. This is interesting. If Carvana and Upstart, which has caught a bid, start going, maybe AI puts in a move. We know that AI was kind of crazy yesterday, so maybe C3AI has like that move into 44 again. Upstart up 6% yesterday, down 6% today. That 66 level is the one that held yesterday. I feel like if we get to 66 today, Upstart might be a short. If you look at this kind of 30-minute chart here, we've been kind of holding above that 66 for quite some time. I guess 65 is probably where you short it to try to get it back down into 60. I don't think that shorting Upstart is a great idea for me. But yeah, I think we can get a bounce here on Upstart. Carvana still kind of hanging out. If Carvana makes that move back through 50, that's probably where you get the long again and potentially take it into the higher levels that we were talking about. And then that Starbucks, I mean, I was looking at it, but then I was looking at the volume. The volume's only 3 million or whatever it is. It's kind of illiquid, so the only way to take this would be on probably like a fail break of that 104 to try to take it back down into this 103, 102. This 103 breakout kind of worked. I mean, you have to risk it like 20 cents, but you're getting 50 out of it right now, and your target would probably be that 103.75 to 104 kind of area. So maybe that makes sense to have taken the 103 breakout. But I think the moves kind of happened, and this market
Tesla's strong.
does not want to bounce.
I mean, at this point, like if you're seeing this bounce in the market, it's a very small one so far. It hasn't even gotten to the overnight low, which is at 15.6. So what's above VWAP? What's relatively strong? Tesla's above VWAP. I'd love for NVIDIA to join that club. It's just one more push and it gets there, but Tesla's already above it. And it never broke the pre-market low. That's a relatively strong name. The market bounced from here. Tesla looks pretty good. Intel is, okay, well, 2 seconds ago, before I had flipped to Tesla, trust me, Intel was actually holding VWAP and looking like you could regain 35. That would have set up nicely for some relative strength. Now it's back under. Now this all of a sudden sucks. Joe Werner in the chat, SoFi is strong-ish. What does ish mean? Ish. Let's see. Let's judge for ourselves here. Not above VWAP, but again, did not make any fresh lows since the open. That's not bad. Strong-ish is probably the exact adjective I want to use there. It is holding $10. This has been in such a downward trend. Like you are looking for this to eventually hold a bid. I still feel like 10's not bad, but I mean $9 on SoFi feels like a lot better of a play. Maybe there's something else. Like I said, some relative strength in Tesla if you're looking for a bounce, some in Intel. AMD is actually showing signs, believe it or not, of a bottom. That would be volume into 111 and now holding a higher low at 112. That's not bad. It's starting to feel like it could be making a bottom. But this could also just be one of those patented bear traps where everybody thinks you're making that low, and every day trader in the world wants their 10:30 bounce, which is generally speaking the time of day that you look for mean reversion plays. But it could be a bit of a trap there. I do think Intel is setting up a little bit better for me. That can get back above 35. I'd just be playing in a strength at a level I already like the long anyway, so I'm going to stick with that. Uber has been strong. Manuel, I agree with you there. Manuel in the chat. But it's back and it's making a barcode on strength, but I want to see it get back above VWAP. There's no question that this one sets up as a long. I wanted a dip buy today on Uber. It didn't give you any chance. There's room to that 48 level, which is the resistance level on the dip that we had yesterday. So back above VWAP, and I think you start thinking about the long, or for the long above 47 on Uber. Let's go to the desk, see what else is moving with Sector Watch.
Yeah, pretty one-sided affair, unfortunately, for the S&P 500, as we were mentioning. If you joined us early on this morning, lots of red on this board, to say the least, today. Maybe easier to talk about what is not, and that is healthcare right now. Seeing a ton of strength, actually, in J&J, Eli Lilly, Merck, all 2%. Eli Lilly lagging a bit there, 0.73, but J&J, nice 1% day to the upside as well. So some strength in healthcare, some strength in some of the consumer services name, including Starbucks back higher, as the guys were pointing out there, following their earnings that missed estimates. Coke, notably strong. Pepsi as well, about 0.5% to the upside. Everything else, including the banks, downside. We did have inventory numbers there, crude oil inventory numbers that came out actually higher than expected. So oil actually moved higher initially, pulling back right now, though. XOM and CVX notably weak. Tech right across the board, very weak. NVIDIA 3% to the downside. AMD 5% now, guys, under pressure.
Under pressure is an understatement. It's also a great song. But IDAI, another one of these runners, low float runners, hey, look where it's bouncing from. Oddly enough, it's bouncing off of $1 on the daily chart. That's if you ever wonder why traders like the dollar level for like swing breakouts, it's just because it works oftentimes. Like a company, you do a reverse split so that you can regain compliance or maintain compliance with wherever you're listed. In this case, it's NASDAQ, and sometimes you rally from there. If you do a reverse split, then it's also less liquid, so it can bounce more. $3 or maybe $3 is the level here on IDAI. It didn't get there on the last push, so just a bit of a caution. If you take a top break, you're going right into resistance on that. Look for a consolidation at lunchtime, maybe a continuation before it breaks 3. Here comes NVIDIA. I am still holding on to a piece here. My stop is underneath. I did add to this. I was long in front of the 450. I added to it above 50. So my average price was actually at 30-something. But now it's going to show my last in. I'm giving it to that 450 level. If we can bounce, I look to go for a bit of a dip buy on this. But I want to see it bounce first. Affirm, which was the second stock I wanted short, is now down 10% and short sell restricted. So when you get that SSR, I got to go way back here to show you. Go to the daily chart. Anywhere from here to the 50-period moving average, I'm looking for an SSR bounce on a firm. Short could still go, but it's got a lot of a range. It's got a huge range. Maybe it's at 1750. I alluded to that earlier, but I want to see something like NCLH where it just holds, shows you a good level over lunchtime, and then look for that long with very, very tight stops. I want to risk less than 5 or 10 cents on every single time I try to go long on something like this because it's trash. And it's down 10%. It's a gimmick trade when you go for an SSR bounce, so you never want to be digging in and being stubborn about it. NVIDIA is the only thing I'm left in here, and I need it to bounce off that 450 if I'm going to reload. That is once it's done so without the futures breaking the low. Now I just need to see a little green. Show me you can go sideways and form a bid, and I'll add back into VWAP.
Is Roku the next SSR name today?
Oh, I forgot Roku.
Finally, Roku gives it up. I've been waiting for the past 2-3 days for this Roku to give up that kind of 94 area.
Max. It's still on me. I have Roku up because he's talking about it. You know what? Just talk over my chart. I'll put the 15 up.
Yeah, we've been trying to give up that 94 area for the past few days here on Roku. We finally give it up today. Gives you that kind of failure off the open into 96. We're playing other things. You don't notice it. But yeah, that's kind of a clean, I mean, not so clean if we're totally honest here. But, it gives you 30 cents risk off that 96 level to risk off of. It gives you one last shot to get short in front of 96. Now finally giving it up. I feel like the next levels down on Roku are pretty low here, maybe into that 92. But really, I'm starting to think like the first day of this crazy squeeze where it supported was 89, 90 kind of area. I think that's where we could get into on this Roku finally giving up this insane squeeze move that we had after their earnings report. So 93 incoming. I don't think that's a spot to take a breakdown necessarily. Unless was that? No, it was 94 the other day. Yeah, it wasn't. It was 93.30. Yeah, so really no way to take a break on this one. I think you could try to buy the dip at $90. I'll probably be there for that. Other than that, yeah, kind of a miss here on Roku. And
the only one.
Starbucks got to the level, so maybe time for a short here. I just feel like this is one that might rip your face off, given that we're at the highs when the market is breaking through the low here on ES. So
that Roku could dump.
Yeah,
so
Roku could definitely dump.
This is one of those days that you cannot move stops. You cannot abort the plan. You cannot be overly aggressive. Like I said, I wanted to bounce off 450 if I could see some strength, but I allowed for a chance for NVIDIA to show me strength. It does not. It just runs right through. You get out. It's the only way that you've been able to stay green on any of your long plays is to take your profit, understand that, respect resistance on a downward trend, and respect your stop level. If you do not respect your stop levels, then you get destroyed today on the long side of it. That's just what it's been like. I'm going to go to, look, you mentioned Starbucks. I feel as if you have a plan of action, it's now broken to that high. At some point, like this is not just the NASDAQ. Let me just show you, like it's not just the NASDAQ, which is pressing right to that 15.5 as we speak, but the ES has actually broken through its local support. If you fall down from here, NASDAQ breaks that support and ES hunts 2%, I don't care how strong Starbucks has been. Like it is at that level right now. The risk to reward here of a failed breakout to its 103.75 is that local high, this one. Actually, it's 78. A failed breakthrough here that can't get through 104, the risk to reward is too good. Like it's mean reversion time, but if we break down from here, Starbucks can't get back into VWAP on what ultimately was declining same-store sales everywhere but China. We expected it could make this bounce, but I can't. I got to take a shot at this. For those still keeping track, I am looking for an SSR bounce on a firm, and there is size on the bid at 1750. All it has to do is wick under, and I'm going to go for that long, give it to the local bottom.
Meta's also at that 315 support area. So if we get down to NASDAQ 15.5 like really quick here, and Meta does a wick bottom, So if we do a little bit of volume down here, maybe for a minute or two below this 315 and then blast back through, I think that's a good shot at a long to try to get back up to 316, 317 if the market does bounce off of 15.5. But you know, we got to wait for that to happen. I don't want to be getting long anything. Come on, before the market gets to that 15.5 kind of even price. I think you got a little more downside in these names before we actually touch that exact price.
Did you take Roku?
Blasting off. No, I didn't take Roku.
That's a gorgeous underneath. I'm looking at Starbucks right now,
93.
But that 93, you were just.
I was saying
I had the
93
chart.
doesn't
You were
look
just
like a
saying
real
93.
breakdown, though.
It's a flat bottom break. Now I should have just taken it because I had the chart up when you were talking.
That 93.25 is.
Yeah, it's more. It's
okay.
93.25. Man, I should have just taken this when you were explaining it. You shouldn't just automatically take someone else's trade. You have to sort of think it through yourself. But I had the chart up as you were talking about it, and I'm staring right at it.
Yeah.
And you have room to 90 on this. Maybe it pops and gives an entry, but I'll go back over to Starbucks because it's at 104 right now. So this could be it.
Yeah, that's Starbucks 104. That's a big level. I mean,
Here, there's 104. It's pretty obvious. I almost want it to wick above 104. That's the ideal entry point. Break 104, trap longs at the top that are looking for it to break out while the market bounces, if the market bounces off this level, and then you have longs at the high of the day, and if the market keeps falling, you're golden. I think the risk is probably 25 cents either way, which on a $100 stock, 25-cent risk,
yeah,
if it's a coin flip, then you're good to go. So all it has to be is a coin flip at a mean reversion here on SBucks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if like 15, 5, 10 is enough to try one of these bounce plays, but I just feel like we have to get through that 15.5 and kind of bounce back above before trying a bounce play. Like Meta does look really good, but hopefully we just get a double bottom there as this market goes through 15.5 instead of just buying now when we could actually just flush through 15.5, and then you're getting flushed out of Meta. AI did give up that $40, so great short there of $40. Now SSR on that AI. Where do you bounce for the SSR play on this one? Honestly, maybe just back through 40. That's where we supported before. That was a clean breakdown. You break out of the 40 level. Maybe this kind of accelerates back up pretty quickly.
Meta.
Yeah, Meta's kind of going a little bit.
So I did get Starbucks. I'm giving it that about 25 cents worth of risk, something in that range. It got over 4, got to 405. The second it got under, I jumped into the short here with a tight stop. All it has to do was break the local high and show me a bit above it, and I'm going to be out of it. But I like the mean reversion play there, but that's not the only thing that's at a key level. Meta is also at that key level. This morning, we said there's two prices on Meta, 315 and 326. Either one of them is a trade. I had to bounce off 16, but then it got to what was my old line of resistance and took the profit. The only two longs that have been money for me are the ones where I managed to take my profit when it got to resistance. And I should have reloaded this one. I did not, but it would have worked. At that time, the market seemed pretty weak, and I took NVIDIA instead. But that's been the only way to make money on a long. Today is to kind of take the profit when it's good. So if this starts to work into VWAP, I'll definitely be taking that out. If it can hold this low, the longer it holds it, if the market holds 15.5, this looks like a pretty decent setup. But it's 10.50, actually past 10.50. What's going on with that USD, Brennan? Although I have a pretty good idea.
Strength in a big way, back to the upside for the dollar once again today. Once again, shout out to our friends at Benzinga with all the information for you all week long. If you haven't done so, grab that offer at the bottom of the screen there. 50% off for life, guys. So scan that QR code. Take advantage of that great platform. Thanks to Benzinga coming on board once again. Fitch, it was about 5:30 last night. Came out with this, downgrading U.S. credit rating from AAA to AA+. That sent things downside in a hurry as far as equities are concerned and the futures are concerned, but the dollar is seeing a whole bunch of strength. Remember, if you're looking for an ETF to follow the dollar throughout the day, UUP will do that for you. Here is the DXY. Meanwhile, as I said, on a daily chart, huge move, 101.9 all the way to 103 coming into play here for the dollar today. So everything downside across the board as far as the rest of the currencies, guys.
So there's that tight stop on Meta. It doesn't hold out. Again, everything has to be a tight stop at these bottoms, just so that you have the opportunity. Like, again, when you're taking these trades, you're fighting against the grain. So you want to be able to hold for a decent win, but I don't think you want to hold it too far against you. That is not the way to go on a day like today, because trading is never always it's never easy. But at least the least you can do is try to limit that hit. So same thing on Starbucks, give it a very tight stop. If it pulls into VWAP, obviously the potential is going to be there, but I don't want to be fighting on anything too much. Roku was definitely the one. Yeah, that was it. That 93 was definitely the one. There's no question about it. Like, that was a ridiculous level to have that short trade on Roku. I do still see PLTR has an opportunity here for another leg. It's been stair-stepping to the downside. I only liked short at 20, but if you look at where some things can pull back to, support at 18 or 16. That's so far away from support that Palantir, I should say, under its flat bottom break at 19, maybe not as good a flat bottom break at 19 because 1860s is even better. But yeah, this back into 19 could be a potential. Look at AI, the juice says. I am a lifelong Buffalo Bills fan, so I will if the juice tells me to look at AI, I'm going to do it. If the juice tries to meet me in a dark house, I probably don't do that, but I'll look at C3AI because that's not going to hurt me. SSR through 40 even. Wow. Oh, I don't like the support down here. SSR bounce off 40 on most days would feel pretty good there, but then look back at 37.5 to 38 on this. You're kind of diddling in the middle, playing with the 40 level. If you're going to diddle in the middle, I think you should be doing that with the trend and the trends to the downside. So if you hold the trend line here, that's closer to the 50 period. Although if I drew a line actually from this break and kind of gave it in here, it's not nonsensical that this could bounce off like 39 or 40. But if you look at it, the 50 periods at 38, you could definitely get down into it. There could be a little something here for a bounce on AI. An SSR bounce in this range makes some sense. I just feel as if you have to be very particular with your anything counter trend. And that's what the long is right now. It's very, very counter trend play to the long side. I don't mind the idea of an SSR bounce, but you have to find something with a really, really tight stop. So like in Meta, I was risking like 20, 30 cents. I think that's reasonable. On AI, if I can find something that's like 20 cents on AI is about the same thing because this will move dollars pretty easily. But I don't see a setup there just yet. Off the low, you're 40 cents off the low right now. That's not going to cut it. I don't want to risk 40 cents on a long trade on AI. That's almost a 1% move.
Yeah, 15.5 coming in as we speak. And AMD, interestingly, broke the low by 20 cents here, but hasn't gone anywhere yet. I think if there's a spot where AMD is going to do like a violent bounce, it could be right here back through 111. But we will have to see if that does come in. And that trade would be like a 5 to 10 cent risk trade, just trying to get it kind of to snap right through. Market is kind of cruising through that 15.5 level as well. So we would need to see a snap on the market and a snap on AMD at the same time. ES just kind of at a random level, I believe. I don't have anything at 45.40. 45.50 would be more of the spot. So if we get a bit above 111, potentially take this AMD to try to get it back into 112. But looking like it just wants to sell. All of the buying just gets absorbed on this name today, and then is met with more selling than anyone can buy. For whatever reason, though, we can't get below this 110.70 price.
Blame Fitch.
And we are kind of holding on the market. So maybe a different name than the weakest one is the better one to do here.
NVIDIA's got a double bottom. If you're absolutely hunting, by the way, Starbucks just wicked 104.48, so the 104 area has shown a bit of a rejection. I want to talk about NVIDIA, so I'll show you that. There it goes to 104.50, so a bit of a parabolic move through the first level, and now you're coming back under. I want to add underneath 104 again because I think it's extra weakness underneath 104, so I just went ahead and did that. So some weakness there, but if you're looking for a double bottom, if the market can hold this low or get back above it, NVIDIA hasn't broken the bottom, and the long bounce worked off this the first time. So it got 450 into 452. If it can hold 448, that's not bad. I think that would be my preferred play. If we can hold and get back above 15.5, I prefer NVIDIA long because that gives you the 448 out at least. I'm only into Starbucks right now. If the market decides it wants to plunge, then this can catch up with the rest of it because it's the strongest stock out there. Tesla had been really strong, relatively strong, not really strong, relatively strong, and it's also at a support level. So that's maybe not a bad one in there at that 255 for Tesla. So Starbucks, Starbucks just made a bit of a push.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't even on the bid of Starbucks. It's stupid. Give me the fill. I'm on 33s. Let's go, Magic Johnson. He's at 32. So we'll ring the register, but we had to stop out tight on Starbucks, and then we finally got that trade. I'm looking for the VWAP retracement, but let's get that earnings board up here because we got 1 minute to go. A host of names I know you're going to be interested in. Shopify, that's got to be there. You know how that can run. I don't care what direction it goes. That's a trade that we should have on. PayPal has a huge 78 to 79 resistance level on the daily chart. It gets through that, it could be disgusting. I'm going to make the assumption it's not as close to it as it was when I checked it this morning. I don't know, does anyone care about Robinhood anymore?
I don't think so. I don't think so very much.
I don't think so.
Oxy can be a good trade sometimes on earnings. DoorDash can be an okay trade if they like really hit or miss pretty big. But yeah, I think that Shopify is going to be the trade of tomorrow probably, unless there's something before the open. Moderna maybe. That's always kind of a tradable name, but kind of sketchy to trade that one sometimes. Based on the spread and liquidity.
No, you just got to get MetLife because it pays. Then you're good to go. MGM, we should also have a look. I mean, MGM, anything that's going to be travel-related, entertainment, those have been pretty solid. And Qualcomm is a very good proxy type name to watch. Expedia pre-market as well. There's a lot on that board to dig into. First, the number one name on there for a trade, I think, has to be Shop. So let's get that off. It's 11 o'clock. I did get that bid on Starbucks, just to reiterate. I'm going to look for VWAP here for the rest. That really accelerates to the downside. If the market wanted to continue to flush, even a strong name at some point is going to play some catch up there. And NVIDIA breaking the low of the day. Wow, it's been a wild one. The only way, if you're going to go for dip buys, that you can try to hold on to anything and not get yourself shut down is to have some stops. Adhere to your stops, follow your rules. Do not try, if you think it's weak, then you don't have to add back into it. Always take profit if you're going against the grain, whether that's shorting on a strong day or long on a weekday. You're probably not going to have a chance to end up green, but you can limit some of that damage. I know there's some damage to be done on some of those small caps. Oh, yeah. Watch out for that AHI if you can hold the pre-market low. The Professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi are locked and loaded and ready to go. We're back at 2, but for now, let's kick it to the midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi Trice. I'm Sharif. And yeah, what a red day it has been. We haven't had a red day on the market, or a really significant red day, Obi. Like a 2% day like we have today on the NQ. We'll look at the charts real quick here. Let's bring in the trusty charts. I fixed my layout from yesterday. Yesterday I was all sorts of flustered from this new layout. Here is the NQ September contract, and we are dancing with that 15.5. Remember we were talking about 15.9 and 16 not that long ago, yeah, OB, but nice for rejection. Now.
Nice rejection off those levels.
Right, absolutely great rejection. Let's talk a little bit about the price action here. We closed out yesterday on the NQ at 15,817, remaining above that critical level of 1518, but 1580, 800. Come on, get it right, Sharif. But yeah, as you know, overnight Fitch downgrading the U.S. debt from AAA to AA+, and the market definitely not liking that. And there you go, you have the catalyst for the first major red day in a while. Yeah, we open up this morning at the 15,750 level, but that was really as good as it got. We tried to test 15.8, moving up into that 15,790 area, but it was lower highs and lower lows all throughout. And like I said at the top, we are definitely dancing with that 15.5 at the moment. We'll see if there's any reprieve here on this market. We had a lot of earnings plays to talk about, whether they are from earlier this morning or from yesterday. We can talk about yesterday's earnings as well. Let me just adjust my layout here, as it does give me problems again. Oh my goodness. Oh, the troubles I've seen, Obi, the troubles I've seen with my layout lately. No, I know you're going through some stuff. I'll go through my trades first, and then I'll fix my layout after. All right, the first one, Uber. This one reported yesterday, and it was a mixed bag. You know that they had the headwinds with respect to Uber Freight, lower volume, lower costs for shipping, but they had a 33% year-over-year increase in their drivers. Their ride-hailing did better, 21% year-over-year. Today, they get several upgrades, whether it's Wells Fargo, TD Cowen, a litany of different analyst upgrades as they actually posted a profit for the first time in their entire existence. Yes, a measly $8 million if you remove that one-off credit that they had for like $400-something million, but a profit nonetheless. That is the first time they've done that. And as a result, they were rewarded today with a nice upgrade, with several nice upgrades. I got into this one a little bit late. It was kind of a counter market move. Got in through the break of 47 there, and then we scalped right through the break of 47.5 into 46, almost getting top wick essentially. But it has been a sell-off since then, and it has gone now negative on the day. I am talking about Uber. It's down 0.2% at the moment after starting the day off. Not so bad. The other trade that I had, I know Neil alluded to that one earlier. It was AHI, the small cap gapper du jour. This one showed up in the pre-market as strong. And if you know how I feel about these small cap gappers, you know I like them prior to the bell. In fact, I like them from like 7:30 to 8:30. They seem to be more stable, more tradable at that time. A lot of people waking up, they see them gapping, they punch in, especially retail traders. And if you're long, that works great for you. Here it is. We get an initial in at 4.25. The idea here was to defend 4. It was a bull flag continuation. We had the initial bull flag on the news at 7:30, and then we got the continuation second bull flag. I'm like, all right, this looks fantastic. Either I take it off that 7 3/4, which is the higher end of the initial bull flag, or I'm going to defend the whole dollar level. I chose to defend the whole dollar level, and I was rewarded. Adding here, this was my best in at 405, and then boom goes the dynamite, baby. We popped up into 460, so this was a good winner, and it was a good way to start the day. It put a smile on my face. I sat at the big desk. I was feeling myself, so it was really good. And then we got out here through the break of that 435 area. Yeah, you know, I could have held it for a little bit more on that pop back up into 450, but that was as good as it got. I literally got top wick on the day, and I am happy with it. Up 33% on the day right now, trying to dance with 4. Where is it at, actually? It's above 4, yeah. Just bouncing off 4 again, so we'll see if this one's done. I mean, very consolidative ever since I got out of it, except for that big boom up into 510, and then the retracement south into 4. So I don't know if this one's the play's been had on this one. We shall see. We'll see what everybody else is up to today. Let's see what. Oh, that's weird, Tito. That's a weird thing to say. I'm not even going to respond to that, but it's interesting. I'm in such a good mood. You can't move me. Let's see what else everybody is up to today in the chat as we allow Obi to set up some computer issues at the moment, but we'll definitely have that taken care of. Joe Werner is saying TNX breaking out of the 10-year. TNX. Oh? We'll have a look at that one real quick. Let's look at TNX here. What do we got here? Thor Exploration. Is that on the Venture Exchange? Where is this? On the pink sheets? Let's find out here what is talking about. No movement on this today. TNX. Let's see what it comes up over here. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'll let that one slide for now. See what else. Carvana, says Joel Cucolo. Let's look at Vana. I know the guys were definitely all over Vana this morning. CVNA. This one has been an interesting look. No question about it. What's the look on Vana today? It's down 3% at the moment. It did break 50, though. I think Max was all over this one. Let me just load the correct chart template so we can get VWAP and we can get everything. There we go. We get the 5-minute and we'll add the ticker so you guys can follow along on Carvana. Yesterday, we close out the day on Carvana better than we are right now, obviously, because we're negative on the day, but that 49 does seem to hold. 49.11 technically is where we broke. We did make a higher high on the day relative to yesterday. We did break 50. Yesterday, we couldn't break 50. I know Max was looking for the break of 50 yesterday. He gets it today, but it was quick. Anyway, we're moving right back up now. Vana looking to test 49. Kind of a slanted double bottom here. If you're looking at it this way, you make that low at 46 2/3, and then you make a higher low. They're defending 47, and then it's been one green candle on the 5-minute chart after another, and we just touched yesterday's close. So we're looking to possibly go green on Vana. Am I seeing the right data? Why is this data delayed, bro? What is going on here? Let me look at the 1 minute real quick. Am I losing it? Let me just go back here, fix this. CVNA. How come it's showing me down 3% when it just went green? I'm confused. Okay, we're gonna have to leave this one because this one's all sorts of wacky. Let's go ahead and replace AMD here. We'll talk about AMD in a minute. CVNA. This one, a New York name. Here we go. Come on, Carvana. Yeah, just went green on the day. My platform's acting up for some reason. Not sure why. I might have to restart that. There we go. We break through that yesterday close on 49, and we are now pumping to the high side. Could we break 50? We'll have to wait and see. What's the headline on Vana today? Yes, you heard about this. A cash offer. Carvana, cash tender offer to be funded from the cash of a blank sheet and or proceeds from sales under the company's at-market offering program. That's a whole lot of words spun in. Essentially, they're going to have more money on the balance sheet, able to maneuver a little bit more. So we will definitely keep an eye on Vana, and I will have it on my side chart here as we go through the afternoon. Obi, I think you're good to go, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, how's everything, brother?
Good, man. Just here, just but yeah, sorry about that, guys. I am.
You're muted, bruh.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm good to go now. Just a little bit of technical difficulties we were having, but yeah, we got those things sorted out now. Got the layout crisp and ready to go. But yeah, no, it's crazy volatility. Market's really coming in, and as Sharif said, the sell-off we've been looking for might actually be here now, finally, right? Like we were watching that 15.6 and the 15.8 just yesterday, and then now we're well below that, testing that 15.5 again, right? So some decent opportunities came along with that market quadunk there. Not the best morning for me. I was talking to Greg and Brank was over there talking about how my risk management was very tested this morning. I just not too happy about that. So we can talk about how I kind of tackled this name here. Let me get this wick out of your way real quick. Yeah, no, 119. I like that. Yeah, 119 was definitely a place to sell here. The pre-market consolidation broke on AMD. You know, AMD had earnings last night. Was here watching some of that action in the after hours. Some interesting tape as well on that earnings reaction play. But yeah, it took a couple of losses here. If we can zoom in to this action, this chart is very down and to the right.
You like that?
As Sharif likes to say. Yeah. But yeah,
Neil doesn't like when I say that.
It's trending down. There's a clear trend down. There's obviously sellers are definitely in charge. I tried the 118,
right.
118, and then I gave $1 on that. That was not good at all. Not tight risk management like it should have been. And I retried the 17 hold, and I got slapped in the face again with the 116. So like, disrespecting the sellers there a couple of times before really being like, okay, well, I should probably step away from this and wait for it to kind of base and turn. But that turn never really came, and I didn't end up taking another trade on AMD there. I was like, oh, I'm gonna wait for the NQ to put in some green, and maybe like Nvidia or Nvidia as well. But yeah, no, none of those really came through. So you know. That's what I'll be watching for here, potential turn. But yeah, I was sitting at my desk telling myself,
Yeah.
The trend is my friend.
It is.
The trend is my friend, but I had already lost a lot of confidence on these after these couple of losses, and I was like, how much lower can it go? And I'm sitting here waiting for the bounce, and I was like, oh, this kind of selling, the type of size that was chasing it down, I was like, damn. This thing is headed straight for that 110 level, that looking left, that's the next level of interest, I think. And yeah, look, we came down right into that 110, and now we're kind of holding. So let's see if that 110 kind of holds. Where we are putting in a bit of a green here on the ES and the NQ, a bit of consolidation, and then that consolidation broke as well. But now we're above the 15.5. So
all right, I gotta interrupt, Obi. I'm
Go
sorry.
for it.
Carvana just broke 50. Here we go. What was the wick there on Vana? 50.34 now, technically the high of day. Did we make that? Yeah, we made that earlier. Is it the same level? Give me 1 second to confirm that. 50.36 I'm seeing here. Why is it telling me 50.34? Okay, so my program, a little wonky today, so if I have levels off, I am sorry. It is not me just reading random stuff. It is my program regurgitating incorrect information. So the high on the day, 50.36, breaking that 50.34 earlier that we made at 9:45 a.m. It has reclaimed 50. Can it stay above 50? That's been the issue. We couldn't get to 50 yesterday. We couldn't stay above 50 in the opening range breakout. This will be an interesting look here as perhaps people initiating shorts. I mean, quite frankly, yeah, it's great that they're raising cash and all, but if you look at the macroeconomic situation with respect to used cars, they are on the decline, down and to the right, as Neil likes to say. Because right now, you know, we saw essentially, he's giving me a look. I love that. I love antagonizing you. Yeah. So essentially, we had a huge shortage of new cars because of the microchip shortage during the pandemic and the lockdown. That is no longer the case. You're seeing like anecdotal videos online now, huge swaths of new cars sitting on the lot being sold at auction. That's going to reverberate obviously into the used car market. So I don't like this as a macro play, but with respect to an intraday play, no question, 50 should be on the radar of short sellers. It's a nice whole number, and it's 50. You know, it's going to attract some people's attention. So let's see if we can get continuity through that level. There's a lot of volatility. It's doing volume in spades, Obi. Eye on 50, baby.
Oh yeah, check this out, man. Tup quadunking to the downside. What's up, chat? Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, I pulled it up here. Finally broke that 420 kind of shelf from a couple days ago, and starting to step down. Now, like I said, this is still, I think, still front side. We are getting a bit of selling here, but like I think part of that selling might be due to having such a heavy market. Now, don't take my word on that. I have no idea what's going on, but yeah, a bit of selling pressure there on Tupperware, back below that 420-ish pre-market levels support. We even have the wick off the opening initial reaction, and then now we're breaking back below that 420. So yeah, let's see where Tupperware has to go. I mean, looking left, this is a pretty solid support here on the 350 area. So let's see if we can kind of get down there. But yeah, we broke below that 420. We know that 420 was kind of that level a few days ago, right above this, where we stair-stepped to get the push above into 5. So yeah, let's see how far this move kind of comes down. Tupperware been running for what is this? Almost a couple weeks now. Mid-July, end of July, actually.
Monster, bro.
Yeah, this thing's a monster. Like
you
I
have
said,
Tupperware at your house. I have Tupperware at my house.
yeah.
As well. We
And I mean, I know Prad's been also mentioning like the AI lidware, you know, like the AI technology in the Tupperware.
I had no idea they were doing that.
It's a joke. It's a
Is
joke.
it? Oh my god! I thought there was going to be an AI assistant for like food, like whether the food was good or not,
Yeah.
or oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I
no,
bet
no.
you that's probably coming down the line, Obi. I want to get to a couple of mentions here in the chat. Honest Abe 90, a member for 2 months now. Shout out to you, brother. Thanks, guys, for a great show. Every morning I wake up and watch. Best show on YouTube. We couldn't be happier to have you on here. Make sure to participate always in the chat and to show up every day, because every time you show up, we do better. So shout out to Nicole Harris as well, saying, spell regurgitating. Yeah, I can't. She says, I bought 2 cars from them, referring to Carvana, addicted to vending machine delivery. I gotta say, I mean, as a concept, it sounds fantastic. You don't have to go into a dealership, no bump and grind with the salesman. No, it's just, this is a price, you buy it online and they deliver it. You go get it like you would a can of Coke. That's a joke, of course. Let's go back to the price action here, Obi, because 50 presenting itself as an obvious level of resistance, as here we go, rejecting off that level again, coming back into that 49.5. Possible double top, question mark. The reason being, let's look at the 5. Look, I know it's kind of hard to see on maybe the stream there, but there is 2 wicks, all of which are separated by 2 pennies. The first one goes to 50.34, the second one goes to 50.36, and each one has rejected here. So, I mean, I don't want to stand in front of this stock. I'm not going to take it personally short. Neil, is it pay for shorts? Vana.
Vana's been.
I can try. Don't worry. I'll just like short up like really high, up above. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Does it allow me yet? No, it is free shorts on our platform. So if you're on P Pro 8, Vana right now, free shorts. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to take this one short though. We'll see. Anyway, somebody asking me to have a look at SoFi, so we will. Now we know this one has been an interesting one lately, because of the different catalysts coming in, the Biden administration the Biden administration coming from a different path with respect to the student loan debt forgiveness program. The Supreme Court late in June striking that down, saying it's unconstitutional. Biden administration coming at it from a different way. The reason that matters for this is because that is a large chunk of what they do. They refi higher interest loans at lower rates for their members. They call them members, not clients, because you got to subscribe. I'm assuming it's some sort of SaaS model here. I don't know because we don't have them in Canada. But interesting look here on SoFi as a level of resistance and possible support here. Let's see. We're right below 10. I'm going to need more than the 5 minute. Let's go to the 15 here and look at that. All right, where do we find an interesting area of support? Well, it's definitely that 10 area, no question about it, but we're trading below it. So does former area of support act as an area of resistance here intraday? Currently trading at 9 3/4. I mean, if you really wanted to get a squeak in a trade on this one, you could possibly ride it back up to 10, but I don't know. No catalyst for me on SoFi today. Let me just make sure that I have that accurately. Mizuho reiterated SoFi with a coverage and a buy target of 15. Okay, so Mizuho coming out today with a $5 upside for SoFi. Yeah, the one that I'm getting on my blotter is Mizuho, and JP Morgan again raises a target on SoFi from 6 to 8. So they got a price target upgrade that's obviously lower than the price action right now. So intraday today, I don't know if I'd really like SoFi. Obviously we're right on the day. We closed out yesterday at 10.35, so very negative, but much of everything in the market is negative today.
Sharif, guess what just happened?
What?
ADMP halted to the upside. ADMP halted to the
from
upside
yesterday,
on
right?
expanding volume. I mean, they got crushed in the pre-market. I think it might have been news or something. But this one's definitely, it was down from like $3 yesterday. Opened up, we were at like $1 and we opened up at like $1.30. Now halted up at 162. The last printed price at 11:18.33. So a 5-minute halt. A few more minutes to go on that one for this to open. Got about a minute left. Going to be opening at 23. Right now I have 22:05. So I got about a minute and 20 seconds before this ADMP potentially opens back up. And let's see what this move could bring. But yeah, look at this slow creep up. This doesn't really catch a sell. Holds the 120, holds the 140, holds the 130, and then pushes up parabolic into this high at daybreak. Was it an offering that just happened?
No.
Oh, this morning it was an offering.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, so it sold off due to an offering greater. I think it was down more than 20-30% in the morning, and crazy move here. But yeah, are you guys long this name? This name decent. This was another SSR name definitely today. But ADMP halted. Let's see what it looks like coming out of the halt. if we can get any opportunities.
Yeah, here's the
in and
news
around
item
there.
on ADMP, Obi.
Go for it.
Adamas Pharmaceuticals down after announcing a pricing of an $8 million public offering. Adamas Pharmaceuticals down 71%. Yeah, they're looking to. It announced pricing of its public offering for 5.9 million units at a price of $1.35 per unit. Each unit, okay. The common warrants, gross proceeds expected to be about 8 million, and their offering is expected to close on August 4th. That's in a couple of days. So we'll see. We'll continue to monitor ADMP. Obviously, you'll recall this one was on our watch list yesterday as it was a small cap gapper du jour. And yeah, big move today. Now, for those of you who are just trading anew, typically what happens with these small cap gappers or these small cap companies, it could be micro cap as well, you know, they get a big boost in their share price. As a result, they try to take advantage of the elevated share price because it is quite transient for them. It may not be there for a while. They take advantage of that. They issue shares at higher prices, raise capital, try to reinvest it, or so goes the story. Oftentimes, sadly, that money is misspent, misapplied, etc. It's open now. It will be taken.
Yeah. So let's see if there's any follow through on that halt. So we saw that buying coming in and that 170, 172. Okay, here we go. Off to the races here. 175 incoming there. Now I didn't really see anything that's too convincing, but yeah, this is looking like it is straight squeezing to the upside after halting up once into 160. We're pushing for another one into 184. Look at that tape. That's halt tape right there, printing the bid. Woo! And halting up again. Look at that stacking up right there. 420s on the bid, right? Not getting filled.
There it is.
Boom, right there. Another halt up, back to back. ADMP. Really showing us what some of these tickers that are sold off heavily on the day have the potential of doing. Now, while that's halted again, let's take a look at what the short float might be on ADMP real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
What's going on?
I was gonna check. For
Okay,
you,
yeah,
but
you can
ahead.
go for it. Yeah, you got the trade ideas right there, right? So.
Yeah. Let me have a look. Well, remember it was malfunctioning last week. Let's see. Short float 2%. OB, it's working again. Shout out to Trade Ideas.
Yeah, so it's not too crazily shorted, but yeah, definitely rebidding back towards these prices where we sold off. This pre-market, I have this shelf here
Guys,
at like
screen.
$2.30, $2.30. $2.30 is where I see that kind of pre-market support before they had that offering news, right? So maybe we can make it back up to $2.30 if we keep on pushing. We're already at 183. The next halt level probably another probably like a quarter away from this price here up into this 230s, 240s area. So yeah, let's see if this kind of does the halting again. I'll be waiting for this to kind of calm down because like I think the entry for the long definitely was down here, right? On the curl, and then you might have even had the break of this $1.45 area. You want to punch in on the halt. You want to punch in up here. Not my kind of trade, man. I don't think that's definitely. I don't think that's too sustainable. But what do I know? But yeah, no, definitely. I think that down here on the dips, you probably saw some interesting build up into this, right? Shorts probably can't get out. And again, this is again, it's on an SSR mechanic as well, based off of this offering. So shorts definitely a little trapped there. Definitely underneath that 145 as well. So let's see where this can go up on here. What was the float on ADMP?
The float, the actual float itself.
Yeah, the float itself. So it was a 2% short float.
2.77 million.
2.77 million float, and it's only 2% shorted. We don't know how many shorts got in this morning, right? Because that number is obviously delayed, right? But if it's like a 2 million float, right, and it's a $2 million ticker, like you could corner that whole float with $4 million.
Oh yeah, right. There's
so
guys
it's
on
like,
here that could.
So it's like, you know, this can squeeze indefinitely if that's the case here. But yeah, no, we're seeing some of that action in play. Maybe some liquidity trapping going on there on ADMP. I am keeping an eye on the markets. We're getting a second green candle on the 15 on the ES here. A little bit of a bounce off this 45.40. Let's see if the NQ can kind of follow through as well as we're holding up this 15.5. I have my Amazon up here, right? We're getting a bit of a curl. I wasn't here for this downtrend. This downtrend pretty clean, gives you a couple entries to get in on that trend down. But now the first sign, you have maybe this capitulatory volume that kind of comes in here at the at the bottom, and then now you're getting a break of trend on Amazon after that heavy volume kind of coming in, and we're seeing a bit of a turn on the rest of the markets as well. Let's see if there's any follow through. Let's take a look at what do they call it? The Magnificent Seven, right? Let's take a look at the Magnificent Seven and see if they're also catching a bid here. As I just go through all of them right there in front of you guys. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's coming in, but like a lot of the things still, majority still in a downtrend. Hasn't necessarily broken on all the names, but you know what? My eyes are watching this Amazon here, this 128 hold. We know that 128 was a level in the past as well, and seems to be holding here. I like this volume that kind of came in. Let's see if we can get this continuation, and maybe can we hold above this and consolidate for a potential long back up into 130, right? Or do we kind of continue, consolidate, can't really make above, and then continue back down through those levels? As a seller is definitely in charge today across the board. People talking about TUP as well. Yeah, man, TUP coming in, following through that 420 sell-off, those sellers really coming in. And now I want to take a look at the day chart here as well to see the kind of the volume profile that we've kind of had at some of these prices. Look, the largest volume bar on this day right here, and we're testing these tops, right? So what day was that? That was the 26th of July. So we'll pull it up on the 15, and the 26th of July right there. Well, maybe some more volume here, higher volume bars on the next day. So yeah, a bit of a liquidity trapping going on there in and around that $2 area, and then we saw that push up into 4. Heavy volume on that day. So now we're back kind of in testing these prices. So definitely a lot of volume, a lot of players, a lot of positions that were made in and around this day, all of this price. So we're kind of coming back in. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of those longs turned into sellers today with some of this market pressure really bringing in the sells on Tupperware as well.
No question about it. Keeping my eye, Obi alluded to it earlier, 15.5 on the NQ technically.
ADMP
on the day.
open again, halting straight back down.
Take it.
No. I just wanted to say that.
Halting back down?
Halting back down.
What a shock.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
15.5 OB, like you mentioned, 15.484.5, technically the low of the day today. What I'll be looking for here, I mean, Dan and I were just discussing it in the chat. 15.5, he says buyers maybe fighting the sell down at this level. We'll see. What I see on my chart here on the 1 minute is a series of lower highs and lower lows. Maybe we need to make a newer high before I get in. I mean, I'm going to be watching here how aggressive the buying is below here. I don't want to see any lower lows. If I do, I don't know if I'm going to be interested in 15.5 for a long. I mean, going long today is already risky as it is, but let's watch how it trades. If every time we dip below 15.5, we're met with aggressive buying, that usually tells you something, and that's what I'll be looking for. So MNQ on my watch for a possible 15.5 hold. Let's get to some things said here in the chat. Fred, I'm not going to say the last name. Spending my birthday, getting money, and hanging with you guys. Thanks for all the knowledge you give us. Keep it up, guys. Thank you very much for that, Fred. Dinkelberg. How do you feel about mRNA with COVID coming back? Seems like a bargain. I mean, they report. I don't know. I saw yesterday on some of the news channels COVID cases increasing. Not really sure if I'm on board with that narrative. Nonetheless, Moderna reports tomorrow morning. They now have kind of taken a different approach. They want to use their mRNA technology, not specifically for COVID, but for other ailments as well, to use that technology to see how it expands. We also saw that they're quite litigious, that they're going after Pfizer for using mRNA. They didn't do that during the pandemic. They waited till after. So we'll see what kind of story we get from them and what their look is at the time. So I'm not going to be taking any trades on them today. Another one I wanted to mention, AURC. This one is a bit of a dangerous one, guys. All right, let's pull it up. Multiple halter to the upside. Did it halt to the downside? Yeah, once. Let's put the AURC, put the ticker in there so you can follow along. Now, what do we have here? First of all, what's the catalyst? Why are shares, okay, no, that's not the one. That's from yesterday, right? Okay, so this one is from yesterday, Obi, daily. Yeah, this one's multi-day runner. This goes back into July 25th. This has been running for a while. So, not sure exactly what the catalyst
What is that?
Pardon me?
AURC?
Yeah, AURC.
Wow,
I can look back to see what the catalyst was because it really got going there on the 25th, possibly the 24th. I can go back on my blotter. What to know? What is this? Okay. Aurora acquisition shares are moving on very heavy volume Tuesday despite a lack of company-specific news. The stock has halted multiple times. According to Benzinga, more than 5 million shares have already traded. That was some time ago. So not really seeing a catalyst on this. And I'm going back a ways, dude. I'm going back to 25th. Yeah, okay. So if the chat knows why this one was moving, what is this? Let's see here. AURC. Where is AURC here? Have to look that. Okay, I'll look at that one after. In any event, let's go to the 1 minute to look at this micro capper. Actually, it's not micro cap. It's got a $500 million market cap, so it's not micro. In any event, we start off the day at 32. Sorry, we close out yesterday at 30.97. Essentially, that 31. We gap up. Technically, the low after the bell is that 32.11 area. It holds 32. Multiple halts, so the upside is quite illiquid. It's only done 879,000 shares on the day, mainly because it wasn't able to stay open for that long. It's open currently. It's trading at 56.22, but the action on it is quite muted, so be careful with this one. AURC. What was the other one I want to look at? No, that's not the one. Okay, we'll have to look at that one after. Give me 1 sec here. Div saying AMD could be a nice bottom. Bounced multiple times from that 109 level in the past. Took 109.52 as an entry. Can you please analyze? Sure, let's have a look at AMD. AMD obviously reported yesterday. Lisa Su was on CNBC this morning. You know, they gave interesting guidance yesterday. They talked a lot about their expansion into AI as was anticipated. They have that MI300, I believe, processor that's supposed to compete with NVIDIA's, not the A800, but the one below the A800 processor. Now, a big deal for AMD and for a lot of these chip manufacturers is going to be creating an AI chip specifically to sell in China. Now, you know that the Biden administration came out a couple of months ago with export bans with respect to GPUs from China to China. That is obviously for a number of reasons we're not going to get into, but the point is that they are looking to adjust their business model to circumvent those regulations. We'll see if the Biden administration responds with more strict regulations or more stringent regulations in response to their circumvention. So we'll have to see about that. Now, the other issue is NVIDIA's chips are very highly in demand, but they can't seem to make enough of them. We know that NVIDIA uses TSMC as their producer. So will AMD be able to somehow outmaneuver NVIDIA and be able to actually produce these in numbers? That's going to be a very important question going into the rest of the year, especially with respect to earnings. Now, this is a kind of name that you could hold on to for years and years. So it's worth analyzing at this point. Now, let's go to the half an hour. Let's look at where the resistance levels are. Div posited that 109.52, 109 level is an interesting level. It is. I would have to agree. This takes us back to July 20th. We bounce off that level. Come again to July 24th. We're bouncing on that level. Not so much on the 26th, but we do get down into 109.5. So I do agree with you that there is technical support here at 109, 109.5-ish on NVIDIA. It's a good look. It's a good look. He's long, or they're long, 109.52. We're knocking on the door here of 110 as we dance with 109 and change. So good look there on AMD. This is the 30-minute chart on AMD. Yesterday we closed off the day at 117 2/3. In the aftermarket, when the algo spike came, we got all the way up to 125.30. 140-ish, 125 in the third, it looks like. But it's been a big boy step down on the day, and we haven't quite touched yesterday's high on AMD. Let's go back also to Carvana, because we talked about Carvana having a $50 top, a beautiful double top formed on Carvana. So if you took that short, good on you. If you're on P Pro 8, these are free shorts at the moment. Who knows how long that stays for, but coming back into that support level. Surprise, surprise. This was a level that we had trouble with, this 48.20 level. Random number, right? But hey, the price action doesn't lie. We come up to 48.20 off the bottom, kind of do a slanted double bottom here, which is a bullish look. And then the retracement is the peak of that double bottom, the break. So interesting hold here on the technical level. Could we curl back up and make another attempt at 50? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, for sure. I was reading some of these, some of the comments in here. Pretty funny.
Read 'em.
Gotta find what it was there for a second. Saved by Grace. Yeah, he was. Saved by Grace was saying, "Oh, can you say that word again?
Which
it
one?
might be the word of the year." Capitulatory. I don't even know if it's a word, but you know,
I'm pretty sure it is.
It's looking like that capitulatory candle is following through on Amazon there, where we've kind of started to hold and consolidate a little bit above the trend here. Now, I don't want to get in right away here, kind of anticipating a hold and a follow through, as we're pretty. I mean, we're still in the downtrend, right? So I want to see a little bit more confluencing factors telling me that the turn is really in, and we're really going to hold these prices and maybe continue back upwards for at least somewhat of a reversion of some of this morning action here. Now we third green on the ES as well, and the NQ is holding this 15.5. That's what I see getting printed. So I like that. And let's see if we kind of hold above and kind of continue to trend. And maybe I'll be looking for that trade back up there, just based off of some of these candles here. Now, just reading some of the chat here. Comp SRX saying that he's in the hospital. We hope you get better, dude. But he's saying he can't stay away from the show. He's still enjoying the show. That's dedication right there. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's good. And yeah, stay healthy. Let's see, SMRT and CRC is moving. Can you tell me why? Asking Mission Possible. Okay, yeah, we can take a look at SMRT. The muscle memory. As soon as I think of M, I type in Microsoft right away.
Oh yeah.
SMRT. Okay. Oh, not the right exchange. Let's see what this guy is doing here. Is it doing any significant volume on the day? No, this is doing nothing, absolutely nothing. So garbage. Not a ticker for us, as it is illiquid. It traded well under 200,000 shares there on SMRT. The CRC, is that the same? Is that California Resources Corp? Okay, this is doing a little bit better, but still no volume in that ticker as well. So yeah, not really gonna cover that. But yeah, TUP again. Yeah, we can take a look back at TUP. TUP doing a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see where that bounce kind of came off of. Look at that. Lo and behold, look, like you just gotta look left, man. Look left. Where can yeah. Look left. Where can you find potential areas that are interesting areas, right? Areas where you may or may not expect liquidity to show up, and orders may or may not be there. Looking left, I see that there's a clear level in and around this area, and now we kind of bounce up off of that 360 on Tupperware, coinciding with a bit of market relief as well. Let's see if there's going to be any follow through there. Look at that ES wick back down, and that kind of wick back into that 15.5. Like I said, it was funny. Was it last week or something?
What happened?
Again, counter trend trading, not the best forte, but again, something I'm trying to add to the quiver, and as well as trend trading as well. So it's like, last week I was fighting the trend, getting a little cheeky, and a couple of wins had me a little confident, and then I gave it all back. So I was just like, okay, the much easier trade is to trade with the trend. So it was
Yeah,
like I went
absolutely.
on the board back there and I wrote down lines. I remember talking to Brad about writing lines on the whiteboard. I was like, the trend is my friend. The trend is my
on
friend.
the island whiteboard over there.
Yeah,
The
that one
Greg,
right there.
yeah,
So, still working on making that into actualizing that statement. And
Yeah.
you know, like today, I kind of fought the trend as well on AMD, and I got a little slapped around for that. But yeah, no, definitely the trend is staying your friend today, as the downtrend seeming like it is more forgiving for the shorts than the longs here. Yeah, you can take the scalps on the long, and maybe the tape rate is there because you see that distinct turn, and then the reclaim of sellers on the tape when that trend kind of comes back in. And we've been continuing to see that type of action coming in here. But yeah, that's what I'm watching here. That break a trend we were talking about reclaims back into the trend. So let's see where this really goes. If the market stays heavy, man, this capitulation that we might have seen is not going to mean anything if that market stays heavy and we kind of break back below that 127.50. That's what I'm really looking forward to. That's probably going to be an interesting area, as it was the lower end of that range on Amazon that was between 131.50 and 127.50. So we're hovering above that 128 right now. Let's see if we can hold above it. Let's see if we can even get there, right? Good prices, they don't really come in, they don't really stay around for too long, or they don't even test that close. A lot of the time, I'm figuring out. So let's see if that level kind of comes in. That consolidation happening right now as we get a little bit of relief here. Digital Gains talking about alerted to RAD yesterday. RAD, now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. RAD, Rite Aid, right? So did these guys have earnings or something? Wow, take a look at that. Totally opposite to the market. Nice call out there. Is it doing any significant volume? It's doing 2.5 million volume on the day. This trend, strong trend to the upside. $2 hits and accelerates to the upside. So yeah, getting a bit of potentially a bit of exhaustion there. Highest volume candle on the day on the 5-minute, happening on Rite Aid. Digital Gain saying that he alerted to this yesterday afternoon when it barely had any volume there, right? So barely any volume, low, maybe it was like a low volume accumulation type of trade. Maybe they had some news today. Installed LED. No, you know what? They didn't really have news today. Not that I'm seeing.
They're going to report.
Okay. So
let me see here when they report. It says here, right? Oh, that's CVS. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Might be in
Rite
sympathy
Aid.
to CVS because CVS did well this morning in earnings. Yeah,
so
it could be in
it's the
sympathy.
CVS earnings. That makes more sense now. So CVS had earnings. CVS is up on the day, looking very opposite to what the market is doing. So Rite Aid catching a bit of sympathy move off of that strength, probably, as Rite Aid itself doesn't necessarily have an intrinsic like a catalyst of its own, right? So maybe some levels we can identify on Rite Aid, just looking left, if we can catch that sympathy move. Look at this 210 right away. We can identify as a key level on a multi-time frame kind of on the multi-time frame. Right, so the $2.10 level coming in, there's a bit of a shelf there, support turned resistance, and now we are testing that resistance from the bottom, downside to the upside, up and to the right, like Sharif likes to say.
Neil likes to say that, not me. Yeah.
It's all you, Sharif.
Okay,
You got the lingo.
I got into Vana. Here at 49-ish. Let's see if we can get a nice move up. Already took a little bit of profit there as we popped into the 40s. Let's see if we can get some continuity. Not too much size, guys. Just kind of keep the day going and keep things interesting. But it is a little bit bamboozling at the moment. Now, you've got to give this one a little bit of room because it does tend to wick before it makes the move. So we'll have to see if this one's got continuity. Simultaneously, my eye is on the future here. As we keep coming back down into 15.5, I know I saw a lower print there. I think we got down to 15.484. We'll see if we can stay above 15.5. But somebody rightly in the chat said the NQ looking like a bit of a bear flag at the moment, where we trend down, kind of consolidate sideways, make a pennant, make a flag, whatever shape you're looking at, and then maybe quadunk continue to the downside. We'll have a look at that after we're done with this Carvana trade. But we'll have to pack our patience with this one as it is. I can't even speak. Quite volatile at the moment, Obi. Trying to stair step up, possibly through that 49.5. It got up to 49.40-ish area, but we'll definitely need some continuity on the day for Vana. But right now, we'll just hold what we've got and see how this does. What else is moving here? You mentioned ADMP halted to the downside. It's back down into that 162 area. So anybody following along on that, looking for that 250 retracement on ADMP, you'll have to wait a little bit longer, as it has not shown itself to be able to make it back up there. The other small cap gapper du jour, Brendo alluded to this one in the morning on the morning show. IDAI, very strong, 91% to the good on the day, testing that 3 level, $2.90 the high on the day. We're at 280 right now, so 8 pennies actually removed from the top. Okay, Vana is at 49.50, slowing down. There seems to be a bit of an iceberg at 50. Let's see if we can break it. Not at the moment, not quite yet. We'll have to see if we get some continuity on Vana. I don't know if I'm going to have any resting orders here. I'd really like to test that 50 again. We did make a higher low.
Selling 15.5 just broke.
Go ahead.
No, that shelf just broke. The selling.
Yeah. It looked like a bear flag. There we go with Vana up into 49 2/3. Can we get another test of $5? Here we go. Where is the buying? Let's go. Support my move, baby. Support my move. We'll have to wait a little bit on this one. But yeah, dancing with that 49.5. I'm just worried that a Huadun could come in at any minute. Big wick up through that 49 2/3. We're looking for continuity on this name now. Now up almost 1% on the day as we dance with that $0.5 level, Obi.
Yes, sir. Ferris Osman in the chat. I like that. The trend is your friend until the end when it bends.
Here's the thing. I told you proudly yesterday that
nice.
Volatility,
I like that.
Mean reverts, but price trends.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Volatility almost always has a higher probability of
mean reverting.
Reverting to the mean, and price not so much. But yeah, definitely some selling coming in with that consolidation break here on the NQ. Like I said, that selling is staying kind of predominant, right? Just because the price kind of ticks above the line on the chart and holds for a few minutes doesn't mean okay, it's time to get long. The overall trend on the day is still holding. We are selling off of some of these levels here as there is some follow through there on the NQ underneath that 15.5 move. So yeah, we'll let's see what's really bringing in some of that selling there. Yeah, look at that Apple as well. Looking for that low of day break on Apple and Microsoft being the heaviest weighted tickers on the NQ. Yeah, they are definitely testing their lows as well. I want to take a look at Google real quick as well. Yeah, all the large caps testing lows on the day, looking for that continuation move. These prices, these retests look like they were a great place to sell into that overall trend. You don't want to fight the trend. And as Ferris Osman just said, the trend is your friend until the end where it bends. So definitely stealing that one from you. Thank you. That's definitely a good one. But yeah, Carvana break 50. I think Sharif is still on that as well. Or actually, no, I think he's out of that one. Carvana pushing that 50 level. I think 50 was a key level from yesterday as well, right? And we are having a bit of trouble there for now. Again, this name kind of doing its own thing as well, not really in tune with the markets. So I just want to take a look at Tesla real quick because it might have an effect. No, Tesla's breaking low of day as well. Kind of this pre-market low here at 252.50s is about to be tested on Tesla as some of these large caps kind of coming in. I'll be watching for the fugazi if Amazon kind of makes a higher low here and kind of holds up as well. We might get a false break on some of these large caps. To to the downside, or we might just get that continuation. You know, like I'm saying to myself, I do not want to fight the trend. So if this kind of continues, maybe we get a retest back. I definitely don't want to punch the short low of day. I'm going to wait for some relief to get short into short the pops and long the flushes. I feel like that's a good motto to kind of live by in the long term. But yeah, so that kind of keeps that you're on the other side of the emotion. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. If you look for that perspective.
I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, Obi.
Put me on the spot. Let's do it.
AMD SSR today? Question mark?
It's SSR. Is it?
No.
No, it's not SSR yet. Okay. So
Neil says no chance.
take a
because
look.
that's
Let's take
what
a look.
you've got. Anybody who watches wrestling knows what I'm talking about. I got out of Vana through the break of 63. I took the 2/3 profit there as we danced with the quarter. Scalp trade, you know, it's a little bit off the cuff for me. That's why the conviction lacking in this trade because I'm kind of scared to death of it, kind of thing. Let's have a look at the future because you alluded to the fact that we did break that 15.5 quite decisively.
Yeah.
So let's pull that up.
For now.
For now. Yeah, fair statement. All right, let's put the ticker on here, Obi, so we can follow along. NQ September contract. NQ September. There we go. Now nobody can blame me. All right, and we did close off the day yesterday, guys, right above that 15.8. I believe it was around 15.815, 818, give or take that area. Now, somebody in the chat, you know, very good observation earlier, looking here at the 30-minute on the NQ. You can go back and you can say all the way back to July 24th, and I'm kidding, of course, but they're saying all the way back. July 24th was a bounce off 15.5. We didn't quite make it down on the 26th, but got it to around 15 teens, 15.5 teens, again on the 27th, all of which bounced, none of which, for the exception of this one right here on the 24th, which was very, very quick, did we break below 15.5. So really want to see if we're going to have a sustained move below 15.5 right now. You're not seeing the buyers step in much in the same way that they did on those days. Because the moves below or to 15.5 were much more transient than they are now. We'll see if we get continuity to the sell side. Now, if we are to get continuity to the sell side, where do we find support? Let's go to the hourly and zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Somebody says that, I don't know who. Here. All right, well, 15.4 was obviously a bit of a top. And that takes us all the way back to mid-June. Mid to late June. So we break 15.4 for the first time in a while at the time. June 14th, 15th, we stay above it. 16th, we break down below it. Comes back to the 30th, right at the end of the month, we come back right into 15.4, and you get a couple of rejections. That is until, of course, the 12th of July, where we really got continuity up and to the right, as they say. So if you're looking for support level, I mean, you probably didn't need to look at the chart to know that the 400 level was going to be support. Essentially, every 100-point level on the NQ tends to act as support or resistance. So we'll see how that one pans out. But right now, we got a low of 15.463 1/4, and we are at those lows. So the market continuing to sell off 2.25% now on the NQ.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, what is it year to date? What are we up year to date on this bad boy?
Yeah,
I'll tell you in a
we're doing a
second
bit
here.
of a pullback, you know? We're doing. I
don't
think
have
it's
the
fair
year to
enough.
date, yeah.
Like, we've been waiting for the. I mean, I don't know but I've been waiting for a distinct move on the VIX for a couple of months now.
Have you seen the VIX, bro? We
The
are
VIX
at
today
multi-year
finally did like a distinctive. Let me get this spaghetti out of the way.
Yeah.
You don't use that on the VIX, but
Cheers,
yeah.
spaghetti.
So here. Look at that. For her first real kind of gap
Rad.
in a few weeks. Nice gap up, nice reversion. We were talking about how volatility reverts, right? You pop up, you fade off, you cover the whole move, and then now you're kind of back up there as well. So yeah, volatility is starting to pick up a little bit as we are pushing above 15 on the VIX
baby.
today. Let's see if we kind of get that push back up into some of these spicy levels up above 20 there, and yeah, definitely when the VIX is up there, the game is definitely afoot. You know?
What? Yes, you're taking my lines. It's okay.
Is that something?
No,
is that where?
bro,
I mean,
you can't just like
influence.
randomly claim.
I'm being influenced, guys. I'm being influenced. I'm saying up and to the left, up and to the right. Being influenced by this guy over
Hey,
here, man.
come on. Guys, RAD is absolutely going berserk here. What's the float on this? Let me just double check real quick. RAD, I'm talking about 55 million share float.
Wow, where's that? We
RAD,
just saw it at
RAD.
210.
Yeah, bro.
We just saw it at 210.
There you go. Let me put the
Wow,
ticker in
look at
so
that thing go,
everybody
man.
knows. Yeah, bro. It's pumping to the high side. The chat stays
I'm
undefeated.
slacking.
They alerted me to the move. You can't watch everything, right? So thank you very much to everybody in the chat. OB, we started the day off at $1.70. And we got to as low as $1.66, but that was as good as it got for the south side, at least for now. 266 the high. We're at 265, OB. We're 267. We're past the 2/3 point. Could we see 3? It's 50% to the good at the moment. We talked about Rite Aid, likely a short squeeze. I'm sorry, probably a short squeeze, but it's in sympathy to our friend CVS, who did quite well this morning. They did well on everything. I was watching the morning show, and they beaten the pharmacy, they beaten cosmetics, they beaten front store items. They did quite well with everything. Their acquisitions of medical clinics. Anybody who understands the pharmacy game knows that pharmacy and medical clinics go hand in hand because the medical clinics are the prescribers, right? So you need to have that facet of the game as well. So they've been making acquisitions with respect to medical clinics, et cetera. So it's been a good look for them. But with respect to RAD, there you go, 267 break. Where do we find resistance here, Obi? Let's go to the half an hour to see if we can get any. No, we're going to have to go much farther
on RAD.
Than the half an hour. Let's go to the 4 hour here. Where's my 4 hour? There we go.
We're right at that resistance.
Even the 4 hour, Obi. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking some levels, Obi. Now we're talking some levels. Yep. Okay, so 270. All right, Brendo giving me this. RAD is a squeeze, 22% short. Apparently was mentioned on Twitter by the same guy who mentioned TUP at 85 cents. Brendo coming in hot with that.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
I don't know
on
who
Twitter.
this guy is,
I gotta find out who this guy is.
Yeah, we gotta follow him.
You know, I mean, I don't know about follow him,
we
but
can't
like
say Twitter anymore.
We can do some reverse engineering on his calls there. I don't want to follow like blindly, but yeah, definitely let's figure out what he's seeing there on these names. Like we said yesterday.
Are you Xing or are you tweeting these days?
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're just kidding around here. But with respect to price action on RAD, you can see that during April, and I want to say the mid part of April, we did get to that, I want to say 2 2/3, 2 3/4 level. It was a quick rejection off that level, though. So that is a notable level for a possible resistance level. I said level many times there. But yeah, interesting look on RAD. Careful, though. Short squeeze. What is the short percent? I think Brendo said 22%, right? RAD. RAD. 23.19% more, almost a quarter of the float, Obi. Short there. Before you go, I just have to set up. So just take it for 1 sec, some analysis, and then I'll be able to go in to that as Proudly is almost here.
Yeah, my time here coming to an end for today. Again, we'll be here for the hour all week for the midday show here. Now AMD, I've kind of keeping this on watch, right? So. We took the shorts in the morning off of some of these pre-market levels, off of some of the things that we might have seen on the tape yesterday, right? Didn't really work out. What's the next trade? Like you could have gone short, but there is no relief in this market right now. So again, the trend is down. I don't want to fight. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm long biased. The only trade I'm going to take today is long. What I'm realizing is like mental agility as a trader is very, very, very necessary. Because like if you're seeing the bids get slapped, like get short. If you're seeing the ask get slapped, get long. Right? Obviously within a reasonable area and like manage your risk well. Right? But like yeah, no, definitely the trend is your friend today.
All right, Obi, we'll let you go because you are now overtime. Appreciate you being on. Obi will be on tomorrow and Friday for all the Obi fans out there. Make sure Obi-Wan Kenobi. We'll see you tomorrow. And we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit and enjoy a relaxed trading environment with relaxed trading rules with a max 8% trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. All right, guys, where are we here on RAD? Let's go quickly to the 1 minute chart to figure out. Oh, baby, we just touched that 275, but here we go to the downside, 266. Are we going to be able to stay up here? It's an interesting one. Very, very volatile. I think that that's a fair statement on RAD, but we have now a new high day, that 2 3/4. I don't think you'll see me participating much in this, to be quite honest with you, unless we get to some really key levels here, but RAD looking good at the moment. Let's see what else is popping off. We had Carvana on earlier. Let's see how that one is faring. Yeah, still, we've got top wick at the moment on this crest, 49.60. Not top wick on the day, obviously, but there is a bit of a double top. We talked about this. You can see it on the 5 minute chart here. They're both off that 50 rejection. The first pop through 50 initially at 9.45. Capped out at 5.34. You had a 2 penny spike after that at around 11:15-ish. We broke 50 again, only to reject off it again, and right now we are below $49. I want to say the trough area, it's not really the trough to be fair because it has a little bit of a wick there, but that 48.5. I mean, if that level goes and you close below there, that is kind of an interesting lower low. And here we go. We're right at that level as we pump back down. But we do have the Protstradamus. No, not yet. We don't have the Protstradamus. He's coming. He's coming, baby. So we'll let Protstradamus set up. Yeah, but Carvana now 1 1/3 to the south side here as it does break that 48.5. I think 11:30 we did wick down into 48.20. Let's see if we can get continuity below that. If you're on P-Pro 8, if you're at Day Trade the World, the shorts were free on this one when I checked. So have a look at that. All right, back to RAD because it's moving again. New high a day on RAD, $2.86. If you bought that pullback, you're printing, you did quite well. If you bought that lower 62, 62, 265 area, you got about a 20-cent pump right into 286 for a new high a day. We looked at the 4 hour on this one and posited that we may have the resistance level of that 2 2 2/3, 2 3/4. That takes us back to April, takes us back to March. Last time we were at these levels. This is a heavily shorted name, in case you're just joining us, 23% short according to Trade Ideas, but you have to understand that these short interest data figures are quite delayed. Depending on where you get them from, they can be as delayed as 2 weeks. So there could be new shorts, there could be less shorts at the moment. We'll continue to watch RAD make its move. Let's see what else is moving in these markets. I asked Neil, I said, Neil, will we, I didn't ask Neil, Neil talked about it. Will we see SSR on AMD? We are now 8.25% negative. Having done almost 100 million shares, we are at $108. We just broke 108 actually. Let's go to the 5 minute on AMD because this one's uber weak on the day. Boy, oh boy, do we continue to print south. The NQ printing south, the ES printing south, and AMD not spared. 107.88 the low, 8.25 south. We finished off the day yesterday at 117. I want to say 1/2 or 2/3, something in and around that level. But yeah, it has been very, very down on the day. I'm not really sure this is an earnings move. I mean, they did okay on some things. They guided okay on some things. The initial reaction, you can see here on the chart, was up. The call started at 5, right around here. So some of this price action over here was as a result of the call. I'm gonna theorize something. Lisa Su came on CNBC this morning in a grayish bluish jacket. We couldn't tell what color jacket it was from the desk, but I'm gonna say we sold off today because she didn't wear that electric blue jacket again. I'm gonna put that out there and see what people say. Proudly, hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you?
How are you doing? How's everyone
I'm
doing?
in a good mood today.
That's awesome.
Okay. I like your reaction.
I'm not.
No? What happened?
I'm on tilt, man. I'm on tilt.
No, man.
I'm on tilt.
What happened? You want
I'm
to
at
take us
that
through
point in my career again where I'm like, do I just quit and just go back to like IT? I'm on
Say
that much of
man.
a tilt.
No, man. That's
I'm
an
on tilt,
exaggeration.
man. But you know, if you're not thinking about that, then you're not really trading.
Fair?
You know, if you're not thinking about quitting like 7 times or more in your journey, you're not really trading.
It's true.
You're just like lollygagging in the playground.
Lollygagging. Oh,
You know,
my
you're not
goodness
really
gracious.
trading at that point. So that's where I am today.
You said lollygagging. Wow. Live on the stream. I absolutely love it.
It's
Absolutely love it.
AMD, man. I can't win on AMD today. I
It's a
can't win
tough
on
one.
AMD today. This stock, I mean, you know what, though? Yesterday we were looking at the numbers for the earnings numbers at the 4 o'clock stream. A lot of the numbers that we did notice, I'm trying to pull up these numbers at the moment, are, you know, we saw that AMD missed on the data center numbers. We saw that AMD missed on gaming numbers. We saw that AMD also missed on client numbers. So 3 numbers over there they missed, but overall they did beat on you know, the overall basket of earnings per share and overall basket of revenue. So we did kind of have a you know, negative thesis for AMD, but we were just not ready to go short AMD at any point today. That you know, I got beat up. My worst day in like the last few months now, and
Sorry to hear that,
yeah, and you know,
They be like that some days.
one bad day, and you're just like, do I even know how to make money anymore?
Yeah, you
Like, do
start
I even
questioning.
have this?
We've all been there, dog.
I lost the sauce.
He got lost in the sauce.
The free
more
throws
like.
are just not going in anymore, man. Damn it! I think the knee blew out.
No, bro.
So yeah, tonight we'll be on TMS for sure. I don't want to get shut down. I only have $50 worth of risk left. I don't want to get shut down. I'll be on TMS. We'll be looking for opportunities. We'll be trading it exactly like we will be on the live platform. But quick warning, it will not be live, sadly, today.
Well, whatever, man. I mean, as long as you get the reps in, right? Somebody's saying up. UP is flying, says Kai Studio, and they are accurate. Well, it just started flying, so this is a good look. Let's have a look at this. I don't even know what this company is. Up Wheels. Wheels Up Experience is a private aviation company. Tell me they make eVTOLs. The company offers a complete global aviation solution with large, modern, and diverse fleet. Its customers can access membership. Oh, it seems like it's a private, one of those private charter. Not sure what the catalyst is. Quite frankly, nothing coming in on my blotter to account for this move. We're talking about UP Up. And just put the ticker in here. There we go. All right, what do we do? What's the deal with this stock and what are the deets on it? First of all, let's talk about float. Float is 22 million shares. That's small. That's not large. Okay, so it's a good look there. If you're looking for volatility, the smaller the float, likely the more volatility. Let's talk about the short float now. The short float, not negligible, 7 1/3 of the float is short, according to Trade Ideas. Here we go. Let's go to the 1-minute chart on it because it looks like it's continuing. Now, I don't have anything on. Now, this could be a sympathy play. It doesn't actually have to be its own catalyst, but we started the day off around that $2.20 area. Yesterday, actually, we closed off at 2.30. We make it down all the way to 2. 2 gets defended quite well here, and then all of a sudden, the volume really started coming in. 3 minutes to 12, you have a big volume candle taking us about 50,000 shares for that one candle, and now we're talking about 150,000 shares per 1 minute candle here. So the volume coming in fast and furious. It's done 1 1/3 million shares on the day. Its average is 1 1/4, so it's already exceeded the average. In the last 5 minutes, it's done about 600,000 shares. So the volume coming in now, but we'll definitely need continuity here. Where is the price action? Let's go to the half an hour to figure out support and resistance. Okay, so this one definitely was moving back July 19th and into July 20th. You had a big move up from that day from about $2 to 275, and then in the pre-market on the 20th, pardon me, you get all the way up to 3, and you get a 304 top, and it was a quick rejection of 3, but it was very early on, like around 4 or 5 a.m., probably on much less volume. So the resistance levels, to me, are going to be that 275.3 area. Now, let's zoom out even more. Let's go to the daily. All right, let me just move this real quick here. Yeah, this is the 3, the 275 that we talked about. They had a split back on June 8th, a 1 to 10 split. But adjusted for the split, the price action here, the high takes us to June 15th, mid-June, proudly. We got up all the way, just breaking that $4 area. So you're basically going to have resistance at every whole dollar area, to be expected anyway, quite frankly. You typically would anyway. So 3 and then 4 if this one continues to the north side proudly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still like on the shock that AMD is at 107 right
Unreal.
now. After our move was like at what, 127, 125-ish yesterday, and we were looking for the stock to go back to 130. Now we're dropping back down to, you know, previously low levels over here. Let me show it to you on the trade ideas chart. What the heck is that? Never seen that box before. Show it to you on a longer time frame here on Trade Ideas chart. As you guys can see, pulling back to the bottoms from about June. Yeah, June lows over here, almost coming into play, the 107 range. Let's see if we can actually bounce off of this 107 lows, or do we continue dropping? I mean, size has been chasing the stock all day today. Right now, though, don't really see that size. But once again, this is TMS, so I don't know if size will actually show up the proper way that it would on the live platform. So we'll keep on watching it. It should technically, you know, show up if it shows up on live, but I could, you know, probably have the settings wrong on this platform, at least on this version, and things could be a little bit different. And the fills are obviously a lot more fugazi. They're just going to give me the fills just because I throw an order. So this trading is going to be a little bit different than live. There's that size, though, still chasing the stock down. Sellers still there, man. 220 lots over there. They got wiped out, yeah, and they have been getting filled all day. But this stock is absolutely insane to the downside today, almost about to trigger SSR. I don't know if it did, but it's currently down 8.27%, and I would guess that it did not trigger SSR yet, but almost close to triggering SSR on a positive earnings catalyst, where they've also talked about AI and a bunch of other stuff, which is just, you know, explode your brain cells over there. Just no clue, no idea how to comprehend this move over here today. Market being you know, irrational, I guess, or AMD being a little irrational, then longer than I could stay solvent today. Thankfully, I'm not shut down yet, but you know, longer than I could mentally stay solvent today, that's for sure. But here's a little bit of a bounce coming in off those June lows, as I was just mentioning about it. Looks like we are getting a tiny bounce, but you could have said the same thing about the 109 area, 110 area. The stock would keep giving you tiny bounces throughout the day that I'm sure you saw Max talk about it, or even Neil talk about it. The stock was just straight quadrunc candle, to say the least. The volume yesterday was about the same as much volume as we have done today. And look at the range of today compared to the range of yesterday. So overextension on the average true range, yeah, ATR. Overextension on the ATR here. On my second screen, I also noticed Spotify at $144, trying to reclaim that $144 at the moment and move back up north side, and doing so successfully. Looks like Spotify is finding some buyers over here at the lower end of the ranges. Not really all the way back to that 140, but 144, 145 area, sorry, 144 area getting reclaimed by Spotify, and AMD reclaiming the 108, moving the market back up. Apple also holding at 192 at the moment, as Sharif brings in the infamous.
No, infamous is bad. Famous is good.
Isn't infamous good? Really? Oh, wow. I've been saying it wrong the whole time?
That's all right.
Wow. The famous Sharif protein bars. Thanks, Frank.
That's all yours, proudly. Finish chewing here.
I just had some Sanjin Bao too, so
what is
this
that?
is how do I explain it? I think Max is better at explaining it. It's basically momos or dumplings, soup dumplings. There you go. That's how you would explain it. Soup dumplings.
Okay. That's cool. You know,
Infamous
these can be
is
quite
not
chewy.
bad, says chat.
It's not? I'm pretty sure it is.
Infamous is like the more famous than famous, I think.
Not the way I use it. Let's find out. Let's do this, Bradley.
Oh, wow, it is.
I mean, bro, come on. Chris says infamous equals beyond famous.
That's what I thought
All
this
right,
whole time.
well, dictionary.com feels differently, but we
Dictionary.com
can
doesn't
use
know
it.
what he's talking
We
about,
can
bro.
use it however we want, Bradley. It's a free country, and we'll go with it, baby. Are those homemade? Says Neka. Yes. By the way, if you want the recipe, pardon me, for the protein treats, the awesome production team that we have compiled. I think it was a segment that you and I did where you were like writing down notes or whatever, and they posted it on Instagram. So make sure to go check that out. And if you haven't followed Trader TV, get with it, Sharif. Trader TV on Instagram. Make sure to give us a follow. The new production team is posting stuff fast and furious on there every day, and we're putting earnings on there. We're putting a whole bunch of stuff on there.
Ramin's
so you really
killing it. Ramin's killing it.
They're all killing it, bro. Is it Ramin that's doing the
I think
Instagram
Ramin's
stuff?
doing all the Instagram stuff,
There you
and
go.
then Fabian's doing all the other cool stuff, which actually matters for the workplace.
This guy's hilarious. Look at this. Ganesh asking Sharif, is that bowl Tupperware brand? No, it is not.
It's gotta be
Rubbermaid.
Tupperware.
It's Rubbermaid.
All right, then we're throwing this out. You gotta only buy Tupperware, bruh, Sharif.
Bro, I wasn't ready for that, man. If I was, I would have definitely brought my Tupperware, which I don't have
Is
much of.
Rubbermaid public?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's probably owned by another company. Rochelle Saba. I'm new with SSR. Would you mind to help guide us with that calculation? So essentially, Pradley let me know this last time. If the price closed at XYZ yesterday, if yesterday meaning the day prior, if it's Monday, it means Friday. If it's Tuesday, it means Monday. If when it closes at a certain price, if it goes below that price the next day, by 10%, it automatically triggers SSR. And that goes to the north side as well, right? If it's
No. There's no north side SSR.
There's no north side
Yeah.
SSR. Okay. So
I wish there was.
that would be interesting. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I've never seen that.
I wish there was a north side SSR.
So that's exactly how it works. Speaking of TUP, it's curling. Asks, it's jacks. Let's have a look at TUP. Why not? TUP. I mean, you're getting just, I don't know. This is not the look of a stock on the curl, but hey, what you see here is a 361 trough, and then on this descent you have a 365 trough. So it does make a higher low, which if you're looking for bullishness, definitely you're looking for that. But I don't know. It's a few 1 minute candles in a row here. It's going to test 4. Now, we crested out just sub 4, 399, 398. Weren't quite able to break through 4. That is obviously after the breakdown that we had around 11:15. Maybe for breaks through 4, we'll start talking about it. VWAP on my chart is the famous 420 level. But yeah, I've got nothing on TUP until the volume really starts kicking in here and the price action gets a little bit more. Paul just put in a headline there that I'm not going to read out, but I will confirm it. And besides, it has nothing to do with the show. So, IDAI, Pradley, I don't know if you had a look at this one today. Brendo calling it out in the morning. IDAI, what did this do? This is T-stamp. So this one got trust stamp, receives privacy secured biometric identification and verification patent. So that's the headline on IDAI. It is 76% of the good. It is above VWAP. So from my perspective, it is tradable to the north side. It just bounced off here right close to that VWAP level. VWAP on my chart's 240. It troughed out around 243. We'll see if this one can get going. It's got volume in spades, though, baby. This one's done 98 million shares. It averages 1.3 million. You guys get the point. It's strong.
Mighty strong. Lot like the market today, though. Market mighty weak today. I mean, when's the last time we saw a 2.3% down move on the S&P, on the NASDAQ market, sorry, and on the S&P 500, almost a 1.3% drop, a clear rejection of that 4,600, and even breaking past that 4550 area at one point, which we were trying to bounce off of it, and NASDAQ, that 15,800 area a couple days ago, we just kept bouncing above it. Today, clearly down below that level. If you guys remember the ON trade that I was talking about, oh my God, you're joking. I don't even want to look at stocks anymore today. I'm so tilted. This is the stock that I wanted to trade on ON, and I pulled the order right before I actually logged off on the day today. This was the 105 area that I was talking about on the stream last night. You know, talking about how much we like this 105 area, and we wanted to trade it. We missed the level. Oh, well, we missed it. But here's that trade overall, giving you the short through the previous all-time high. This was the previous all-time high area. The earnings catalyst, taking the stock to the 111 north side. We saw the second day it being a little bit weak. Today, obviously, the market being stupid weak. The stock actually gave you multiple chances to get long off of that 105 and scalp that 105 long multiple times. Later on, flip short off that 105. Looks like that 105 break was super clean. You do not have to look back twice and just write it down, multiple dollars in the money for you. So ON right back into the previous all-time high ranges, right back into the 103 to 105 area. Let's see if 100 holds up. Sucks to miss this trade. We planned for this one. Just clocking in on the tilt meter more and more. I love it. Crypto acts like a gold. Crypto acts a little like gold, says James D.
Really?
I think we've heard that theory before, but it's been negated and also been proved multiple times. I mean, it's in its own realm of gold at this point, I would say, right? But the reason why I would say it does not trade like gold or move with gold is because it's not the gold standard, so it doesn't have to.
There you go. And there's a reason why they call it gold standard.
Right.
Right. I want to show you guys something that I do personally, and I mean, by no means do you guys have to do this, but what I do is I create a watch list for sector ETFs, okay? The point of this, not obviously from an investment perspective as well, but why I do this is because I want to see what sectors are moving on the day. And you can obviously do this using the heat map that Brendo uses during Sector Watch. Sure, that works perfect. But, I mean, I don't have that on mine, so I use these sector ETFs to kind of get an idea what's good and what's not on the day. And you can see it's decidedly red in almost every sector, save and except for a couple. Utilities, healthcare, and discretionary. Those are counter-cyclicals. What does that mean? It means typically when tech, energy, everything like in that direction, those are the ones that usually do well. Those are the ones where the money flows in. Usually they're inversely related. Now that's not always the case, right? Sometimes everything is moving together, whether to the downside or the north side. But as a general rule, counter-cyclicals are what they sound like, counter-trend trades. So possibly today, have a look at one of these sectors here. Again, in case you're just joining, healthcare, green on the day. Staples, green on the day. And utilities, green on the day. So interesting look there, and something you may want to employ if you're looking for something to trade or to the north side when everything is negative like that on the day. So we'll see. All right, now let's look at AMD because here it looks like it's bouncing just a little bit. It was like 8 1/3 to the downside proudly. It looks like it may have caught a little bit of a bid at that 107 1/3. Let's put in the ticker for AMD here. I always have to keep adding tickers. Goodness gracious. All right, AMD. Let's go to the 5-minute. The 1 minute's a little convoluted. I gotta tell you, when the guys were trading it this morning on the opening range, I zoomed out and I thought that 115 was an excellent level at which to take long, but it was just so much selling that I didn't want to step in front of it. I'm happy I didn't because this one was an absolute short side move. Any pops were shorted. Whether it was the pop that came in around 10:15 and then huadunked right at that 10:45 level, or this consolidation area that we had during 11 to about 11, it's almost 12 o'clock, and then you got that decided down break. So I'm very hesitant to want to take anything north on this name, despite the fact that it is curling off, because all the curls have been rejected. Like, look how tightly this one is following the 7-day moving average. Not level that I usually use on NVIDIA. This is more for like a small cap capper, the 7-period moving average, which is green on my chart here, but it is hugging it quite tightly. And if you were to take any shorts off that 7-period touch, you have been rewarded today, Bradley.
People talking about banks curling up to the right, financial equities getting some buying. We have seen the banking sector actually do good off the earnings report. People also in the chat saying, Brad, you're right about Palantir shorting off of 20. I appreciate you giving me the call out over there. Northwest, I can't remember your full username, North something. I appreciate you giving me the call out over there on Palantir. But yeah, I didn't even trade that call out myself. So, call outs sadly don't make you money, executions do. It's always good to have a bunch of trade ideas and bunch of plans and so on. But if you don't execute on them, you end up with the nothing burger like on ON I did earlier today. I wish I had that 105 order still out there. I would have been in that short. People in the chat talking about NVVE, Bradley. Let's go to NVVE on NASDAQ. Penny stock, I'm not a penny stock trader, man. I can't tell you exactly how to trade, but just off of a quick glance, maybe you could buy this consolidation right here. Buy the consolidation, give it that risk to the lower range near 72 cents or so. If it starts popping back above the 100-period EMA or the 50-period EMA, whichever one this black line is, let's see if we can find out which one it is at the moment. The black line is actually VWAP. Okay, yeah, on my TMS, for some reason, the black line is VWAP, so never mind. That might be I don't know why the colors on the TMS are completely different than the one on my live.
Maybe
so
black, a little different?
Probably. Black line is VWAP. I thought that was a moving average. So we're actually below VWAP, kind of showing you the trend is already to the negative side over here. Apple right now taking out the lower day. Market looks like it wants to take out the lower day, or is it actually taking out the lower day? Let's zoom out.
It's real.
Market is trying to take out the lower day. Everything is going to the downside. S&P 500 going to the downside. And yeah, looks like there is more negative news in the market incoming.
Yeah, 1 second, Bradley.
More negative moves. Sorry, not news, moves. You said news in my mind, I was stuck on that. More negative moves on the market incoming. Imagine being colorblind, Pratt, says Bear versus Bull. Yeah, I feel for you. I don't know how you even look at the market being colorblind. I guess you just look at the price points. You know how much of a better trader you have to be if you're colorblind? Because you don't see red or green or you know how you and I have,
yeah.
You know how you and I have other colors for above the bid and below.
Yeah. Oh, good call.
Our moderator, who's colorblind, I'm not sure to all the colors or like maybe some colors or most colors. He is colorblind. He said this point before. Imagine how hard it has to be for him. Or let's not dox him, her, they, she, whatever that they identify with. And I'm just trolling. How hard could that be? They have to literally look at every single price point, look at the level 1, level 2, and then kind of disseminate the information through that way. You have to be way better at trading.
Yeah, we're getting
shout out to Bears versus Bull.
Confirmation here through multiple news sources that sadly, and I'll never ever want to celebrate anything like that, but it looks as if Prime Minister Trudeau and his wife Sophie Grégoire Trudeau are going to get separated.
I'm technically never read because I don't see the color.
Yeah, not like our American viewers care, but I mean, I'll never celebrate anything like that, despite how much I disagree with him on many things. But yeah. What a tough world. All right, back to trading. Carvana. Let's look at this is the 5-minute chart on Vana. I mean, it hasn't really been able to claim that 50. You saw the double top that we put in at 50 today, finding a bit of a support level here at that 47 and a quarter, 47-ish area, getting some more buying here as it wants to curl, back into 48. But I don't know, man. This looks like it's setting up for a possible flat bottom break here. It's already 3% downside, and we are, we're weak on the day, no question, whether you think Carvana follows the market or not, or it moves to the beat of its own drum, which is usually typically the case for this stock. So Carvana still definitely on my watch. IDAI was also on my watch. I like this stock. It has a catalyst. It looked good. 75% to the good, above VWAP. Why do my things keep going? IDAI. There we go. Let's go, Sharif. Yeah, 290-ish, possible double top. Can't take 3, but it's still in my good books for a long, so long as it stays above VWAP. VWAP on my chart's 240. So I'm not going to have a resting order or anything of the sort around here, but I'd definitely be looking for a possible retracement into that level. And there we go. We're going to put an alert right at that 241. So if it does dip in to that VWAP level, I will be alerted, but I don't necessarily want to trigger the order right away. So IDAI, another look here.
Another one.
Another one. Go for it.
Here's a stock that I traded off the open today, and I'm surprised that your man Neil did not mention the stock at all. It's Teva. Teva had earnings.
Teva,
usually,
yeah, big
usually
name.
when Teva has earnings, you're all over it. You're trading it, you're shorting it, you're going a little crazy over it. Today, no mention of Teva at all. And this was probably my best trade of the day today. I actually traded this one really well. Look at that level right there near 875, that consolidation breakout. The stock consolidates right around that 875 in pre-market. I punch that 870 long in pre-market. Then I take the $9 break. I ride it up to 950. I get stopped out when it goes back below 930. And I'm done with the trade overall. Teva happened to be one of my best trades on the day today. Another trade with a very similar setup, but kind of moved a little crazy today off the open and pre-market. Pre-market actually popped up, then sold off, and then rips back up to the north side. That's your friend CVS on positive earnings report. I'm guessing something happened on the guidance call or conference call or something along the guidance report that they dropped to the downside, turning a positive move in the pre-market into a red move in the pre-market, and looks like they were going to sell off. So I had the stock off my radar. Later on in the day, for some reason, I was just going through a bunch of stocks because obviously AMD is dripping my face off. So I figured, hey, let's go find some other stocks to lose money on. Thankfully, I found CVS, and CVS said, hey, Brad, no, I'm not going to keep on letting you lose today. I'm going to give you a decent win. I took that breakout of the pretty same setup over there, pretty much the same setup as you saw in the last stock that I just showed you, which is taking the breakout of the consolidation high and riding it to the upside. Gave you a clean $1 per share or so on that breakout of 67 area to the north side of 77. But right now, seeing a little bit of exhaustion in front of 77, 77.50 over here on CVS. Also, another earnings play coming out. So shout out to these two earnings plays today that actually helped me today. But here's I want to talk about this one also. EA. Man, EA, with the lack of volume on the stock off the open was really scary. The spread was $1, but I took this 129 short and I only gave it 10 cents of risk. Immediately off of the 129 short, I was trying to take, you know what, I was trying to take X amount of shares on the 129 break, right? Okay. I was trying to take X amount of shares on the 129 break. I noticed the lack of volume off the open. I cut down the amount of size that I wanted for that short. And then immediately I'm in the money, $3. Down to 126 goes EA. Don't take any profit. I'm thinking I'm going to make a ton of money on this position today. I'm going to print because I'm a genius, absolute god at trading. No,
you didn't take any profit?
No profits. Right. It comes right back after being $3 in the money, stops me out with my 10-cent risk. Obviously, it goes 40 cents against me. I should have given it probably 50, 60 cents, or even $1 worth of risk, because the real level was 130.
Look how short a time it spent up there. It went right back down.
Exactly.
Oh, that's frustrating as hell.
I threw my order out there. I got triggered. It stopped me out. Went right back down. Missed the trade. Missed the move. Sat there crying for the first 5 minutes of the open as this trade happened. I don't blame you. And then I went over to AMD and I said, "Let's roll dice, baby. Let's roll dice."
No, I'm not laughing at that. Nick Crawford asking, why are we dropping so much today? Nick, overnight, Fitch downgraded the U.S.'s credit rating from AAA to AA+. That may not mean a whole lot to you, but it does in the finance world, and as a result, we're getting that 2 1/4 move to the downside on the NQ and that 1 1/3 move down on the ES. Speaking of which, let's look at the future. We haven't looked at that in a while. Let's pull up the NQ. Looks like we are finding a little bit of support here at that 15.4. Whether or not this is a short the pop type event remains to be seen. Here we go. This is the, let's put the NQ. I'm pretty sure I did this already, but I'm probably going to have to do it again. NQ September. Every 100 points, we were looking for support. The morning starts off, this is prior to us arriving, obviously 15.7, a bit of a top. You can tell we can't really break through that 15.7. Yesterday, we closed just a smidge above 15.8. So 15.7 already, you're thinking, all right, you know, this is going to be support. We're going to find support at 15. No. It acts as resistance. Keeps going down, 15.6 comes and goes. We dance with a little bit here at the opening range break. 15.6 comes and goes again. 15.5 around. Look at this consolidative area around 15.5 from 10.45 on to 11.45, but an hour of consolidation. And then we make it down, low a day, 15.414. But look at this buying coming in. This is stronger than any buying I have seen so far on the day with respect to retracements up. I mean, look at these retracements. They look quite anemic. This looks a little bit more bullish. Definitely need to see a lot more before I'm going to take a long on this name. But, you know, a bit of support coming in here at the 15.4-ish area. What's the equivalent level on the ES? Not much. I really haven't looked at the support levels on the ES since I did the morning review, and that support level on the morning review was at 45.50. That's come and gone because we have a low of day on the ES of 45.34. So I don't think that 45.50 going to be that support level that we talked about. In fact, it could be an area of resistance.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Shout out to the Katina man who is enjoying his time out in Roma. What's up, Bradley? No,
NVIDIA's at 430.
I like this. Look at this. Stay exactly like that. Don't move. There we go. Nah.
Why are we at? I had 450 short today on NVIDIA. Oh man, the tilt meter just is.
You're not helping yourself when you do this.
The tilt meter just like I'm like I keep going to like, you know, calming down, neutral, chill, relax, and then I see some of these trades that I pulled off today, and then immediately the meter just goes back into the tilt mode, dude. Come on, man. We need one of those.
I was just about to say.
We need one of those animations.
We need a tilt meter.
A tilt meter animation, because this is crazy. I had 450 short. I had 450 short.
Brendo's going up at the board to write tilt meter. Come on, Brendo. Tilt meter animation. I don't know what he's writing, guys. We have an ideas board, in case you guys don't know, at the top where Brendo and I sit. Immediately to the right of that, we have an ideas board. And he got up immediately, as I proudly said.
Monster bounce on NVIDIA now, though, for 434 coming in. We are getting a little bit of a bounce on NVIDIA. The market's giving you a bounce, too. There goes the market right back to the north side. I wanted to get along Apple 192 re-entry, but looks like I was too busy talking about how tilted I was, so missed out on this entry over here. We could still enter on a possible pullback to 192. VWAP's quite a bit of a way out on the north side. I think it's right above 193. But below 193.50 on Apple. Let's see if Apple can give us a little bit of a pullback so we can not have to give it, you know, 30, 40 cents worth of risk over here. I want to be long closer to 192. We missed that move. Looks like AMD already making a nice bounce from that 108 area, I want to say. Yeah, now at 109 on AMD. Shout out to the AMD long-termers like me, because today you were crying, but at least we're getting a little bit of a bounce on this stock. Tupperware on the move, says chat.
Up on them, really? Okay, well, we'll have to pull that up, of course. I was just looking at the future, but Tup on the move, double bottom-ish, 360-ish double bottom, and we break through 4. We talked about the crest here being an interesting area of resistance. If we were able to break above it, this will be a good look. Now, can we stay above 4? Because, yeah, you break through the crest price action-wise, but you want to see it maintain itself above that whole dollar. Let's go to the 1 minute here and see what the volume is like. Not bad. Okay, right back down into 4. Do we break here? This platform is messing up, so let's go
Oh, my God. Sorry.
What's up, Bradley?
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
sorry.
Okay, let's go to TUP. TUP is a New York stock, guys. Here we go. Right back into 4 we go on TUP. Is there support? No, it doesn't. It goes right back down to 390s. Can we reclaim 4? I don't see size here on the book. No bids really following up. Some, perfunctory size at 93s, but not a whole lot. But there does seem to be some resistance here at the $4 level, 106 lots plus coming in there. Yeah, some more size coming in at 4. So is the short in? Sorry, I hadn't updated the chart there. Yeah, interesting look on top. Still down 25 points on the day. I mean, I don't have a trade here. 25 points. Yeah, 25 points on the day. Yeah, this is too rich for my blood, not jumping into this one, but it was an interesting 4 reclaim, though.
Yes, ScarJo Rabbit putting in the exact reason why, the Mercury was not in retrograde today. It was because Ferrari earnings day today. Ferrari earnings day equals Prad's bad day, apparently.
What does this
like
retrograde stuff mean? I see it in the memes all the time,
I don't
bro.
know either, bro. I'll be honest with you.
Venus and that retrograde, this and retrograde. I'm like, bro, leave me alone, man. I like astronomy, not astrology. Really?
Yeah, people trade off that.
No judgment. No judgment, but hey, do you, man? As long as you're printing, trade.
Apparently, it's a way better setup than most setups out there, though. Like trading off the stars and the Mercury in the third phase of whatever the phases are.
Whatever.
Man, if it works for you, you're able to put money on the table. I'm not. If you're able to put money on the table with your setup, give me your setup. I want it right now. What's that?
Neil says it doesn't work.
Doesn't work, says Neil. What, you don't go long when there's a meteor shower across the world? Come on, Neil, you're not doing it the right way, Neil. You're telling me you only go long when you see size on the bid or size against the ask? Neil, anytime a shooting star takes place, AMC goes up 7 points.
Freaky girl, Aries sign.
Coming back to the market and this nonsensical topic we're just on about Mercury in retrograde. I want to go through a couple other large cap stocks and see how they're doing on the day today. It looks like Microsoft is pulling back towards that $320 area after recently making a new all-time high. A couple stocks are obviously slowing down. We saw the NASDAQ basket really push up to 16,000. How much more do we really want from this market right now? Do we want a new all-time high? Are we forgetting that the recession still right across the corner and interest rates are still being raised every other day? That being said, though, I think recession numbers are coming out better, right? The economic data is coming out to the better side. Job numbers are getting tougher. So guess I'm gonna have to be here a little bit longer because no other jobs for me just yet. Prad the solar witch. Yeah, I'm guessing that's a good one. There is no recession, says Rational Lasses. Yeah, basically, that's what the market showed us too. I mean, this is a pretty healthy pullback if you ask me, right? Pretty healthy pullback right back to the 15,400, let's say 15,500. Pretty healthy pullback to 15,500, 15,400 areas on the NASDAQ. Now, if the buyers do show up in these areas for the NASDAQ, maybe we do get that run back up to 16K and a breakout to the north side. Not sure if there's still a lot of big, large cap stocks to announce earnings beside Apple and
we'll look at earnings in a sec, sure.
Yeah.
No, I'm just in a trade. You can continue.
Yeah, not sure if there's any other big, large cap out there besides Apple to announce earnings. So, I mean, Apple being obviously the number 1/number 2 stock of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, they do carry a pretty big weight over there in the basket to see what happens. People in the chat talking about Shop looks like a buy. Any thoughts? Shopify for me looks like a buy, most likely, closer to, is that? Oh, I'm looking at Spotify. Okay, Shopify looks like a buy right now, you think? It's down 7.2% on the day, and it's trading at $62. This is on the New York side. Yeah, okay, perfect. That's what I want to see it on. Let me pull it up on here. SHOP on New York. 9 million
Nice.
shares traded. It's already making a nice little bounce. Yeah, I actually do like that long off that 62. The risk to reward there is pretty good. Let's see if we do pull back to 62 and give you a nice little long off that area. But we might have missed that move already as the stock is making its march towards VWAP at the moment. Market beautiful reversal off of this 45.35 lows and 15.420 lows on as NASDAQ basket.
Yes, absolutely. Let's pop this open up. Give Google a second here to load up earnings. I know Brendo and the guys already looked at this, but we'll have a look at earnings one more time once it loads here. Not yet, not yet. Okay, so maybe we'll just wait for that bad boy to load up and we can talk about the future. Oh, it loaded. Great. Here we go, guys. Some interesting names definitely after the bell today. Qualcomm for microchips, no question about that. We'll see what they have to say. Shopify up there too. Lots of volatility likely in this name. Neil alluding to that earlier. PayPal as well. What was the level on PayPal, Neil? 70 something? 78-ish. Neil says McKesson on there as well. That's an interesting one. Occidental, we know Warren Buffett's interest in that name and what we've been seeing higher energy prices lately, so we'll see how that one does. The staple, the Clorox company, an interesting gauge of the overall economy, so keep your eye on what the Clorox company has to say. Not exciting, but it is a good bellwether. DoorDash on there as well. MGM Resorts, we'll see what the gambling looks like. We'll see what they have to say about Macau. We've heard a lot about China and the reopening play there, the economy not as robust as they want to be. So obviously they'll have Vegas data as well as their Macau data, and they'll also have the online gambling data. We know a lot more jurisdictions allowing online gambling, and we'll see what they have to say, especially with respect to the two biggest markets that are untapped right now in North America, New York and California. Not legal. Can't do it. People in New York got to go to the other side of the bridge. They got to go to Jersey to place bets, apparently, unless they're using VPNs, of course. Marathon Oil on there as well. Unity on there as well. Zillow Group, we'll see what they say about the state of the real estate market. If you've been looking at the, I want to bring this in real quick here because I was listening to a podcast, and I'm going to leave this earnings up because I want to come back to it, but I was listening to a podcast and they were talking a little bit about the equal weighted ETFs and how the equal weighted ETFs for real estate has really underperformed almost everything else year to date. Let me find it first and foremost. Where is the equal weighted ETF for, oh my God, I have to click it on here to find out. So annoying. What is this one? Closely. This is the utilities. Okay, so that's not the one I want. Let me look at this here. Consumer staples, no. Let's see this one. This is healthcare. I'll have to find the real estate one. Or if somebody in the chat can let me know what the equal weighted ETF, the R one, the one where it's like RS, whatever. I'll find it after. But yeah, the equal weighted ETF for real estate has really grossly underperformed many of the other sectors. I think that and energy are really like year to date very bad. So I want to see what Zillow has to say. Robinhood on there as well. Not the name that, you know, it used to be 2021, 2022, when we had a lot of volatility in this name with retail trading, and then Etsy on there as well. Tomorrow, we get some what's it called, biotech names. We get Moderna, Regeneron, big names. Someone asking earlier in the chat about Moderna and what they're going to be up to. I was just basically saying that I'm not really interested in their COVID vaccine as much as I am interested to see how they can apply mRNA technology to other ailments. I'll be listening to see what they say about that. Also, there is ongoing litigation between Moderna and Pfizer for the use of mRNA. Moderna accusing Pfizer of basically stealing that technology, so we'll see how that one pans out. First Citizens Bank, FSR on there as well. We saw the debacle with this one during the small regional bank crisis earlier in the year. Wayfair on there as well. Interesting to see what they're going to have to say about the state of consumer spending as it relates to goods. We've been hearing a lot about the shift in consumer spending from goods to services, so definitely will be all ears listening to that. And then Anheuser-Busch. Yes, they had a major issue earlier in the year with declining sales for Bud Light. We'll definitely see what they have to say with respect to guidance. We already know what the year had, and it was not a good year for Anheuser-Busch, Bradley.
Yeah, that was Budweiser, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, rest in peace, Budweiser, man. They killed their own brand. But you know whose brand I actually want to look into? Modelo, because you didn't come to my barbecue. That's great.
Oh, I wasn't invited.
Everyone on the floor was invited, buddy.
Okay.
It was on the Discord group, and everyone who looks at Discord is obviously invited through there. What do you mean you weren't invited? Get the heck out of here.
I swear to God, if I was invited,
Everyone on Discord, I literally put on there, hey, whoever wants, this is the address, throw the thumbs up on the thing so I can see a head count.
I promise you I didn't see it.
This guy, chat.
I promise you I didn't see it.
Okay, I thought you just didn't show up because you were busy because you had to go run with the boys on the beach and whatnot.
I run in the morning.
Oh, okay. I legit thought you were just gonna go for a run, so that's why they show up. Okay, my bad. But anyways, what I wanted to say was, everyone showed up with tequilas and Coronas. Wow. No memo, nothing. Tequilas and Coronas.
Okay, I'm good with that.
So I want to go along Modelo. I want to go along Modelo. That's
you
all
are
it means.
counter trend in life and in trading. I love it.
No, Modelo is Corona, no?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Are they the same?
I think so. Chat, am
we'll
I wrong?
ask Fabian. Modelo and Corona, are they the same
just
company?
Just because he's Spanish?
They're not the same
They're
thing.
not?
No.
Oh, someone told me they were.
Yeah.
Okay, so they gave me wrong information over there. Okay, so whatever Modelo is, I want to go wrong. Sorry, not Modelo. Whatever Corona is, I want to go long Corona. Because, man, that's a crazy little coincidence that everyone just showed up with that bottle, right? But, I mean, that's just the following the trend, right? What you were saying. I didn't want to go against the trend, but I was just wrong on that part. But no, insane coincidence. Same thing can be applied to other things too. Recently, when we went to a bar with all the work people over here, this was a pretty long time ago. We saw that a lot of bars were using the Square terminals, and this was when Square was like $20, $30 a stock price.
Right.
So I went, hey. If Square is a $20, $30 stock price, everyone around here is using Square terminals,
right?
And they're also saying that Square terminals are cheaper than having to use these other terminals, such as bank terminals and so on.
Oh yeah, my brother-in-law loves it, bro.
Go along Square.
And Bradley, you get instantaneous data. So
on your transactions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
so for example, he has his own business. It's called Milk and Honey in Laguna Niguel. What he does is he brings like new products. He'll like, okay, all of a sudden this like date, what's it called? Latte is a big thing. He puts it in. He makes a graphic for it. He puts it up on the TV. He advertises, he puts it on special. And then he'll have instantaneous results, whether this is selling or not. He'll know what his margins are immediately. He'll know exactly how much he sold of it, right? What time, when, who sold it. They give you so much data. You're able to respond to it so quickly. So I think, I don't speak for anybody out there, but my brother-in-law as a business owner, a small business owner, absolutely loves Square and like the kind of tools that they give him. So, and they don't take as much off the top.
Yeah, that's what they said. The fees off the top are good. And on that day, Max and I were actually like, hey, we got to probably buy some calls of Square. And next thing you know, the next earnings report, the stock jumps up crazy amounts of percentages, runs up to the north side, missed that trade too.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone in the chat did mention, hey, Brad, you might need to become a swing trader because you have great swing trading ideas. You might not be wrong. I might just have to be.
Like that. All right, I think Dan was mentioning something to me in the chat. Let me go back. W pattern, 15470, sell zone established for NQ. All right, I've got the NQ right up here. So this is the W pattern he's talking about, but we're rejecting off the level 15470. It's a smidge above 15483, but here we go. Are we going to start selling off here? We had a nice momentary reprieve to the upside, a bit of a double bottom off that 15420. Surprise, surprise, 420 again. But we'll have to make a newer high to interest me here, and a newer high has to come vis-a-vis a 15485-ish break. So if we can get continuity there, create a new high, maybe we can start talking about reclaiming 15.5. But, I'm not going to step into this one. Quite frankly, it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's a long day on the future. And if it is, maybe I'll miss out on it. So you can't catch them all. Let's keep going here. Some people are saying that Modelo and Corona
this is crazy. This is crazy.
Are you active on this?
I'm looking into this. This is nuts. Check this out. So it says
go to his screen, yeah.
Google's all over the place. Constellation Brands exclusive license and producer of Corona for 50 states in the United States, right? Canada, it's the Budweiser people, but apparently Group Modelo owns Corona. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you see that Corona is only brewed in Mexico, but Molson Coors and Mexican Group Modelo owns the Corona brand. So it's like, who owns the brand at the end of the day? I guess
you can own it and license it.
Licensing and publishing and distribution, all these separate deals. I guess at the end of the day, they're owned by Modelo.
I guess you're right, man. Like, I can't look.
Take the L, chat. I would. Modelo.
I failed too, but I'm not 100% sure about that. We'll have to keep looking. Some people talking about Binance and charges coming in. I haven't had a chance to verify that, so we'll have a look at that after. Not that Binance is tradable to us, anyways. Well, we were expecting that. CZ, he's been accused of a lot, right? So, yeah. Well, whatever, whether they're accurate or not.
Boy, CZ.
Crypto made a touch at 30,000 yesterday. We didn't get a chance to talk about that. Let's look at that now. We haven't talked any crypto on the day. Let's look at BTC. We'll pop up the chart here real quick, proudly. And we'll zoom out to talk about this 30,000 touch. Yeah. So essentially, this got going, I want to say, in the aftermarket yesterday. I sat on my computer. I always do a little bit of research at night to sit there, look at charts for swings, and I'm like, what is Bitcoin up to? And yeah, it was around that 7 o'clock. It really got going there. And I don't know what the catalyst is on that. And I didn't know then, I don't know now, but it was essentially a V-shaped recovery down. Now, you could make the argument we sold off as a result of the downgrade, and otherwise we may have continuity. All I know is that we touched 30,024 to the T, and then it was a big boy Huadunk. And now we have broken through. Right now, 29,000's come and gone. We're at 28,985 currently with a 28,927 low. The bottom here for the last little while has been that 28,750. That has been the local bottom. If we're looking all the way back to early July, haven't quite made it past that 28,750. Sure, you wick down a little bit over here, but this is closing price, way more important. First, one of the first principles of Dow theory, closing price over intraday action, Bradley.
Man, something that I keep forgetting to do is taking the opening range trade breakouts on all these earnings plays. For example, let's look at some of these examples. I'm actually giving you guys one of my most favorite setups out there in the market for free, right? Take this one in and use it how you want. When there's a catalyst in the stock market, so good, such as the earnings catalyst, right? And any stock with an earnings catalyst, you can so easily trade these with this setup over here. Looking for the 930 move. Look for that right there. 930 high, 930 low. All you had to do was take the breakout of the 930 move, or sorry, the first opening 5-minute range. Let's also turn off the extended hours so that way we don't have to see anything in the pre-market so we don't get confused. So let's say you take the breakout of the opening 5-minute range to the north side because that's what you see first happening. It rips, gets back in, you see it's not working, maybe you give it a little bit of a risk, maybe your stop is at 49, it gets back below 49, you're stopped out. Now your order is to the downside instead. You get wicked in, you're in the trade, you're taking profits right around yesterday's low, you get back in again, you take more profits, it's just in and out. That's one example. Match group, earnings play. Let's go to another earnings play today that stocks that announce earnings, for example. I mean, we can just go to AMD at this point. Instead of me battling AMD like an absolute degenerate, right, we could have just simply went short off of the opening range 5-minute level. Here's the ORB 5-minute range. Bang. Gone short off the opening range 5-minute. Never really looked back on it. It goes all the way back down to our previous levels, all the way to the downside. Another example. Give me another stock that had earnings today. For example, why does AT&T come to my head? No, not AT&T. CVS. Right? CVS, opening 5-minute range. Take the breakout of the opening 5-minute range and you're laughing. ELF, Elf Beauty, thank you. Here's one that actually doesn't work too well. So not all stocks, work for you, but for the most part, It works. It doesn't even give you the breakout until later on in the day, and then it traps you in again. So that's what we like to see. Proof that not 100% of the time do all setups work, but during earnings season, the setup works a lot better than most stocks, a lot better than most times. And this one's actually, if I do remember looking at it yesterday in the after hours. That's why we have these numbers over here, the after hour markers. Looks like we did get a breakout off the after hour marker. Let's turn that one back on again, the extended trading hours. We marked that. I remember marking that. We did get a little bit of a breakout of that. No real test of the 130 yet. Elf Beauty, we know Ramin got excited about this one going into a new all-time higher range. Is that Ramin or Alfredo? Not Alfredo.
It's Ramin.
Yeah. Fabian. I said Alfredo. Alfredo was the guy who used to work with Fabian.
Yeah.
Goodbye to that guy. But Elf Beauty over here looks like a monster. Oh, it's trying to break out again to the north side, but I was trying to show you guys examples of how beautiful of a setup the opening range 5-minute breakout
Market's
is.
pumping.
Obviously, not all setup works 100% of the time. Another quick example for a stock. Give me a stock that had earnings today.
Oh, AMD?
No,
Another one, CVS.
Another one?
I don't know. This morning?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Or even last
MarketChameleon.com. Oh well. Market. Oops. Sorry. One sec. We'll go to the Market Chameleon. Guys, this is a good site for earnings. You got to log in here, but once you log in, you go earnings, and then you can actually filter by before market or after market. So we go today. We go before market, and here we got Thomas Reuters, Humana, Ferrari. Sorry, Ferrari reported today. Emerson, Kraft, John. What else? Yum Brands, proudly. Fidelity, DuPont, CDW.
Pins. Yeah, Pins is a good example.
Garmin. Yeah, Pins. Pins was good. Pins actually did better now, but everything's selling off. So.
What is this? Regular trading hours. Why are you showing me everything? What the heck is going on here? 9:35. Yeah, even Pins is a good example. Even Teva is a good example. My point has been proven.
What?
The point is when there's good catalysts for stocks to move around.
Yep.
The opening range 5-minute breakout setup. You wait for the first 5 minutes for stocks to create a range, and then you take the breakout of that range. Let's say if for example, Teva, good earnings catalyst. You wait for the first opening 5 minute, you take the breakout long of the first opening 5 minute, and your stop's probably on the lower end of the 5-minute range candle. If you don't get stopped out, you don't get stopped out, and you have fun to the north side. Usually on earnings season, it's a really good catalyst, and I always forget to trade this setup during earnings season. It's just tilt. That's all it is, honestly. Just tilt. For tomorrow, I'm going to plan to trade the opening range breakout. Whatever stocks have earnings tonight and tomorrow morning, I'm gonna plan to solely only trade the opening range breakouts on those trades and nothing else, and we'll see how my day ends tomorrow.
Okay. Bradley, let's talk a little bit about the market here because we just touched 15.5 on the pop back up on the NQ. Not quite. We got to 15.498, essentially a 15.5 touch. A rejection back down into 15.480, but now we're popping back up into 15.490. So could we get continuity here? What I was looking for was a higher high. You had the break of the crest of the double bottom. You had a retracement. You broke the top of that retracement again. You retrace back into the 50 period, which had been resistance, but you hold it to the T. So is this a move back up? Are we going to have a little bit of a reprieve here? It's a bit, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to be convinced to take along, even though the price action shows you that, we are getting some buying in. Now, as I look at the big tech names, which we all know heavily influence the indexes, let's have a look at the big tech names. This is the big tech chart. Let's put in the, so this is for Meta. Oh, goodness. META. Meta curling back into over 313 at the moment, still below VWAP. Amazon, we haven't talked about the big tech names because we've been kind of just looking at the overall market. Amazon, AZ, MN, also curling back. You're seeing a curl in mostly everything here, whether it's Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, everything curling off the bottoms. The question is, do we get continuity? Apple, who's doing the worst on the day? Let's look at that. Meta is down 3%. Amazon's down 2 3/4. Apple 1 1/3. Microsoft 2 1/3. Google 2 1/2. Tesla almost 3. Oh my goodness. Nvidia is 5 1/3 south, and then Netflix south too. So Apple definitely the strongest of the 8. It's also the one that's closest to VWAP. Look how close Apple is to retracing to VWAP here. We just broke 193 on Apple. VWAP on my chart is 193.20, 193.19-ish. We're at 193.07, so quite close to retaking VWAP here on Apple, as it is definitely the big tech outperformer by far, faring better by far today on the day than any of the other 7. So we'll continue to watch that. We're getting continuity in this market. I think we may get another 15.5 touch. I don't know here. I don't know. Is this a long? Is this a long? You know, you don't want to be the guy who misses it, but you also don't want to be the guy who takes it long on a very, very short day and then ends up getting blown out. So decisions to be made here. Maybe I'll sit on my hands for a little bit more and watch as the price action develops further. Let's see what the chat is up to here. We haven't looked at the chat in quite a bit. Ron Miller, market will wait until VWAP and the MA50 meet, the moving average 50. Okay, that's a nice opinion. Let's see what else. Kwai Tang Eng, I hope I didn't butcher your name. You said SoFi is curling back. Let's have a look at our friend SoFi over here. SoFi, well, here's the 30-minute. Let's go to the 5 and figure out. Yeah, I mean, it's above VWAP as well. Double bottom here, possibly at 975, but we'll see. What's up?
So James D goes, hit your head, count to 2, and then put your stop. Get in at your stop. Yeah, exactly like that Instagram thing says. Yeah, take something heavy, hit your head, count to 2, then think about where your stop is and throw your actual order to enter at that stop. And that should have probably done that many times today. Would have been fun to do that today. You saw me recently enter into match, but that wasn't actually getting into a position. That was just to see if the position blotter board is working, and it is working. I just haven't been in a position, you know, I wanted to get that 192 long, the 192 long escaping from me on Apple, and all the way back to, as you heard from your boy Sharif not too long ago, all the way back to VWAP almost. Sharif, what are your thoughts on LiDAR? I'll take a look at it if you don't mind. Sure. While we give Sharif a little bit of break. Oh, it's a penny stock, so maybe we do let Sharif take this one because I don't look at penny stocks. But I'll give you my quick little outlook from what I see just by you know, just by looking at it over here on the 3-minute chart. You know, lower highs, kind of lower lows, but now we're creating a higher low coming in, but almost the same low near the pre-market low. The stock seems to be, you know, stuck in a box right now between 60 cents and 80 cents based on today's pop up that it had of 26%. LiDAR, obviously, I'm guessing just off of the name, it has to do something with the radar or you know, the Tesla. Is it Tesla detection
I'll
systems?
show you. This one really got moving proudly yesterday. It's a continuation from yesterday and the 31st. So it had a catalyst. I'm about to find it here. This one's called AYE Incorporated. I'll find it in 1 second. AYE Incorporated. Have a look here.
Don't think Tesla uses LiDAR. Ah, okay. I thought LiDAR just meant laser.
AI. It's called AI Incorporated. Look how they spell it, Bradley.
AI, yeah.
Yeah, AI is a provider of active LiDAR systems, obviously. So let's see what they're doing here. Why, this is Exact Sciences. Why is it showing me
NIO uses LiDAR, okay.
I'm trying to find it here proudly to see what the catalyst is on it. I'm not able to
LiDAR
find
is
it.
underground scanning. Oh.
Okay, well, no. That's not just why it is. It's used on cars as well. Waymo uses it on their cars. The Google autonomous driving company, they use LiDAR. I know LiDAR is kind of not in Elon Musk's good books because he says it's quite expensive. You know that Tesla uses a bifocal system, 2 cameras. You know, that has its critics. It also has its proponents. It's cheaper to install on cars, but they also get dirty. And it obstructs the vision. And oftentimes, Tesla owners will tell you that message comes up, says go clean the cameras, right? Especially if you're trying to use full self-drive or autopilot or any of the other systems on there. I'll have to keep looking here for the catalyst. But with respect to price action, no question about it. July 31st. Prior to that, we are very much in a range. Look, this is what Bradley was talking about. We go all the way back to late June. We're like at that 20 penny range, plus or minus a few pennies. But that all changes really on the 28th. We break out. We get into the 30s. The 31st, which was Monday, saw us break 40 pennies. Yesterday, we continued above 50, and this one looks like a good swing trade. I don't have a catalyst, so I'm not going to speak to the validity of it. But with respect to price action, you cannot deny price action. I mean, it's not an intraday trade for me, but I would like something like this on a swing. Very choppy intraday. I mean, like, look at this. 81 pennies in the high in the pre-market, technically 80 pennies after the bell high, 61.03 the low after the bell. We're right at that 71, 72 penny mark at VWAP. Do we continue? It's been choppy. I mean, intraday it's hard to trade, but it looks fantastic as a swing, especially really because it broke out of that very clearly defined range, which it had been doing for quite some time. Let's go back even further. Let's go to the hourly. Let's see how long that range goes in the hourly. And it goes even further. It goes well into May. So I really do like this as a legitimate breakout. If you are looking to swing this, not financial advice, but this is one that should interest you to research further to see if it is valid as a swing, Bradley.
People loving that AMD move off those lows, baby. Let's go. AMD moving pretty much all the way back above to 110 off of that call out. I don't know if you guys took that call out, but that right there, that 107.20 is where we had that line. It is what it is, but nice little bounce coming in on AMD off of previous lows over here. Previous demand area showing you demand one more time. So we're getting a nice little bump over here, back up to the north side, back above the 50-period EMA. Not back yet to VWAP on AMD. So let's see if we can have that run up to VWAP and then go tickle VWAP and then maybe reject it once again and push back down. Hopefully not, though, obviously, because I want AMD to do good over here. NVIDIA making a nice little reversal off 434 areas too, moving right back to the 50-period EMA currently. Let's see if AMD can also keep on trucking it to the north side. Looks like the semiconductor industry waking up at the moment. I'm expecting ON to also wake up. There goes ON, almost back to 105. And this time, I might just short the 105s on ON because it's also VWAP. VWAP and the previous 52-week high level, all levels coming into match over here. A nice confluence of levels for me to possibly look for some shorts off of 105 and lean up all the way up to that 106 area and see what happens over here on this bad boy. Just spray and pray. Not happening today. I already did that. Got beat up.
All right, watching the NQ as we definitely dance with that 15.50, not quite able to make our way above it now, and it's actually acting as a pretty valid area of resistance for the moment, but you haven't seen a lower low come in for a little while. It's been a series of higher lows and lower and higher highs, so you don't really want to guess which way this is going to resolve, especially since, you can just take a few more minutes and see if are we going to become consolidative or are we going to continue to trend. So we're at that critical level here where we may get a decision soon. So far, we're retracing back down into 15.48. So that 15.5 acting as a level of resistance. Zooming out, you can see that 15.5 was a level of support. I mean, there wasn't much in the way of support on the day, sadly, for the future. But if you had to choose something, you can see bouncing off it here, and then eventually you get the breakdown. But then you get that double bottom with a series of higher lows and higher highs. But this could be just a blip in what could be a very much a down day. So let's not just jump the gun. Let's let the confirmation come in. If we're going to stay above 15.5 and trend, maybe we'll jump on that bandwagon. Here we go again for another possible test of 15.5 as we come back into 15.490-ish area into the 90s. Let's have a look at big tech. What's big tech up to? Yeah, Meta's trending here. Meta seems to be You know, I talked about Apple being the interesting name because it was down the least and it was the closest to VWAP, but Meta continuing to pump to the high side here, 314 incoming off that 310 bottom, 310.65, pardon me, essentially 311, kind of a random level to hold there, 311. But in any event, 314 being tested right now, looking to pump back up. On my chart, VWAP's at 314.75, just south of that 315 area. Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look. But again, I don't really have the confidence in this market to really jump in at this moment. Proudly was talking about AMD, that 107 and change-ish bottom. Let's go to AMD, have a look at that. We talking with Neil this morning about whether we would see SSR on this name. Doesn't look as if we're going to see it right now. Who knows what the afternoon brings. But yeah, coming right back into that interesting level that we couldn't quite break down from earlier on, between around 10:10 to around 11 o'clock. We were able to hold that 111 level. We already broke 110. Does 111 act as an area of resistance, former area of support? Usually those two flip. Anyway, 6 1/3 down now. We were as deep as 8.5 to the negative on AMD. Getting a bit of a reprieve here. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and showing us a little bit of a rejection also. Looks like that whole semiconductor industry getting a little beat up. In that meantime, I would like you to read right from here on out, my friend.
Yes, sir.
And
I did Brenkels. BBQ this weekend. The address is 9.
Oi.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, look, bro, I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
You're good.
I'll tell you the truth.
See,
Yeah.
I don't want the viewers to think like, hey, there's beef here. He didn't invite him. No, there's no beef. I didn't invite him. It was on the Discord. He's just a boomer who doesn't log into Discord.
Bro, we have so many chats. I can't be active in all of them. That's
Stop being
the
a
thing.
boomer.
I know. Well, I don't have a choice. I'm getting old, baby.
Yeah, you almost doxed me for real there. That would have been crazy. I would have had eggs thrown at me. I would have been throwing a bunch of stuff at my door. My parents are not even there. I'm stuck cleaning it all weekend. That was going to be annoying. Everyone to Pratt House this weekend. Yeah, barbecue round 2. Let's go.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're joking. But the market moving up right now, man. We're having fun with these market move up. I mean, did you see UVXY today up 14%?
Unreal.
UVXY up 14 down percent. That's insane. What is the VIX at today? I didn't even take a look at the VIX today. I mean, I should have probably, every day, you should honestly start off your day looking at the VIX.
Yeah,
and I did not do that today. It was at 15% up. Man, monster move on the VIX. We're at 16. Is this the turnaround in the market where things start crumbling? I was not expecting such a big red day in the market. You know, it's been such a long time since we've seen a big red day that I really got hurt today because of that, because I wasn't expecting it. But if we get more of these red days, you know how Pratty Daddy likes to short the market.
Free fall Fridays, baby.
So bring those money in, baby. Bring those trades in. I'm looking for tomorrow. If tomorrow shows up to be a red day too, I'm clapping this market tomorrow, man. Bring it in. Bring that swiggity. Let's next trade tomorrow. Let's see if Apple, isn't Apple tonight? No, Qualcomm is tonight. Qualcomm, Shopify, PayPal tonight. I think Apple is tomorrow night, if I remember correctly. There's Apple, even Amazon. How can we forget Amazon, Coinbase, Airbnb, Square, DraftKings? Oh boy, I'm gonna be very busy tomorrow after hours. I'm also gonna be busy today after hours. Let's see if this garbage PayPal over here that I'm bag holding can do something for me this time.
Yeah, I'm trying my hand here at this 15.5 touch. We'll see what we get here on the future. You know, it's a bit of ambitious trade, let's call it that, especially with the amount of downside action. But we'll see if we can get a touch into 15.5. It looks like it's going to be tough for the moment. Well, I don't know. Let's see what Big Tech is up to here. Big Tech, yeah, we're finding a bit of a pullback down now on some of these names. We'll see. We'll see, Bradley. I'll just send it back to you here as I have to position my trade.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just going through chat over here trying to find what stocks they are trading. They're talking about Tesla going bye-bye. So Tesla apparently puking over here to the downside. What? No, it's not. It popped up, but yeah, it dropped by 50 cents just now off of that 254 area as we were waiting for the market to figure out what the market does. NASDAQ at a pretty maybe key point, 15,500. I'm not a futures trader, nor do I look at futures too much to actually know the levels like maybe like Arun or someone would know right off the top of their head. So I don't know if 15,500 is a key level or not, but it's a even dollar price, right? So you expect it to maybe be key. We're only 10 points away from that price point on the NASDAQ, and 4,550 on the S&P 500, not that far out either. But market currently pulling back to the downside off of these levels. There goes Tesla, as someone in the chat said, bye-bye. Yeah, indeed, that bye-bye move coming in for Tesla as it's trying to peak back under the 50-period EMA, but I wouldn't say, it's over just yet. It's not Jover until 253 breaks, okay? That's what we're going to wait for. So let 253 break, let that move come to the downside, and then we'll have fun over here on this move. Tesla, come on, baby. Let's see you push down for our viewers. I think the viewers actually want the short. I wouldn't doubt it. The market has been down all day. You guys are playing it. Oh, what's that size on Tesla just now? Did I just see like 1,700 lots on Tesla there on the bid? Can someone confirm it to me? Maybe anyone on the floor who's actually here, who has on live platform and can see this book. Please help me out if you just saw that size.
In a second. I just have to fix this trade.
I think I saw some. Oh, there we go. We saw some size. I'm not sure what that price point is, but there is some price point over. Some price point randomly has about 1,700 lots. I would like to see if it's at an even dollar price, if it's at 255 or something. You know what? I could do this. Let's actually unfilter this, unfilter that, scroll down, see if I can find it somewhere. Don't see it. Maybe it could be a spoofy man too, man. It could be a spoofy man, as your boy Obi calls him. Spoofy man could be showing up over here scaring us. But hey, right now we are popping right back up as the 50-period EMA holds on Tesla, pushing it back up north side. Yup, I rewind, says Rekka. Not sure what was for. Look at the 3-month on Tesla. It's consolidating, says DJ Deckard Kane. The 3-month on Tesla. Yeah, I'm not really a Tesla trader. I've talked about this multiple times. So you want me to go to the 3-month chart? How do I do that? Do I just go to the monthly? Yeah, let's go to the monthly chart. I don't think that makes any sense, does it? You want me to maybe go to the daily chart and look for the last 3 months? I'm guessing that's what you want me to do. So August, June, July. Yeah, pretty much sideways for the longest time now between, what's this low, 240 and what's this high, 278. I guess that's a pretty wide range of sideways box trading happening. For me, sideways trading will be more like this, like Microsoft, right? Microsoft right here in this sideways trading and then this sideways trading. But you can consider Tesla the same thing.
Where were you talking about Tesla size? Here it is.
Somewhere on the bid, there was like 1,700 lots that I saw. But obviously, like I said, this was TMS, so this could just be Fugazi.
Yeah, we're moving nicely on Tesla. Just broke through 254. So 254 had been an obvious top. We had been, dancing with it from, say, 1 o'clock to current. What time were we? It's about a half an hour with the 254 dance here, but it breaks above. We're at 254, almost and a half, in the 40s now. Stressla coming off the bottoms here, now only 2.5% to the downside. Not too bad. No real catalyst today for Tesla, guys. Not the one that I saw anyway, but Elon's always seems to be in the news some way, somehow. He's suing the people who wrote about Twitter, said, there's more hate speech, this and that on Twitter. He's actually suing them, which is interesting. I've seen that before. I don't know what the defamation suit, we'll see. We'll have to see there. Looking for Tesla shares are trading lower amid weakness in growth stock after Fitch downgraded its rating of U.S. Treasuries and the U.S. market in general. So yeah, it's a sympathy move with the overall market. Not surprising there. We know how Tesla is mostly in line with the market move. So right back down into 254. Does 254 hold as a level of support? It was a good level of resistance for about half an hour or so there. Laura Witten saying Cat is an absolute beast. I was getting all sorts of upset with myself yesterday for not punching into this name. I like this for my long-term account. It's not really a day trade stock for me. I know Neil was talking about that yesterday. It ended up being a nice volatile stock, but in general, it is not really a day trade type stock. But look at this, baby. Look at this move up. All-time highs for Caterpillar. Now, why is Caterpillar moving? Sure, they had earnings, so they did well. But the point is, we have to build a lot of homes, whether it's north of the border here in Canada or south of the border in the States. There seems to be a lot of demand, whether it's because millennials are starting to, leave their parents' houses and they need their own homes, or whether in Canada where we have 1 million people coming into the year in 2022 and then maybe 1.5 million coming in this year, all of which have to have somewhere to live. So we have to build a supply of homes. Who builds homes? Who needs construction equipment, and who builds and who has the machinery? John Deere, Caterpillar, you guys get it. So the look is here that because there's going to be a huge infrastructure boom in housing in North America, Caterpillar will stand to benefit from that. And they did guide that way. If you look at the forecast, they have good guidance for the rest of 2023 and into Q4 of this year. Q4 of this year. Can I read this? Okay. Thank you for creating on X.
This is not for me.
Okay. You are eligible to receive a portion of our ads revenue generated in the replies to your posts on X. This is X, Twitter. We want X to be the best place on the internet to earn a living as a creator, and this is our first step in rewarding you for your efforts. If you haven't already, make sure to set up your Stripe account so we can pay you out, and check out the Help Center if you have any questions. As a reminder, make sure you maintain your subscription to blue or verified organizations and keep creating awesome content. No slacking. Keep posting. You can also reach out to our support team. Yeah, man, they're looking to do. Look, bro, they have to.
I don't see Facebook paying you for ad revenue.
Dude, they're talking about cutting their ad revenue having been cut in half. It's a private company, so nobody really knows what's going on in there. But when you know that this advertiser stopped spending and they told you we were spending X amount, you can do the math, right? You can figure it out. So Elon, I don't like to bet against Elon. It's just not a good bet, right? For me anyway. A lot of people saying that by dropping the Twitter logo, he's given up a lot in brand loyalty and all this and that. They're second guessing him. My experience, probably not a good idea.
He's gonna turn this into the WeChat of America, and man, it's gonna be something crazy.
I have to agree with you, Bradley. I agree with you, man.
Are we forgetting about all the data breaches through Zuckerberg? Like, are we forgetting that?
So many.
Like, I understand Instagram runs the world right now, at least for North America. I understand that, Facebook Marketplace is a big thing. I understand that WhatsApp is also a huge thing. Yep. I get it. I'm not denying any of this. But how many times are we going to keep letting Zuckerberg sell our data, sell our brain, sell our thoughts, right? And make a buck out of it, and to the point where we eventually go, hey, I'm done with it. And that's why I am like,
I gotta agree with you.
That's why I'm like not even worried about creating a Threads account. I don't even care about it.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't create.
I don't even care about it because it will live for a few years. Go for it.
Yeah.
Let it exist.
Sure.
I will let it exist for a few years.
You saw what happened.
And eventually,
retention was way down.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you go on there because other people are on there. There's no point going to a party if nobody's there. You know what I mean? And if nobody's posting, if your friends aren't on there, you're probably going to go back.
As we say in the video game field, when the view count or the player base drops, dead game.
There you go. Dead game. Okay. As opposed to a good game. I remember hitting GG on StarCraft when I would play. Man, that was my only foray into gaming, Bradley. I've never been a gamer, man. Except GTA Vice City.
Oh.
Yes. Vice City. That's the last gaming system I owned was a PS2. That dates me, which is fine.
PS2.
Yeah. The last one that I owned, Bradley.
You haven't bought a console since then?
No.
Only PCs?
Yeah.
Nice.
And I have StarCraft 2 on my PC,
Nice.
which is sick. Which is absolutely sick.
Time to get your meds in there, Fabian, or what?
All right, I see Kat, so we're going to do this.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
I love the giggle for both of them at the end. Kat and Sean, they both giggle at the end, which is great. Yeah. Want me to play it again? Cat's asking, like, did I laugh at the end? I'm like, yeah, you did. All right, let's, oh, they're playing around with this again. There we go. Cat, turn around. Hola.
Oh, she's tripping out. She is tripping out. She is tripping out.
Yo, the production team stays undefeated here, guys.
You guys tripped her out with that one. Good job. You were talking about Caterpillar. Chat's still going off about Caterpillar, but this time they're spelling Caterpillar with K-A-T-E-R-P-P. There's a stock called Caterpillar with the C. They're calling it Caterpillar with the K, like Caterpillar. I actually do like her Instagram name a lot. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I like her Instagram name out loud. I like it a lot. It's pretty
one of the
smart.
better ones, yeah.
It's pretty smart.
Yeah.
People talking about SoFi. Let's go see what SoFi is doing at the moment. What is this stock doing? I mean, it's still pulling back. It's now under 10 bucks. Oh my goodness, what is going on with SoFi? And this is exactly why I'm always scared about, looking at my position on SoFi after any earnings play. Anytime the stock comes out with earnings, it pops up, but then immediately gives up the ghost and moves back into previous ranges. Hopefully, and yes, I'm using the word hope for my long-term account here, hopefully we find some buyers coming in front of 940 and 950 for SoFi so we can pump back up. A lot of people in the chat saying SoFi unite. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say that, man. I honestly am annoyed by this stock, but for how long I've had to bag hold this position against me, at least I'm not that far out of the money on this bad boy. Apple local double top here, 193 says a boomer in chat. Let's go check out Apple. Not necessary. Hey, man.
Everybody is a boomer who isn't a millennial, right? Like,
and if you're
a boomer to Gen X,
and exactly,
and you're a boomer to Gen Alpha, right? Like,
and if you're younger than me, you're a Zoomer.
Yeah, because you're Z. Yeah, Gen Z. I like that.
It's that easy.
Okay.
It's that easy. But I like that double top low call out coming in from Neil over here on Apple. 15.5 also on the market incoming. So could give you an opportunity to short this back and send it back to the shadow realm over here. Let's see if the market gets sent back into the shadow realm with the Hadouken, or do we start popping back up? And looks like a pop back up move it is.
And James came up with, I love James D, man. He comes up with some funny stuff in the chat. He said Hadouken earlier today.
Hadouken.
Shout out to Ryu and Ken. That's a game I used to play a lot, bro. And you play that game?
I mean, Street Fighter was obviously played, but I'm not a fighter genre guy. I'm pretty bad at
that game. Man, it would be awesome.
Headbutt button mash. Do you know combos?
Yes,
you learn
man.
combos?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can actually play that game. I know how to do the Sonic Boom with Guile, left, right, punch, right? I know how to do the Hadouken, which is left, down, round, and then punch. I know how to do the spin kick as well for Ken and Ryu. I play with Ken, Ryu, and Sagat. Yes, Sagat. Okay, Sagat or whatever, however it's said. He does. He has the same moves as Ryu and Ken, but his damage is way higher, because he's a monster, right? And yeah, that's my foray into Street Fighter. But that game, so much nostalgia. Much in the same way with Mortal Kombat too. All right, guys, 15.5. We just breached it. 15.504. Here we go. Can we get some continuity here on the futures? 4550, a kind of an equivalent level, not really. It is actually, because I earmarked that 4550 level in the morning show as the level of support that we've been having here on the ES for the last little while. And here we'll talk a little bit about it. Load the future up here. ES, E-Honda, some people saying, yeah, E-Honda was, if you got close to E-Honda, you were going to get all sorts of messed up because he goes,
have you ever played like the Super Mario Brothers or anything?
I played Mario Kart.
Mario Kart?
Of course I played Mario Brothers, like the original Mario Brothers.
Yeah, those fighting games were cool too. Kirby and all.
Oh, no, I haven't
Smash
played any
Bros.
of those.
Sorry, Smash Bros. I mean.
I haven't played
Was it Smash Bros? No, okay.
Let's talk a little bit about let's talk a little bit about this level, Bradley, here. Let me bring in the 30-minute chart. Yeah, this is the level we were talking about earlier. We're talking about 4550. Let's see here. Yeah. Zoom out just a smidge. This is the level that we have to go all the way back to. Essentially, we broke it by a couple of shekels. Now, do we find former area of support acting as a level of resistance? It wasn't exactly 4550. It was 45.55. And that takes us back to July 20th when we bounced off that level. Again on the 24th and again on the 27th and 28th, both of which were wicking and didn't break. So I don't know, man. It might be a tough ask here to really break above the former area of support, now current area of resistance, 45.55. But we'll see what the ES brings. No question, though, the NQ pumping to the high side. Here we go, 15.510 possibly here as we do make a higher high. That double bottom, if you were able to take this, you were paid in spades. So good on you. This one's going to the high side here, guys.
Someone in the chat wants me to look at CLX Clorox. Might have to buy a bottle
Bellwether,
of this after
baby.
my trades today.
It's a market bellwether.
What's that?
It gauges the
Bellwether? Never heard that word. What's that?
It's like how
It's like a
well
Pokemon?
is. No, like essentially
like
how.
Bellsprout Pokemon?
Pardon me?
No.
No, bro. It's like you gauge the entire market with it because you know they sell staples, right?
Oh, so it's like a big component.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a big component of the market during recession. Is that
No,
what?
no. Like essentially just the idea of okay. Well, what are consumers buying? Are they able to? You see what I'm saying? Oh, Randy's rant, an informal Randy's rant. Could we have something? I asked for a quote on for the ceramic tiling for my car, and this guy, I asked for the German one that you asked me, $6,500 with a 10-year warranty. Bro, that's
For
a
what?
whole new car. That's a whole
is
new
that?
car for ceramic coating on my car. Yeah, right.
Oh, coating.
Dude, I mean, like, I can't afford that. Who can afford that? A couple of other places showed me like $1,000, but you get like 5-year warranty, right?
I wouldn't get 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years is absolutely nuts. Anything to add?
Just coffee.
Randy's rant short today. Anything on Tesla that we should know? Anything new?
Nothing new right now. Haven't heard any new little news bits, but there's going to be something coming in probably a couple weeks. So.
What do you got for us? Possibly. Oh, any news on the Model 2? We have no news on the Model 2. Okay, okay. All right. We definitely need that though.
I will keep you posted.
Awesome.
Are you
Randy's
rocking
rant.
Pirellis on your car?
Yeah.
Nice.
I have Pirellis. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the dealership gave me brand new tires when I bought it. So
Run flats?
about that. I don't know.
They should be
Actually,
run
I
flats.
don't know.
They should be run
Yeah.
flats. But okay, so now I get what you're saying about Clorox. So like, how many are people still buying it? It's a consumer staple.
How
it's
strong
like
or weak is the consumer?
right. Okay, okay. Now it all makes sense a little bit more. And I'm guessing this is in the basket along with foods and a bunch of other stuff too. Got it. Got it.
Consumer defensive stocks. I call them. Yeah.
So someone in the chat wants us to take a look at this stock for a possible swing trade incoming very soon. Obviously makes sense for a swing trade more than a day trade. Very, very light on the volume side for a 10-day average, which is 1.32 million. Clorox over here looks like it is holding up in a pretty decent range so far. Throwing up some lines for the stock to maybe keep an eye out for what levels could come into play. Here's some of the levels that I would be interested in right now. Near that 150 and near that 158 area. The stock is trading at 153. Looks like earnings is in 0 days. So tonight after hours.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Tonight after hours earnings expected most likely to maybe push below 150 somewhere to the lower side over here, or even push above 158 to the higher side of 160. Sorry, the Sanjin bao I ate is burping back through my body right now. That bao is so good though. Ooh. But yeah, looks like this stock has a swing trade. If you're already in this position, then you're kind of playing the YOLO, depending on where you are. If you just got into it for the YOLO, obviously be careful. If you got in, much earlier, somewhere at the 120s, then you're kind of just waiting for the earnings number to come out. If the earnings number does come out and the numbers start popping to the high side, you're loving it. But if the earnings number comes out bad and you're long somewhere down here, if it breaks 150, I might consider taking some profits on it. Obviously, all of this is non-financial advice. I am not your advisor. If you are thinking about how to position yourself in this trade or in this position, you should obviously contact one.
Yeah, definitely. Or do your own research.
Do your own research. DD.
Proudly, VRT. Didn't talk about this.
I traded it.
You did?
Sucked.
Okay.
Took that breakout, instantly dropped 50 cents on me. I was like asking myself, do I have enough, you know, mental capital to hold the stock 50 cents against me with the size I took, and it's still, you know. So this is what happened right here. That 34 breakout. Or was it? Was it 34? Was it?
Can you guys go to Bradley's screen?
Yep. It was. I think it was right here. This breakout of this 3350. I took that 3350 breakout, or was it 34? No. Yeah, it was a 34 breakout actually. I took that 34 breakout. Got trapped in it as the stock immediately flushed it down 50 cents. I tried to give it some time to, you know, get liquidity to catch up and let the stock to kind of get back up and see if it is able to get back above 34. It doesn't get back above 34. It starts dropping even more and more and more. Thankfully, how much I lost on this trade was within my risk parameters, so I'm not gonna cry about that too much. But it did suck quite a bit taking that break out of 34. I mean, what was I expecting? The stock was up 26%. Right, so a little bit of an overextended play, I guess. It is at an all-time high. VRT is at a new all-time high off of their earnings. Electric technology, electronic production equipment, like what, music production or stuff like that, designs and manufacture of critical digital infrastructure technology that powers, cools, deploys, and secures and maintains electronics that process and store, transmit data. Ah, okay, so cooling and electronic for data transfers. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point, but oh, that looks pretty cool.
Santa Monica, awesome. Sharif, do-it-yourself armor shield 9. DIY ceramic coating kit, $74.99. I definitely can't do that. Randy was telling me a lot of these guys that do the ceramic coating for cars, they have to get certified. Like, you actually have to be certified to do it. And I'm no handyman. VRT right now, the reason I brought it up, Bradley, I know that your experience with it was not that great, but it seems to be popping up here, holding VWAP, their $33 hold at the moment, trying to pump through the $0.50, $33.50. On the day, though, $34.08. And I saw you had that chart up. It's a multi-day runner, isn't it?
Yeah, all-time high.
No, it's not a multi-day runner. It's an all-time high. You're right. It just got going in the pre this morning. What is up with this name? Why is it moving? Let's find out.
Earnings,
got it. And yeah, a couple of price target upgrades too. BOVESPA Securities boosting the price target to 40 from 14. That's a nice over twofold.
Wow.
Yeah, not really sure of why they did that. Like, usually they have an explanation, but it could be in a different article. Anyway, yeah. So good look for Veritiv.
Both of these nuts.
We haven't looked at oil today. Let's have a quick look at oil, see what oil is up to. It's also down 2.6%. Let's load it up over here. CL contract, pardon me. CL, there we go. Light sweet crude. We're going to go the future, and we're going to go the continuous contract. There we go. So oil, not a good day for oil, and for somebody who puts gas in their car. Been noticing that prices at the gas station been going up, and they've been going up pretty steady. Now in Canada, up to $1.70 a liter. Sean was doing the conversion for us before he left, and he posited that was almost at $8 a gallon, equivalent with the currency exchange and with the conversion from liters to gallons. Anyway, oil back down into 79 bucks. It held 79 today, but barely 79.05 the low. If you had to look at the price action here and choose a level at which we could find support, it's definitely that $77 area that we've been dancing with since mid-July. Kind of topped out there a few times, whether it was on the 13th, 14th, 19th, and again on the 21st before we had that break above 77. So possibly if we can come into 77, maybe tomorrow, be looking for an area of support. We know that last month in June, it was the $67 level. That was very good. And Max and I theorizing a little while ago that the Biden administration was adding to the strategic reserve around that $67 area, because every time we dipped into 67, there seemed to be a whole lot of buying around there. And Biden administration has made it very clear that they're looking to refill the strategic reserve. And I was actually listening to that data point this morning on a podcast that I listened to. So 77 in terms of where we are closer to the price action, but macro, obviously, 67 has been the level for a while. Week today, oil down 2 1/3.
Chat talking about ANET, a stock that announced earnings last night, or was it yesterday pre-market? Let's confirm that it was last night. Yesterday after hours. No. It was Monday after hours. Sorry, yeah, there we go. That's what it is. Monday after hours popped up. Monday after hours? Now I'm confused. But it did come out with earnings not too long ago either way. Made a new all-time high above this 178 area. Insane run up to the north side. We almost ran up to 190 yesterday, but a little bit of a pullback today and right back into that previous all-time high area of 178, 177 or so. Expecting some buyers to show up over here on ANET, some support to show up at the previous all-time high, allowing the stock to go back up. But the same thing could be said about ON, right? Previous all-time high looked like it wanted to hold, but it did not hold and pushed much further to the downside, went to 103 or so. And now the stock is giving you another opportunity to trade that 105 area maybe tomorrow. So we'll have to watch out for this level to come into play. See if we can get some longs and have some fun on this bad boy. So 15,500 is the ceiling on the NQ, says Short Smeller. I like that username. Short Smeller, smell something if you can smell what he's cooking. He's cooking some shorts, baby. He's cooking up them shorts, and he smells, something stinky, icky, coming in from that 15,500 area for the NASDAQ. So more downside incoming.
Carvana just broke 49. It's been stair-stepping up off that double bottom. 47.20 and then 47.40, the right side of that W. Now it consolidated a little bit, sub 49, between 48.5 and 48.75, and now it is going. It's pumping here, breaking through 49.25. Some good volume coming in to support the move as well. Now it's gone green on the day, 0.2% to the good. Carvana, we saw the double top at 50.
The stock is not trapping people 50 again, please.
Can you believe it? If it does, that'll be the third time today.
I got trapped the first time.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I took it off. I'm positive on Vaughn. I took it when it came back down and got the top over here. But this one, yeah, like Bradley said, a lot of bamboozlement on this name. So if you're in it right now, be careful, obviously. It's got a catalyst today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Does it? Yes, cash tender offer. This is the catalyst, guys. Carvana, cash tender offer to be funded with cash from balance sheet and or proceeds from sales under the company's at-market offering program. So we'll see how much they're able to raise.
What sales?
Pardon me?
What sales?
Yeah, well... I know I talked about this. You're making a joke, but you are speaking real because we know that used car sales are down, and they sell used cars, right? So unless they're selling something else that I don't know about.
Wouldn't you think like used car sales would go up because like a lot of cars or companies making cars were struggling with the supply chain issues?
Well, that's old. That's the thing. So that's what I was trying to say this morning. I mean, we heard a lot about the microchip shortage, can't make enough cars during the pandemic. That's come and gone. Now people are posting online like trucks of lines of cars that are sitting at dealerships, new cars,
brand new,
and they're not being sold at auction because there's excess inventory, right? And so if you're not getting new cars, the reason people were going for used cars is because new cars were in short supply, right? And if that's not the case anymore, it's going to filter into the used car business, no question about it. So we shall see how. Okay, I'll give you some anecdotal stuff. All right, let's talk about the G-Wagon. Everybody knows about the G-Wagon. Everybody loves G-Wagons, right? Yeah. Okay, during the pandemic, you could go, if you had a G-Wagon on order, say you paid like whatever at the dealership, $175, whatever it was that the MSRP was. There were used car dealerships in this city, Bradley, that were saying to you, bring me your G-Wagon on delivery and I'll give you 50 grand over sticker. I'll give you 70 grand over sticker.
For your G-Wagon?
Yes. They take it from you and they sell it to Joe Schmo for like 200-300% markup. Now, so when I was seeing G-Wagons during the pandemic, they were like 300, For 350,000 for a normal G550, not even the G63. I saw that same G550 with 18,000 clicks on it for 175 yesterday, and a 2022 model. So,
I mean, I would buy this one though. This color is pretty nice.
G-Wagon is amazing. Who's gonna say no to that?
Put this one on. Put this one on real quick. This one's nice. That rose gold,
of course it's nice.
matte touch rose gold.
It's the same color as Neil's shirt.
You can even get no.
It is.
No. Neil's is like purple. That's like rose gold. You guys tripping? Yo, you guys are tripping,
Everybody
bro.
sees it differently, eh?
That's rose gold.
I love how everybody sees it differently.
What does chat say? Chat says fresh VIP. Hey, that's my car. Does chat say this? Chat, are you saying rose gold or brown? These guys are calling it brown. It's a rose gold, guys.
Have you
guys
ever
are
wondered how you know that you see the same color as me? How do we actually know that you are seeing the same color?
Because I'm always right.
Bruh, I'm having a real conversation here. Rose gold.
Look at what chat's going off for rose gold.
Bronze,
these
rose
guys
gold,
are production
copper.
people. They deal with colors all day more than me, and they're calling it brown. Who hired these guys?
He says he's not wearing a headset. Is
yes,
that the name
I
of the
pick chat
page?
every day over you guys as long as chat picks my side.
I love it. Everyone chiming in there. I love how the chat like really gets going when we have stuff like this.
Chat said paid actors.
The chat are paid actors. Yeah, how much money do you think we have?
Rose brown. Okay, how about we settle in the middle?
What
rose
the
brown.
hell is rose brown? No, but really, I mean, I think it's a beautiful car.
And it is.
Yeah. Bad car. Anyway.
Bad car.
Yeah. Where are we
car.
here? Bradley, rejected 15.5 again on the future, man. We really can't get that upward move today. It's just not happening. 15.487, we dipped down to, let's go back here. Yeah, this was, Bradley loves when I use this word, the perfunctory break of 15.5. But if you were wise enough to short here, you've been rewarded with a 20-point move to the south side, and it could be more. 15.5, an elusive target today to take to the north side.
Yeah, market obviously pushing right back down over here. That 15.5K rejection, as Sharif called it, made me pull right back to Coinbase. I don't know why. It just made me go to Coinbase for some reason, as soon as Sharif said market's pulling back down, and to see if Coinbase is doing anything. Looks like Coinbase is rejecting VWAP also. Going back towards that $90 market right now. Let's see if Coinbase can break that 90 and move to towards the lower day around this 89, 88 area or so. Lots of down move on the market today, man. It's pretty crazy to see the market give back most of its moves the way it did. Even stocks such as like AMD yesterday was moving up before the earnings numbers, right? Let's go see some of the stocks that we're doing, stocks that are coming out with earnings tonight, how they moved. Unity, big down move. Apple, down move. DraftKings, what did DraftKings do today? DraftKings, I'm expecting a down move, just following suit with the market. A down move it is. DraftKings going right back slightly below 30, but at least right now it's back above 30. And there's 1,000 lots at $31 on DraftKings right now. I can see that at a real quick glance on the NASDAQ gateway. Sorry, NSB. Yeah, that should be the NASDAQ book. Sitting on the NASDAQ book right now at the $31, 1,000 lots to sell on your boy DKNG Donkey Kong. We also have, was it Roblox?
Yeah, come to my screen. We'll show everybody again what we have on deck for aftermarket. Yeah, no, we have not Roblox today. Not that I saw.
No.
You want me to look?
No, I didn't see Roblox.
Yeah. We have some, what's it called? The chip names. Oh, I was looking over here, sorry. Qualcomm, Shopify, PayPal, DoorDash. I want to see what DoorDash is going to do, man, because this one had a monster. Remember this IPO?
Isn't DoorDash a part of like Amazon Prime now?
I think that did they have an agreement or something? They're not part of Amazon Prime.
Okay.
I don't know if they had an agreement of sorts, but this one was, I mean, the problem with DoorDash is its model is so limited. It's food only, whereas you have Uber that is in, what's it called? Freight. It's food delivery, ride hailing. It's more diversified. DoorDash is kind of like a one-off play. You know what I mean? Occidental, the one that I really like. I want to see what Uncle Warren has for us. Does he start hitting the buy button again today on Occidental or tomorrow? Goldman Sachs came out with a report I think last week, where they were forecasting much higher energy prices going into the rest of the year. If that's the case, you know, Occidental likely will be a beneficiary for that. So we'll have to keep an eye on, number one, on Occidental's earnings, and number two, on energy prices the rest of the year. We've seen energy definitely the relative underperformer on the year relative to everything else.
Big volume spike on Disney.
Go.
Not sure what's going on over here. Big volume spike on Disney. Disney popped about 50 cents over here and then immediately pulling right back down to the price that it was trading at. So would like to see if there's anything actually happening over here. Maybe something about the strikes coming to an end? Question mark. Just throwing out some ideas, some theories over here. But Disney with a nice little volume candle, the highest volume candle of the day. That could be Fugazi at this point. But you know what? Probably not, because the chat mentioned this. This car, rose brown. So beautiful. Disney. No, I said rose gold and they go brown, so chat goes rose brown just
Brendo's
to come in the middle. Brendo's not having it at all though. Nice little volume spike over there. It wasn't the largest volume candle of the day either, so it looks like I was a little bit wrong on that side. There was a bigger volume candle earlier on in the day, red candle, and looks like that move that we just saw obviously negated as it gives it right back to the downside. Chat's still going off about rose brown.
Vana back below 49, then above 49 again, so it's doing that little bit of a dance with 49. How do we resolve? Well, the trend right now is higher highs and higher lows. We haven't made a newer low quite yet on Vana, but we know what that $50 level did this morning twice. Once, you got to wake up to 50.34, it rejected. And these are very quick wicks. I mean, old man hands over here couldn't hang. I'd have to have resting orders for sure. The second time around, we got up to 50.36, immediately rejected right back down again. We haven't been able to test 50 cents, but here we go. We had a break of 49, but it's not really able to stay above it at the moment. So some weakness again coming into the market here, Proudly. It looks like it's having an influence on Vana as we reject. Yes, reject 15.5. Now, to me, it's confirmatory. We are moving down on the NQ again as we test 15.450, possibly incoming here. We danced with this level a little earlier on. Are we going to start consolidating sideways here with bamboozlement, or are we going to get trend direction? Because, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think there's only a few minutes left on the show anyway. A couple minutes left here on the show before we send it over to Max, Neil, and Brendo be taking you into the close. And Proudly, do not forget, the Protstradamus has his after-party show, 4 o'clock, and there are plenty of earnings to deal with today in the aftermarket, so make sure to hang out for the after-party show.
Cool. Doesn't work.
What do you got?
Doesn't work. Gonna ask a question. Does the market, NASDAQ or S&P 500, let's go with the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Right? Does the NASDAQ break the lows today? Let's see what happens with the answers, and that should be good. What does it say? That's awesome, right, Sharif? Okay,
I know, but let's see what it says. It's probably going to say Ask Neil or something.
It says, as I see yes, on this side that I read.
Well, that's not confirmatory, Proudly. Let me do it.
Okay, fine. There we go. Bang. Let Sharif do it.
All right, here we go. We're going to close off the show like this, baby.
Does the NASDAQ break the lows? Yeah, when you move it too much, it just bubbles up. It kind of.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Oh,
dang.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, sounds very confident in that regard. All right, baby. Yeah, survey says Dan Emmons. All right, guys. We're about to close up shop here. It's been real. Thank you for being on. Make sure to stick around today, like I was saying earlier, to the aftermarket show, because there will be plenty of earnings with which to speak. We showed you earlier. We got Occidental. We got Qualcomm. A lot of big names coming up. And tomorrow as well, we'll have some bellwether names. Make sure to stick around for those. Any final thoughts, Proudly, before we send it off to the big kahunas?
Yes, you know, sorry for the lack of trading today. Obviously, got shut down mentally and could not put any mental work on the market. Maybe tomorrow we'll come back stronger, faster, harder, Kanye West, Daft Punk style. Until then, go have fun on the closing show, ladies and gentlemen.
Peace out.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a very, very red afternoon here as we get going into the final couple of hours. It is the tech end of the spectrum here, still leading the way to the downside. This is how